Southern Wishes, Sweet Tea Witch Mysteries, Book 14. Written by Amy Boyles. Narrated by Hollis McCarthy. Chapter 1. I flew high above Magnolia Cove atop my dragon, Hugo. Wind rustled the trees, sending a cluster of fiery-colored oak leaves streaming my way. Hugo opened his mouth and bit them, quickly dropping the leaves once he realized they didn't taste nearly as good as he thought. "Not the treat you wanted, huh?" I said. "No," he replied wordlessly. He didn't speak aloud. Instead, the words flowed directly into my head. We were connected, this dragon familiar and I. My boy, whom I'd raised from an egg, had quickly grown in the past year. With the help of a little magic, he currently slept in my bedroom, but that wouldn't last much longer. After all, I could ride him now, and he was big. So big he needed his own place, like a stable. I'd never heard of a stable for dragons, but I didn't think it was out of the realm of possibility. Besides, I'd be moving in with Axel soon, or, to put it plainly, I'd be marrying him and moving in. There were lots of woods behind Axel's house. Hugo would love it. He'd have an entire forest to explore. The smell of burning leaves filled my nose, and I inhaled deeply. Fall had arrived, my favorite time of year. Truly the best. I couldn't wait to drink hot apple cider, eat some pumpkin-flavored, well, anything, and enjoy the falling temperatures. We reached Bubbling Cauldron Road. Folks lined both sides doing their Saturday morning shopping. Betty had been kind enough to watch my store, familiar place, for me, while I took Hugo out for a ride. Besides, today was a special day. It was the day I would display my wedding dress for my family. My final fitting. I couldn't believe it had arrived. My stomach fluttered with butterflies. A nervous knot of energy filled me every time I thought about my new name. Mrs. Axel Reign. It hadn't happened yet. There was still so much to do, but it would arrive soon. Hugo settled onto the sidewalk. People scurried by, not wanting to be in the line of fire of a dragon. Can't say I blamed them. Pepper. I gave Hugo a bubble of water that I magicked from my palm and looked up. My cousin Cordelia stood on the other side of the street, flagging me down. "Come into the wish shop. I've got something I need you to see." I patted my dragon. "I'll be back, Hugo. Don't go anywhere." Hugo grunted in response. I dashed across the street, narrowly avoiding colliding with a group of witches flying their cast-iron skillets. "We almost got you that time, Pepper," one of them called. I waved and laughed. "Never." I skipped up onto the sidewalk and beamed at Cordelia. My cousin had recently left her job at the inn to work full-time for her father and uncle at Southern Wishes, Magnolia Cove's first official wishing shop. See, Cordelia and her cousin Amelia are part genie. Though I would never trust Amelia to grant a wish of mine, and this I know from fact, I might at some point trust Cordelia. But really, I had everything I wanted. Why would I need to wish for anything different? I brushed strands of crimson and honey-colored hair from my face. "You're here early." Cord grabbed my arm and dragged me inside the shop. "I have to show you this. We just got it in." She led me inside. I'd been in once before when it opened, but the place had been covered up with people. We'd stood shoulder to shoulder, so I wasn't able to get a good look inside. But now I was mystified. Colored glass orbs hung from the ceiling, reminding me of dripping raindrops. They shimmered in the light, and a kaleidoscope of colors danced around the room. A clapboard sign stood in the entrance. It read, "The rules of wishes, Number 1, we don't manipulate others' emotions. Number 2, no rising from the dead. Number 3, we do no harm. The smell of dark wood and Murphy's oil soap trickled up my nose. You know, I whispered because the place was like that. I didn't want to speak too loudly. I've never understood why witches would need wishes. Cordelia disappeared behind the glass counter. What do you mean? I fingered a cameo necklace dangling from a small decorative tree. I guess I mean witches can look like other people. They can have just about anything they want in terms of money. They can even make love potions. So why would witches need wishes? Cordelia popped back into view. We don't just sell to witches. I quirked a brow. You don't? No, we have an online business that sells to regular folks. We don't do any of the heavy-hitting stuff, but if someone wishes to maybe win a little on the lottery, we can help. She smiled. But wait until you see this. Her phone rang. She looked at the screen before grunting. Hey. The person on the other line said something, and Cordelia rolled her eyes. I don't know. I don't have an answer. She lowered her voice and turned away. Listen, I'm not trying to be difficult, but it's not like this is a small decision. If you don't want to do it, then don't. I don't care. Another pause. Don't be like that. Me? I'm not being like anything. She exhaled and rubbed her forehead in frustration. Look, I have to get going. She hung up and set her phone on the counter hard. Cordelia scowled down at it. Everything okay? Yes, it's just Garrick. She bit her bottom lip. We're having some issues. I reached for her, but my cousin recoiled. Anything you want to talk about? No. The door swung open, something fierce. Cordelia, you in here? Our other cousin, Amelia, popped into view. Oh, thank goodness I found you. I practically had to escape from the vault today. A biting book almost took my finger off. She lifted a red, throbbing index finger. I swear, I love my job, but there are times when I can't deal with it. Sometimes I think it would be better if I had a position somewhere else. Well, you can always check, Cordelia said. I'm sure there are other jobs open. Thanks. Amelia propped her elbow on the counter and sighed. What are y'all doing here? Isn't it about time to head over to the dressmaker? I wanted to show you and Pepper this. Cordelia's eyes glittered as she laid a folded red velvet cloth on the table. It's our newest wishing tool. Amelia gestured toward the cloth. Well, show us. That's what I'm doing, Cordelia said tersely. Have a little patience. She folded her hands and grinned. Do y'all remember that super old show, Fantasy Island? The one where people would go and live another life, a fantasy life that sometimes came true? I said. She nodded. That's the one. She traced her fingers along the edge of the cloth. I had to admit I was now curious. What would an old television show have to do with whatever lay inside that cloth? Well, Cordelia explained, what I've got here will give someone the chance to do that, to live out a fantasy life. Amelia's lids flared in excitement. For how long? Cordelia shook her head. That I don't know. The stone only arrived yesterday, and my dad said I had to be extra careful with it. Let's see it, I prodded. Cordelia slowly unwrapped the cloth. Lying in the center of the red velvet was a brown sandstone with a tree etched in its center. To be honest, it wasn't particularly spectacular. I expected a ruby, maybe an onyx, but this plain, mud-colored rock didn't look like it was capable of changing someone's destiny, let alone offering a wish. I know it doesn't look like much, Cordelia explained, but apparently a genie infused it with wish magic. Don't ask me where my dad got it from, but it's valuable. Not only that, but this stone is going to cement Southern wishes on the map. In no time, we will be a premier wish-granting store." Her shoulders ticked up in excitement. "I can't wait." "Cool," I said. I glanced at my watch. "Y'all, we'd better get going. I promised Betty we'd meet her at the fitting. It's almost time." Cordelia wrapped the stone back up and grabbed her things. "Okay, I'm ready." Amelia clasped my arm. "I can't wait to see your wedding dress, Pepper. I really can't." I leaned my head on her shoulder. Her soft curls tickled my nose. "I can't wait for you to see it either." We stepped out onto the sidewalk. I scanned the flood of people shopping on Bubbling Cauldron. Witches and wizards scurried up and down, pointing in shop windows and enjoying confections from my cousin Carmen's store, Marshmallow Magic. The door swung open, and out stepped Rufus Mays. I hadn't seen him in weeks, and though we were once enemies, Rufus and I were now friends. It also appeared he might be sweet on my cousin Carmen. We locked gazes, and Rufus gave a little wave. I smiled and nodded. The snapping of a lock seized my attention. My gaze darted from Rufus to Cordelia, who tugged the door to Southern Wishes, making sure it was locked. She beamed at me with pride. "Okay, y'all, let's go see this dress." Chapter 2. "That is not the dress for you, Pepper." I stared at my grandmother, Betty Crapel, and could not believe the look of distaste on her face. My gown was simple and reminded me of something you'd see on Audrey Hepburn. "This is not a witch's wedding dress," Betty snapped. I could tell that Penny Poe, the dressmaker and shop owner, did her best not to scowl. "With all due respect," Penny said graciously, "this is the dress Pepper wanted." Betty harumphed. "But it's not a witch's dress." "No," Penny said slowly, "it isn't." I rubbed my forehead. Everything up until this point had gone great. I'd tried on the dress, Cordelia and Amelia had oohed and ahed, but Betty had been sour-faced ever since she laid eyes on it. "A witch's gown needs to be made of spider silk. It must reflect the witch's attitude, her behavior, everything about her." "Betty," I pleaded, "I like this dress." Fire burned in Betty's eyes. "You defeated one of the most evil and powerful witches alive. You will not wear," she gestured with disgust, "a plain Jane gown." Betty pulled out her pipe and gnashed it between her teeth. "Come on, Penny. We're going to find another dress." She tugged Penny through the rows of dresses in her shop. "Well," I mumbled, "I guess I don't get much of a say, do I?" "At least you get a say," Cordelia said. "Garrick's wanting to go away to the mountains together." "The mountains!" Amelia frowned. "What's wrong with that?" Cordelia glared at her. "Because I think it means he wants to ask me a big question. He wants to go to this exclusive witch lodge where they do all kinds of romantic things." "And that's bad?" Amelia said. "I've only been dating Sherman a few weeks, and he's been gone all that time. I wish we had time to do romantic things." Cordelia slapped her thigh. "Don't you get it? He's either going to ask me to move in with him or—" "Ask you to marry him?" I sighed dramatically and draped the back of my hand over my forehead. "Oh, the horror! The horror of having a man ask you to marry him." Amelia giggled. "You should get some perspective, Cordelia." Cordelia rolled her eyes and slumped into her seat. "The two of y'all don't get it." "No, I guess we don't," Amelia admitted. "But you don't understand that as much as I love my job, I wish it wasn't so dangerous, that it was easier to deal with, and that the objects weren't always so—" her gaze darted to her finger, "teethy." I started to laugh but stopped myself. Luckily, my phone pinged from my purse. Saved by the bell, I thought. I retrieved my phone and smiled to see Axel's name flashing across the screen. "Excuse me." I took my phone to the other side of the room where I could grumble in peace. "Hey," I cooed. His voice came through with just the right amount of husky. "Hey, beautiful. How's it going?" Every time Axel called me beautiful, I couldn't help but shudder with glee. What girl doesn't want to be called beautiful by her sweetie? I know I do, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. I glanced around the shop. I could hear Betty arguing with Penny in the back. Well, it's interesting, you could say. Tell me all about it. I sighed into the phone. I'd rather tell you when we're all curled up on your sofa and I've got a mug of hot chocolate in one hand. Sounds like a plan to me. But seriously, aren't you showing your family the dress today? Yes, that's the problem. Betty seems to think my dress is all wrong. Tisk, tisk. If you picked it, I'm sure it's perfect. Not according to her, I nearly growled. She said it isn't witchy enough or something. He laughed. Leave it to Betty to decide what you're going to wear. I swear, I said. Sometimes I think she should be the one planning this wedding. She made me pick black roses and lilies for the flowers because those are traditional flowers at a witch wedding. I groaned. I know she's my grandmother and that she means well, but I don't want my wedding to be overrun by her. The flowers were okay because they did have elements of red in them, but honestly, it's almost getting to be too much. My love, Axel said. You do what you need to about all this. If you don't like her choices, tell her. But it means so much to her. I could practically hear him shrug. Then let her have some things her way. We're going to be married forever, that's what's important. Not one day. Even though, he quickly added, it is important. It's not going to set the stage for the rest of our marriage. A sloppy smile spread across my face. Of course Axel was right. He always touted the best advice. I mean, I could let Betty have the flowers. I'd even try on whatever dress she wanted just to appease her. I could do it. No problem. I made a kissing sound. This is why I love you. You're right. Of course you are. Great. Now, get back in there and have fun. I'll see you tonight. Pick you up at 7? I smiled. Sounds perfect. We said our goodbyes and hung up. I turned to face my family and found Betty standing beside Penny, who looked horrified. Draped over Betty's hands and pooling on the floor lay a dress that looked to be made from spider silk, exactly what Betty had wanted. It was midnight black, gossamery and fluffy in all the wrong places. My grandmother shoved it toward me. Here, Pepper, try this on. Are you sure that's a traditional witch's dress? Betty scowled. It's made of the right stuff. Put it on. So I did. When I came out of the dressing room and took one look in the three-way mirror, I flinched, not even cringed. I felt like I was about to be assaulted by the dress I wore. Spidery wings flew out from my back. Yards of gauzy fabric was bunched on my rear end, and red streaks ran down the sides of the corset, billowing out in spirals on the skirt. Betty smiled proudly. Now that is a dress. I gaped. It's certainly a dress. I'm just not sure if it's my dress. My grandmother bristled. What do you mean? It's perfect. When a witch and a werewolf marry, it must be a spectacle. Don't you think it's enough of a spectacle that the audience will be filled with werewolves and witches? Cordelia pointed out smartly. No, I don't, Betty said. I tried to make my voice sound as nice as possible when I said, I'm just not sure it's for me. It's beautiful, I said to Penny so I wouldn't hurt her feelings, but I don't know that it's to my taste and style. Penny looked relieved. She placed a hand on my back, ready to unfasten me. "Let me just get you out of this." In a flash, Betty stood on my other side. "No, you won't. She needs to wear it for a few minutes. It'll grow on her." I seriously doubted Betty was right. "Betty, I think I'm going to stick with my other dress." From in front of me, Cordelia's phone rang. She glanced down at it and slumped. "Garrick trying to get me to go on a wonderfully romantic trip." Amelia sucked her finger where the book had nearly bitten through. "At least that's the worst of your problems. You don't have crazy objects to avoid." "You can find a new job," Cordelia argued. "You can find a new boyfriend," Amelia countered. Penny jerked me to one side. "This isn't the dress for Pepper. You heard what she said." Betty tugged me toward her. I was the rope, and they were playing tug-of-war. "And like I said, this will grow on her." "No, it won't," Penny argued. "Yes, it will," Betty demanded. I was beginning to feel like a puppet in all this. Like my ideas and wants didn't matter, at least not to my grandmother. She was acting like this was her wedding, which was absolutely not true. It started with the flowers, but now it had seeped into my gown. My wedding dress, for goodness sake. The one thing that I should be able to pick because it represented me and my taste. It should be mine, all mine. Axel understood that. Even my cousins understood that. I didn't understand why my grandmother didn't. "I just wish this was simpler," I heard Cordelia say. "I wish Garrick would let things evolve organically." "And I wish my job wasn't so dangerous," Amelia said. "This isn't the dress she wants," Penny snapped. "It will be," Betty shouted. Betty gave one hard yank at the same time that Penny did. A loud rip sounded, and the dress tore down the back. Penny gasped. Betty gaped. Frustration had mounted inside me. I fisted my hands together and said, "I wish this wedding wasn't even taking place." All gazes snapped to me. I immediately didn't mean it. Of course I wanted my wedding to take place. I wanted to marry Axel. But with the way Betty was acting, I'd much rather elope in Witch Vegas than deal with her. The room fell into silence. Betty dropped the half of the torn dress she held. "I'll see you at home," she said, and stormed out. Penny tisked. "It's a shame. This would be a perfect dress for someone, just not you." She helped me out of it. "I'll have the alterations on your gown made later this week if you want to return to try it on sometime. It only needs a little bit of taking in here and there." She smiled. "Then it will fit perfectly." Cordelia threw her arm around my shoulder. "Don't worry, cuz. It'll all be fine. Let's head on back to the house. I'm sure Betty has cooled off by now." We stepped outside, and the air chilled me. I rubbed my shoulders. "It feels like it dropped 20 degrees. Amelia pulled a sweater from thin air and wrapped it over her shoulders. "Sure does." I glanced up and down the street, but there was no sign of Hugo. Where'd my dragon go? I pointed to the spot where I'd left him. "He was right there like 20 minutes ago. Where is he?" Cordelia hacked a shoulder to her ear. "He probably followed Betty. Knowing her, she promised him food or something, and he couldn't resist." "It would be like her to ruin your fitting and then take your dragon," Amelia said. I frowned. What was up with that? Why was she so insistent on me wearing a completely different dress? Who knows? Amelia buttoned her sweater. "Maybe she just thinks that a witch needs to be married in a particular way." "I think she's proud of you," Cordelia said. "You practically defeated the head witch order on your own, and she wants to celebrate you by showing off what sort of witch you are." "But I'm also human." I could practically taste the cheese with my wine. "And that part of me wants as normal a wedding as possible." "Tell her." Amelia rubbed my shoulders. "What's the worst thing that could happen?" I stared at her. "Are you kidding? So many things." She laughed. "Yeah, you're probably right about that." We reached the house a few minutes later. I decided to walk in and talk to Betty about my concerns, let her know everything that was bothering me. We'd have a nice little chat, and in the end, all would be right in the world. "Here goes nothing," I said after petting Jenny, the guard vine. I pushed open the door and found Betty sitting in her rocking chair. "Girls, dinner's almost ready. You can unpack your things and tell me about your day." I smirked. Betty knew exactly about my day. I pegged my purse on the wall and sat across from her. "I don't know what that was back there at the dress shop, and I appreciate you trying to help me with my wedding dress, but I'm still human, and I want my dress to reflect that." Betty's eyes widened. "Pepper, what are you talking about?" I took her hand. "You know what I'm talking about. How you wanted me to try on the dress made of spider silk, and how you ripped it off me because you and Penny Poe got into a fight about what I should be wearing for my wedding." Betty shot Cordelia and Amelia a confused look. "Is your cousin feeling okay?" Cordelia snatched an apple from a bin and bit into it with a loud crunch. "Are you feeling okay? You're the one trying to take over her wedding." Betty yanked her hand from mine and rose. "What are y'all talking about?" Now it was my turn to shoot a confused look to my cousins. "We're talking about my wedding to Axel, the wedding I've been planning for months." Betty slapped the back of her hand to my forehead. I flinched. "Are you feeling okay?" "No fever," she murmured. Betty grabbed my arms and felt them. Seemed to be feeling fine. I pulled away. "Betty, what are you doing? I feel okay. I don't have a fever, and I'm not hallucinating any of this." I pointed toward the door. "Just 5 minutes ago, you made me put on a wedding dress constructed of spider silk for my wedding to Axel Reign. What's so crazy about that?" Betty's eyelids flared wide. "Pepper," she murmured, "are you sure you didn't hit your head?" I scoffed. "Of course I didn't hit my head. What are you talking about?" Betty's gaze drifted to my cousins, who looked just as perplexed as I felt. "You're not marrying Axel. Don't you remember? You broke up with him months ago." I laughed nervously. This was all too strange, all too crazy. "What do you mean I broke up with him? I didn't break up with Axel." She slowly nodded. "Yes, you did. You broke up with him so you could date Rufus Mays." I shook my head. "No." Betty grasped my shoulders. "Pepper, I don't know what's wrong with you, but you've got to start remembering. You are getting married soon, in 1 week, but you're not marrying Axel." My heart nearly stopped. My throat dried to a desert. My tongue was glued to the inside of my mouth. My heart drummed against my ribs and my voice shook. "Who am I marrying?" Betty's eyes filled with insistence. "You're marrying Rufus, your fiancé." I fainted. Chapter 3. I woke in my bed. Cordelia and Amelia both sat flanking me. I rubbed my eyes and laughed nervously. "Y'all, I had the craziest dream. It was so unreal. I imagined that I wasn't marrying Axel. Instead, I was marrying Rufus Mays. Isn't that wild?" But the sober expressions on my cousins' faces told me that it wasn't wild, and that in fact I wasn't dreaming at all. I had been situated smack dab in the middle of a nightmare, and all I wanted to do was call Axel. I wanted to pick up the phone and dial his number, but if what Betty had said was true, I'd dumped him. Oh gosh, this just got worse and worse. "Y'all," I pleaded, "please tell me something. Tell me what's going on." Cordelia pointed to Amelia. "The reality that we know is that you're supposed to marry Axel soon." Amelia nodded. "That's right." I punched my fists into the bed and sat up. I grabbed a couple of pillows and stuffed them hard behind me to support my back. When I sank onto them, I exhaled loudly. "Okay, so what the heck is going on?" Amelia fired off a stern look to Cordelia. "You tell her." Cordelia swallowed loudly and pulled something from her pocket. I immediately recognized it as that Fantasy Island stone. Heck, I didn't know its real name, and that seemed as good as any. I spoke slowly. Every word felt painful, as if saying them would hurt me. "Are you saying that somehow we triggered its magic?" Cordelia nodded. "I think so. The three of us at nearly the same time wished for different things. I wished that Garrick would let things evolve organically." Amelia frowned. "And I wished my job was less dangerous." I closed my eyes. "And I wished my wedding wasn't happening." I buried my face in my hands and moaned. "Oh, no! I did it. I wished I wasn't marrying Axel, but that isn't what I meant. I only wanted my life to be normal again and that Betty would butt out of my planning." I threw myself to the other side of the bed. "This is horrible, y'all. And I thought we'd really screwed up when we released the magic eater in town." Which was true. Not long ago, me and my cousins had unleashed a magic eater that had taken the life of Salt Swift. Our friend Sylvia Spirits had been the guilty party behind the entire fiasco. It had been a huge mess. I lifted my head and studied them. "I believe the sweet tea witches have outdone ourselves on this one. What are we in? An alternate dimension? Am I Bizarro Pepper?" Amelia threw back her head and laughed. "If you're Bizarro Pepper, then I'm Bizarro Amelia." Cordelia nibbled the corner of her mouth. "Even if we're trapped here, from what I understand, it can't last forever. We'll have to get out at some time." I flexed my fingers. "But I'm engaged to Rufus, engaged to be married within a week. If I marry him, then we'll have a wedding night." Amelia's lids flared with concern. "Whoa, that is bad." Cordelia shrugged. "Or good, however you want to look at it. I mean, you'd get the best of both worlds." I threw a pillow at her. "I'm not doing that with Rufus. I love Axel. Axel, who I apparently broke up with." I started to moan again, and then realized whining and crying wasn't going to do any good. The three of us were in a situation, one we desperately needed to fix, and fast. "We need a game plan." "First off," Cordelia said, "I don't think we should tell anyone what's going on. Just leave it. First, we'll sound crazy." "That is true," Amelia said. I snapped. "If we're in the same time, but just in a different reality, do you think Southern Wishes is open?" A spark lit in Cordelia's eyes. "I bet it is. I bet we could go there and talk to my dad, figure out how to return to our lives. Easy peasy." Driven by the possibility that we might be able to get out of this situation quickly, I nearly catapulted from the bed. "Great. So let's go there and see what we can dig up." Right then, my window lifted. The three of us turned, and I fully expected to see Matty the cat enter. Where was Hugo? I was starting to get worried about him. But instead of Matty jumping inside, a raccoon I'd never seen before in my life grabbed the windowsill and hoisted itself onto the floor. The raccoon stood and brushed himself off. His gaze drifted to the three of us, staring at him. "What? Do you want to take a picture? I'll pose for you." It spoke. Like, spoke where my cousins and I could easily understand it. Him. It sounded like a him. "Who are you?" I said. "Oh, very funny, Pepper." The raccoon pulled a pouch from around his waist and emptied it on the floor. "I found all this great stuff today. We can use it on that beauty spell you've been working on, the one for your wedding." He picked through the collection. "Let's see. I found a quail egg, 2 stones of quartz. Had to dive into the potion ponds for that one." He wagged a finger at me. "Let me tell you, the sprites who live in there were pretty ticked at me for invading their space. Little buggers almost bit my toes off. Oh, and I found an eagle's feather. Found the nest, actually, but you'll never guess where." He stared at me as if waiting for me to ask him where he found it. "Okay. Where?" "With the giants." He raised his hand to stop any protest. I know. You've told me before not to go there, but they live so high in the mountains. I knew that was the only place where we'd get the eagle's feather." He smiled and presented the beautiful golden brown feather. My gaze darted to it and then back to him. I shot my cousins a questioning look, and both of them responded with a shrug. They were no help. My mind whirled. There were so many dots I had to connect, lines to draw. But the first thing I had to know was who the heck the raccoon was. The raccoon gathered his cash and dropped it on my dresser. "You smell funny, Pepper. Have you been digging in trash?" I laughed. I smelled funny, that was rich. Here I was talking to a trash panda about scents. This from the creature who'd not only been swimming in the potion ponds, but who had also managed to scale the mountain up to the hillbilly giants who lived outside Magnolia Cove. "Well, actually," I said slowly, "I haven't been digging in trash, but a funny thing happened to me." He leaned against the wall and folded his arms. "What's that?" "Well, I've had a little bit of a memory issue." I pointed to Cordelia and Amelia. "So have they. It's crazy, but we're all feeling a little off, and to us everything seems a bit different." He cocked his head. "How different?" "Well, how to put this delicately? For one thing, I'm wondering, what happened to Maddie?" His gaze narrowed. "Maddie? The cat?" I snapped my fingers. "That's the one." He shook his head. "You don't remember?" I shrugged. "Call me crazy." The raccoon rubbed his forehead. "You must have been hit hard by something to not remember what happened to her." "You could say something like that happened." "I'm not sure how you could have forgotten," he said slowly, "but Maddie died." My chest constricted. My heart seized. "What? What do you mean?" He moved the trinkets around on the dresser, organizing them by size. "I really hate to go into it, but you remember Maddie died to save me, so that you and I could be together. It was okay. Maddie was okay with it. Remember?" I couldn't exactly say no, now could I? I cleared my throat and knuckled tears from my eyes. "Sure. Of course I remember. She died so we could be together." "And who are you?" I clenched my fists. All I wanted was to call Axel and cry on his shoulder. I wanted to beg him to make everything right. He had magic, a lot of magic, so much magic that maybe he could make all of this right. Maybe he could fix it. I had to get out of here. Luckily for me, Amelia must have seen the devastation on my face because she stepped up. "So, Mr. Raccoon." He cocked a brow. "Yes, Amelia? You want to challenge me to a game of checkers so you can lose?" An uncomfortable laugh escaped her lips. "No, not exactly. But that does sound like an interesting challenge." "It is, but only for me," he said. "I like watching you lose. Red bloomed on her cheeks. "I'm not sure about that." "I am," he said. Cordelia raised her hand to stop all the silly conversation. "Raccoon, what's your name? We've all forgotten. Can you just spill it?" Dead silence filled the room. The raccoon's gaze swept across us. "Now that I think about it, all of you smell different. What's going on?" I shrugged. "It's hard to explain." "I'll cater to you this time, but now you have me worried. Are you trying to get me to say my name so you can work a spell on me?" I shook my head. "Absolutely not." The raccoon slowly picked up the feather. "I don't believe you." Quicker than I could blink, the critter shot a stream of magic from the feather aimed straight at me. I jumped to the bed, barely dodging the magic. "Stop it!" "What'd you do with Pepper?" he yelled. "Where is she?" Another bolt of magic ripped through the room. This one was trained on Cordelia. She raised her hand and suspended the stream. I took aim at the raccoon and fired off a magic bubble at him. He turned to scamper back out the window, but my balloon caught him before he could escape. "I'm telling Betty," he yelled. "You'll never get away with this. What did you do with her? Where's Pepper? Wait until the town finds out who you are. You'll be strung up. You'll be drowned." I took a menacing step forward. "I am Pepper, and this is Cordelia and Amelia. We smell different because we're not from here." The raccoon's eyes widened for a split second before he burst into a cackle. "Oh, that's rich. You're Pepper, and you smell different because you're not from here? If you're not from here, where are you from?" "We made a wish," Cordelia explained, "asking for a different reality, sort of like in It's a Wonderful Life. Well, we've been given that different reality, and so we're here," Amelia said. The raccoon's laughter faded. He stared at us. Our sour expressions must have convinced him we were telling the truth, at least our truth as we knew it. "Oh, geez. You're telling me you made a wish, and now things as you know it are different?" I nodded. "That's why I didn't know what happened to Mattie. And, as sorry as I am to say it, I don't know who you are." The raccoon puffed up his chest. "You've gotten us into some crazy messes before, Pepper, but this takes the punch." "Don't you mean cake?" Amelia asked. "No, I mean punch. I don't like cake, so I wouldn't take any of that. But you give me a good bowl of punch, the kind where there's Sprite and ice cream in it, maybe some Jell-O, and I'm in absolute heaven." "Well, I wish I could say that this is a mess that you're in with me," I said, "but I'm afraid my cousins and I are in it together." "Well, for starters, you could drop me from this bubble." The raccoon pointed to his encasement. "That would be showing some goodwill." I realized he was right. Grimacing, I apologized. "Sorry, but you did attack us." "Well, I thought you were witches with a glamour on you. Either that or zombies. But it didn't smell like zombies." "Good to know," Cordelia said sarcastically. With a zap from my finger, the bubble disappeared and the raccoon dropped to the ground. He brushed himself off and straightened his back. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ratchet, and I am your familiar, Pepper Dunn. I would fight through thick and thin to help you or a member of your family." He eyed my cousins, though I'd prefer to fight for you. You never know what your cousins would make me do. I quirked a brow. "Is there a story there?" Ratchet shook his head. "No story, at least not yet. Now, what can I do for you?" I bent over and shook his paw. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Ratchet. Now, if you could tell me where Hugo is, that would be great." Ratchet scratched his chin. "Hugo? Who's that?" I frowned. "A baby dragon?" Well, he's not a baby anymore. He's big, getting bigger every day. I received him in the mail at the familiar store. A dragon egg? You sold it, Ratchet said. He grabbed his knapsack from the counter and tied it around his waist. You didn't keep the egg any longer than you had to. Panic spiked down my spine. This place was cuckoo. I'd sold Hugo, was engaged to Rufus, and I'd broken up with Axel. I needed to get out of here, and out of here fast. Tell us, Ratchet. Anything? I licked my lips and prayed his answer would be yes. Is there a store in town called Southern Wishes? Ratchet nodded. There sure is. I'll take you to it. Chapter 4. Let's see if we can get over there and fix all of this, Cordelia said. I thought you said the spell would wear off, Amelia argued. That our Fantasy Island experience would only last a few days. Cordelia nervously raked her fingers through her hair. What if I'm wrong? That would be a problem, Amelia admitted. My cousins and me, as well as Ratchet, headed outside. Betty was nowhere to be seen, probably in the kitchen fixing something to drink. That was good. I really didn't want to see her again and set off any alarm bells in her head. My cousins and I needed to lay as low as possible, not make any waves, or else people might think we'd lost our minds. Of course, we could explain there was a magical object involved, but the more my mind started to spin, I wondered what reality I was really in. Were we in our own reality and everything in it had changed, or were we in some sort of different dimension and these people really existed? Did Ratchet really live with a different Pepper? If that was the case, then I didn't want to upset their apple cart too much. The Pepper I had slipped into had picked Rufus as her husband, not Axel. If I started stomping around in her life and ruining things, like breaking things off with Rufus because I wanted to, then that might leave her with an unfixable, broken situation when she returned and I left. So you see, this situation wasn't nearly as simple as I hoped. We stepped through the front door and I walked smack dab into a man's chest. Oof! Arms shot out and wrapped around my shoulders. I've got you. Don't you worry. You're not going anywhere. The voice was familiar, soothingly familiar. Rufus. He steadied me, and I glanced up into his sparkling eyes. Rufus's dark hair was raked from his face softly as if he'd brushed it with his fingers. His eyes sparkled with tenderness, and the smile on his face offered me the world. I sucked air. I hadn't been this close to Rufus in weeks, and when I hadn't noticed his musky scent or felt his gentle touch. Sparks flitted down my arms to my fingers. Here I thought I was picking you up. Are you going to pick me up? He said, amused. Oh, crap. I really wish this Pepper had a calendar somewhere so I knew what was going on. Suddenly, my phone pinged. I pulled it from my pocket. Date with Rufus popped up on the screen. Well, apparently this Pepper did come with a calendar. Good thing for me. I smacked my head and laughed nervously. Oh, silly me. I'd almost forgotten. I waved the phone in front of him. Good thing I put it in here. How could you not have? Rufus said. This is a special night. My gaze flitted to my cousins. It is? Rufus glanced bashfully at my cousins. Are you all packed? A knot lodged in my throat. Packed? Rufus released my shoulders and traced a finger down my arm. We're going to the lake, remember? To give us a break before the week of festivities begins tomorrow? A knot jumped into my throat. A week? Rufus looked embarrassed. He probably was. His bride-to-be was suddenly questioning things that had probably been in place for months. He chuckled. Yes, a week. So we're going away for the night so you can rest up, remember? No, I didn't remember. So I need a bag. Rufus chuckled. You do. Cordelia grabbed my arm and lifted a finger. Can you give us a minute, Rufus? Pepper left her suitcase inside. We'll just go get it. She did? Amelia said. Cordelia kicked her. Oh, that's right. She did. Amelia pointed to Ratchet. He packed it for her. Put in lots of crazy things like ice packs. No idea why he'd do that. She scratched his head. Crazy raccoon. So we've got to fix it. Rufus bowed slightly and took a step back. Of course. I don't want to get in the way of cousins. Pepper, I'll just be here. The four of us retreated inside. I started to speak, but Cordelia motioned for us to return to my room. Amelia magicked us up there. I raked sweaty hands over my hair. What am I supposed to do? This is obviously a spending the night situation. Cordelia grimaced. You could suddenly get sick and not go. Amelia nodded. I'll give you a violent case of vomiting if you want. Ratchet stepped forward. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if you start acting funny, people will know something's off. If they found out you used a wish and are screwing with their emotions, well, I don't think you want to go around hurting people, do you? I cringed. I didn't want to hurt anybody, that was for sure. I looked at my cousins. My shoulders sank. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm going to have to go along with what the Pepper in this life already has planned. Let me get my things. They're in your closet, Ratchet said. You're already packed. In fact, I packed for you last night. I was suddenly quite appalled that a male raccoon would be going through my personal things. Seeming to sense my discomfort, Ratchet waved his hand. Don't worry, I didn't go through your underwear. You packed that. Good, I said, relieved. Tell you what, Ratchet said. If you want, I'll go with you. The offer was like being handed a golden apple. I so wanted him to come. But Rufus would suspect something strange if I suddenly brought my familiar to a romantic getaway. I rubbed his head. As much as I appreciate the offer, I have to do this on my own. It'll be fine. Cordelia nodded curtly. While you're away, Amelia and I will try to figure out what we can about what happened exactly, and when we can get back. And figure out what's changed in our lives, Amelia said. We all made wishes. Pepper can't be the only one with a rewritten life. I nodded. Keep Ratchet with you. He may be able to help. I turned to him. You will help, won't you? He scratched behind his ear. Of course. I'll do whatever I can. I smoothed my shirt, trying to get rid of the sweat that still soaked my palms. I lashed a huge smile to my face and ignored the feeling of eels swimming in my stomach. Okay, time to go. Everything okay? Rufus asked when we were settled in the car. And when I say car, I meant limousine that he had obviously hired. Oh, yeah, I said. Everything's great. Sorry, there were just a few things I'd forgotten to pack. Rufus studied me. I could practically feel his eyes probing me for the truth. He was comfortable as heck around me, but I hadn't been around him in ages. I didn't know what had bonded us, how exactly we'd gotten together. How far is the drive? I asked. A mischievous smile curled on his lips. We'll be there shortly. With that, a magical cloud enveloped the car, and after a pop that made the vehicle sound like it was being broken and put back together, the sound of crunching steel and cracking plastic, The trees that lined the road leaving Magnolia Cove disappeared. Rufus took my hand. Jumbled nerves snaked up my arm. Rufus kissed my palm, and his eyes took on a seductive look. I've been waiting all week for this. I've had so many client calls to deal with, and all I've wanted was to escape to the mountains with you. What was I supposed to say? I couldn't lie to him about my feelings, and being with him felt like a betrayal to Axel. But at the same time, this Rufus believed I loved him. I'd already broken Rufus's heart once. I couldn't do it again. That wouldn't be fair. So I figured the best thing was to dodge his statement about wanting to spend time with me. What clients? He waved dismissively. Oh, you know. I made a protection amulet for Patrice Potts, and of course I didn't do it right. And then I made a vampire ward for Wilhelmina Wallace, but she said she'd requested a werewolf ward instead. He shook his head and sighed, relaxing onto the bench. All I know is that I couldn't wait to hold you. Then, in a flash, Rufus tugged me to him. I fell onto his chest, and before I knew it, his arms were wrapped around me. My heart fluttered. Oh, I gently untangled myself. Wow. Well, that sounds horrible about Mrs. Potts and Mrs. Wallace. Rufus's expression fell. I pretended to fix my hair. And I can't tell you how excited I am to be spending tonight here alone with you two. I walked my fingers up his arm. We're going to have a great time. My stomach nodded. The voice inside my head screamed at me, Betraying Axel! You are betraying Axel! I forced a smile and settled back into the seat. Rufus ran his fingers through my hair. I closed my eyes to avoid any sort of confrontation. We're here, he whispered in my ear. I blinked and gasped. The limo crested over a hill, and blue crystalline water shimmered in the sunlight. A mountain lodge lay up a winding hill to our right. Large, spacious windows revealed a cavernous hearth, with a roaring fire, lots of furs and skins, and even antler chandeliers. Wow, this place is definitely romantic. There's a hot tub in the room, Rufus murmured. My eyes widened. Oh, great, but I'm starving. Rufus took my hand. I've got it all planned out. After we checked in and dropped our luggage in our room, there was only one bed, by the way. Rufus escorted me through the lodge to a restaurant that overlooked the lake. The water looked almost golden. A rock island sat in the center while boats motored by. A woman sunbathed on the rock. She waved at the passing boats. Is that a mermaid? Rufus snaked his arm around my waist. It is. Want to meet her? I shook my head. No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure. Rufus eyed me curiously. That's why you wanted to come here, remember? Because they have mermaids and other fantastical creatures? Oh, silly me. I laughed. I'd forgotten. I just need some food. My blood sugar is low. After we'd ordered, and I did my best not to chug my glass of wine, I propped my chin on my palm. So, I said, trying to figure out a way to make it through this night, tell me about us. Rufus straightened in his chair. A smile quirked his lips, and I instantly remembered why I'd felt anything for him in the past. The air of confidence he held, mingled with a little bit of refined danger, made Rufus a creature all his own. Tell you about us? His brow arched with interest. Feeling nostalgic, are you? I traced my finger across the tablecloth. You could say that. We're getting married. I want to know about that. I like to relive it. Remind me of how we got together and the events that happened after." He smiled, and the corners of his eyes crinkled. "You want to know? Okay. I knew I loved you from the moment I first saw you." I balked. "You mean the day you attacked me?" Which seemed like a lifetime ago. Rufus nodded. "Are you kidding?" He shook his head. "Wish I was. I wanted your power, as you know." He chuckled uncomfortably. "But once I got to know you, everything changed. For me. You took some convincing, but you know that." "Right. But I wanted more information, more in-depth stuff about what exactly had happened that would make me dump Axel." Axel. A spear of pain ripped through my heart. I shoved it aside. I mean, seriously. Since I wasn't with my cousins, helping figure out how to get out of here, I could at least find out what had transpired. But I know what happened from my perspective. What I want to know, from your perspective, is how it all played out." "Well?" Rufus paused as the server appeared to deliver our food. Once everything looked fine, he continued. "If I'd never gotten hurt when the head witch order arrived, we'd never be together. I never would have told you my true feelings about you." I nodded. "I remember. You were hurt." "Badly. And of course I started babbling about my feelings, and that was when you kissed me." I dropped my fork. It clattered onto the plate. I jumped. "Sorry," I murmured. "That's right, I kissed you." "That's when you confessed your true feelings." I nodded dumbly. "But the head witch order only came to Magnolia Cove." "5 months ago," Rufus said. My jaw dropped. In my world, the head witch order had arrived much, much later. Only a couple of months ago, and here Rufus was telling me that in his world everything was different. That was when I dumped Axel. My phone buzzed and I squealed, frightened by the intrusion. "Oh, sorry." I glanced at the screen. Cordelia flashed. I slipped from the chair. "I'll be right back." I crossed to the windows far enough away where Rufus couldn't hear me. Night was descending quickly. The mermaid had dipped down below the surface, and lights flickered on, illuminating a walking path. "What do you know?" I didn't wait for an answer. "Please tell me we can get out of here tonight. There's only one bed in the room." "This isn't going to be that easy," Cordelia said. "Why not?" She sighed. "My dad is doing some research." My hopes plummeted. "Oh no, it's that bad?" "It's that bad." I jabbed my toe into the tile floor. "Great. Well, I can't do anything until tomorrow. Or should I leave? Tell Rufus I've got to go now." "No, stay where you are. Keep with the plan." I exhaled. "Okay, I'll call you when I get back." I hung up and sauntered back to Rufus. "Sorry, Cordelia's got some stuff going on." He arched a brow. "Doesn't she always?" "Yeah, right. She's the most drama-free person I know." Rufus stopped. "Cordelia, you must be joking." I twirled my fork absently, remembering I had not one freaking clue what the Cordelia in this reality was like. Yes, I was kidding. You know me, always joking. Rufus wiped his napkin over his mouth and smiled. His eyes filled with love and kindness. He'd come so far from the Rufus I'd originally met. Part of me wished I could make him happy, but that wasn't my place. "So," he said in a husky voice. "Yes?" "Ready to go upstairs?" My stomach pretzeled. I swallowed a knot in my throat and croaked out, "Sure." Chapter 5 The best and most plausible thing I could do was pretend to be exhausted. Really, it was the only chance I had of making it through the night alone with Rufus. As soon as he got back to the room, Rufus shucked off his shirt. I couldn't help but stare. Not once, not ever had I seen Rufus without his shirt on. I figured he was built, fit, and trim, and I hadn't been wrong. He was lean and cut. Rufus possessed the muscles of someone who worked for them, not a man who spent time at the gym creating biceps from machines. His arms were chiseled and hard, his stomach taut, and a boulder could have rested on his shoulders. "Have you been photoshopped?" The words fell from my mouth before I could stop them. I grinned, embarrassed. Red bloomed on his cheeks. Apparently I wasn't the only person who was embarrassed. "No, I'm afraid not." Dark hair brushed his shoulders, and for a moment I understood an inkling of why this pepper might have chosen him over Axel. Not that I would, ever, but I got it. Rufus extended his hand to me. I'd already screwed up. I hadn't yawned and made a big deal about being so ridiculously tired. Maybe if I just collapsed on the floor, that would be okay. Without thinking, my hand slipped over his, and he slowly pulled me toward him. Rufus wrapped his arms around my waist. He brushed a rogue strand of hair from my eyes and smiled. "In all my life, I never thought I'd find someone as beautiful and accepting as you." My fingers dug into his smooth flesh. He was real. Rufus was absolutely real, and here, and every thought I'd shoved away about him burned bright and hot in my head. "You, Pepper Dunn, you saved me," he whispered in my ear. His breath tickled my neck, and I shivered. "If it wasn't for you, there's no telling where I'd be." I laughed nervously. "You'd probably still be right here." He shook his head. A dark intensity flared in his eyes. In them I saw the depth of his love for me, and the passion that went with it. "No, I wouldn't be. I think if you'd rejected me, then I might have turned back to the other side. I couldn't have watched you go on with the wolf. It hurt me too much." "But that's not true. I think you're dating my cousin, Carmen." His eyebrow arched. "What?" "I mean, you might have ended up with Carmen. Might have. I don't know that for a fact, obviously, but clearly that didn't happen. I mean, you're standing half naked in front of me, remember? Right. In front of me, not Carmen." I untangled myself from him. "Wow. What I wouldn't give for a glass of sweet tea. Do you have any jelly beans in your pocket?" Axel, bless him, always had jelly beans in his pocket. He even stored some at his house for me. I secretly thought he might have an entire barrel filled to the brim in his basement, but I'd never seen it. Didn't mean it didn't exist, though. I had my suspicions. Rufus's hands fell to his sides. "I thought you gave them up." I laughed. "Jelly beans? You've got to be kidding." "Well, that and sugar. You're not drinking sweet tea right now." "What?" I nearly pounced on Rufus and called him a liar. "What are you talking about?" "You cut sugar for the wedding, darling. Don't you recall?" "No, I do not recall." I fisted my hand to my hip. "Why would I do that?" He wrapped me up again. "To be healthier." Rufus grazed his finger down my jaw. I stiffened slightly. His eyes narrowed. "Are you feeling okay? You seem off tonight." I nodded, waving away his concern. "Yes, I'm fine. Of course I am. It's just the wedding and everything. There's so much to do, so much to work on, all this stuff. It's a lot. There's no Axel, no Hugo, no Maddie. Lord knew what else was missing from my life." "Everything will be fine," he said soothingly. "Everything. Just relax." Rufus smiled, and I couldn't help but let some of the tension roll from my shoulders and melt away. But there was still one thing that worried me. "Since you've got so much going on, why don't we just relax?" Rufus offered, nodding to the bed. "No pressure, just cuddle and get some rest." I nearly shouted with relief. But there was still the cuddling part I had to deal with. I don't know if I've ever told you this, but I tend to throw my arms and legs out when I sleep. Boy, you'd better be careful. I might hit you in the jaw. It would be accidental, of course, I quickly added, but be warned. Rufus smirked in amusement. He dropped his volume, making his voice husky. "I'll take my chances." Then he kissed me. Before I could avoid it, before I could shy away, Rufus Mays planted his lips on me. Every cell in my body was prepared to hate every moment of it. Every cell. But I think all the confusion that had dwelled between us, or in me, for so long, was finally able to burst out. What I'd buried, the feelings I thought were dead and gone, still lingered in the back of my mind, and I found myself kissing Rufus back. I'm not going to lie and say I completely enjoyed it. My mind was torn. My body was confused, but I will say this. Rufus Mays can kiss, y'all. His touch was gentle and kind, never pushing me, only asking and waiting for my response. Part of me thought that at least now I would know what I'd missed out on in my life. I would know what it felt like to be held by him, to feel my lips brush against his soft ones, to experience his strong arms wrapped around me, and feel the heat of his body consume me, and know the rhythm of his heart as it drummed against me. I broke the kiss first. I pulled back and stared into Rufus's eyes, and I understood why this Pepper had chosen him, why he fulfilled her. But I wasn't this Pepper. I was me. I ran my hands down his arms and laced my fingers through his. "I don't know about you, but I'm whipped." He nodded. "Then let's go to bed." We lay beside each other, fully clothed, I might add, and talked. "Do you feel bad for Axel?" I said. "I feel bad for what I did to him." Rufus lay on his side. One hand was propped up by his head, the other tucked under the pillow. Moonlight streamed in through the curtains. Other than that, the room was pitch dark. The light spilled onto his face, and his skin nearly glowed from it. He was ridiculously handsome. "Feel sorry for the wolf?" Rufus shrugged. "I don't know why I would. All's fair in love and war. Of course, after you broke up with him, he didn't help himself much." What did that mean? The hair on the back of my neck stiffened to attention. "Oh, yeah, that's true. But exactly what do you mean?" Seriously, I sounded like I'd been hit over the head and lost my memory. Rufus was going to think I was mental if I kept asking elementary questions about our lives. He groaned. "Are you seriously asking me to talk about how your ex-boyfriend went crazy and nearly sacked half the town?" My jaw dropped. "What?" "I mean, no, you don't have to talk about that." "Good," Rufus murmured, "because it took you and the entire police department to calm him down. He went away for a while, which was good." I silently urged Rufus to continue. "But he's okay. Not mental anymore." Rufus sighed. "Can we not talk about this, please? We have so many other things to focus on. There's practically a dinner every night this week, and the people who are coming in to meet you, it's going to be a whirlwind. So many higher-ups." I laughed. "That's funny. I mean, I get that our wedding is a big deal, but why would so many want to meet us? Why would important people be coming?" "You're kidding, right?" Rufus pressed the flat of his hand to my forehead. "Are you feeling all right?" I swatted him away. "Yes, I told you, it's just all this stress." He dropped onto his back and sighed. "That's a relief. I mean, it's not every day you get nominated to the High Witch Council." My breath hitched. "You mean it's not every day you get nominated?" Rufus's head turned sharply toward me. "Very funny. It's not me they want, and you know that. They want you." "Wow. I'll be so busy with the store and the council, how will I do it all?" "You can't. I thought you'd decided that." "But what if my decision was wrong? And what decision did I make, anyway?" "We talked about it so much. It'll be fine." Rufus reached for me and threaded his fingers through mine. "Selling Familiar Place is the best thing you could do." I shot up. "I'm selling it?" Rufus propped up on one elbow and shot me a quizzical look. "Maybe you need to get some rest." I slowly sank back onto the mattress. "But I love that store." "But, darling, you can't do everything. Besides, you'll find a wonderful person to sell it to, I'm sure." He took my hand again and gave me an encouraging smile. "Together. That's how we're going to do things, right? We work together." "Right," I mumbled. "Together." I decided this world was a real whack job. Seriously, why would I sell Familiar Place? Was it because of the fallout from Axel? "And once we move out of Magnolia Cove, things will get easier. Everything you're dealing with will be better." He grazed his knuckles over my arm. "I promise." Things I was dealing with? What the heck could those be? Right. There's just been so much craziness since... He nodded, his eyes full of sympathy. "I know. It's all been a lot for you to deal with, but..." He kissed me and spoke, his lips brushing mine with a sensuality that sent a flash of desire straight through me. "When it's all over, when everything is said and done, you'll feel better about your decisions. I know it." I eased back as I didn't want him to think I was rejecting him. Of course. Rufus tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. "So, is that why you took Cordelia's call away from the table?" "Sorry?" "I'm surprised you're talking to her at all." "Why would you say that?" Rufus rubbed his chin. "I mean, after the whole fallout. I thought you'd written her off. You didn't say anything to me about the two of you making up." "Thank you for helping me out with this one, Rufus." "Oh, well, I just figured life is too short, right? You can't hold on to grudges. It'll give you an ulcer." "That's true, but she's the whole reason you're leaving Magnolia Cove." He quirked a brow. "Oh, I remember. I totally remember." A smile traced his lips, and Rufus grabbed my hand and kissed it before falling onto his back. "I guess it doesn't matter, does it? As long as everyone is happy, that is. You were angry at her for a while. I'd heard you. I never did understand why she was so angry when you dumped Axel until..." My heart drummed. Sweat poured down my temples. Until what? Until what, darn it? I had to stop myself from shaking it out of Rufus. "But she did accuse you of betraying him. I guess that's where all the bad blood started. She only suffers me because I'm about to be in the family, but once you and I are married..." His gaze darted to mine. "All these relationships will be easier to deal with. After all, we'll be happily married." I smiled, though my stomach nodded. "We will. And Cordelia and Axel will probably be engaged. Officially." Chapter 6. It was official. I hated this town, this life, this me. I barely slept that night as thoughts of how our lives had gotten so screwy seeped into me. Cordelia and Axel engaged? How had that happened? I nearly smacked my forehead. How had any of it happened? From a wish gone psycho, that's how. Rufus delivered me home safe and sound. He kissed my hand like a gentleman, which he was, and smiled. "See you tonight." I entered the house, and Cordelia immediately swooped down on me. We both spoke at the same time. "I'm dating Axel. You're dating my fiancé." We looked at each other, and both of our shoulders sagged. "This is something," I said. "It's a pickle," she added. I glanced around the house looking for signs of my grandmother. "Is Betty here?" She shook her head. "No." I sank onto the couch. "Thank goodness." Amelia entered from the kitchen with a sandwich. "I haven't decided if we should tell her or not. Maybe we should let her know." Cordelia and I exchanged a charged look. If Betty found out, she might be more upset about the fact that we're basically imposters than we are her grandchildren. I jerked my chin to Cordelia. "How'd you find out about Axel?" "We ran into him," Amelia said with her mouth full. "He walked up and hugged her and asked her about their date." A spear of jealousy stabbed me. "You're not allowed to sleep with him." She threw up her hands. "I don't want to. What I want to know is, where's Garrick? He's who I want to be with." "Should have thought about that before you made that wish," Amelia retorted. Cordelia looked like she wanted to set our cousin's hair on fire, which she probably did. I flared out my arms. "Okay, let's first get things settled. What about the wishing amulet, or whatever it is? What did you find out?" Now it was Amelia and Cordelia's turn to exchange a look. "We'll take you to the store," Cordelia said. "It's the easiest way to understand." Amelia snorted. "If you understand at all." "I thought your dad had to do research," I said. "He did that," Cordelia replied. "Gave us a theory." The front door opened, and Ratchet walked in with a knapsack over his shoulder. "I found a prize today." "What's that?" I said. "Found a whole nest of honeypot ants. You know, the kind where their stomachs swell with food and they regurgitate it for the young." Sounded disgusting. "No." He rolled his eyes. "Of course you don't. The Pepper I know would know all about that. Anyway, it's one of the ingredients on your list for the wedding." He settled the sack on the floor and pulled out a jar filled with a golden liquid. "Looks like honey." "Tastes better." Hard to believe. "Okay. Well, that's great. Anyway," I glanced at Amelia and Cordelia, "we need to get going to the wish shop so I can hear all this craziness that no one can explain." Ratchet pointed to Amelia. "I'm surprised Betty hasn't come for you." Amelia chewed a bite of her sandwich. "Why?" "Because that's your job." Amelia shook her head in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "Your job. You work with Betty, catching pesky magical creatures. From what I gathered, a whole mess of stinky skinks hatched out a little while ago. Betty wants to make sure they don't screw with Pepper's pre-wedding dinner tonight." "Yes, because that's the worst thing that could happen," I said sarcastically. "For your information, the stinky skinks are super stinky. They could ruin your meal, and tonight's important." I sighed and shook my head. "I get it. This entire week is important because of my marriage. I get it." Ratchet rubbed his whiskers. "Okay. Well, since you, Pepper, from a different place, knows it all, just ignore me in my attempt to help you out." "I'm not trying to ignore you. It's only a dinner. Rufus filled me in on other stuff, High Witch Council and all that, so it's not like I'm going in blind." He shrugged as if the conversation bored him. "Like I said, don't mind me, but if you want someone to explain the nuances of things you might not know, I'm your guy." Ratchet was right. I needed him, and I didn't need to take out my frustration on my familiar, even if I didn't know anything about him. "Sorry." I rubbed my eyes. "This whole thing is emotionally exhausting." "You're telling me." The raccoon eyed me sadly. "You're telling me." "But anyway, you were saying?" I prodded, a big smile on my face. I was telling you that the week is important because you're doing all the traditional witch rituals. When a witch and wizard marry, they can choose to do traditional rituals or non-traditional. I nodded. I'm doing non-traditional. A lot of the traditional stuff seemed a little weird to me. Wrong, Ratchet corrected. You are completing the traditional rituals. Each night, a ceremony is performed that brings you and Rufus closer together. It ensures a strong emotional bond between the two of you. Worry spiked in me. What do you mean, ensure a strong emotional bond? It links the two of you so that by the time the wedding happens on Saturday, your union will become unbreakable. My mind tried to process what exactly Ratchet meant. Our bond would be unbreakable. But surely that didn't apply to me. I mean, I was only here because of a wish. So we'll, be serious soulmates or something, I joked. That's the plan. He scratched his head. And why aren't you doing this wherever you're from? I shrugged. Because Axel and I will be mated. That will be all the bond we'll need. Ratchet rolled his eyes. Right. Amelia brushed crumbs off her hands. Well, since apparently I've got to go catch stinky skinks before Betty has a heart attack that I'm not with her, I guess I'd better get going. My gaze landed on Cordelia. I'm following you to the shop. She nodded. Come on. Ratchet, you coming with us? Ratchet nodded. I'll come. You might need my expertise to guide you through the town. There's no telling what all's different for you. I wasn't sure if he was being sarcastic or not, but I took his words sincerely. All right, come on. I gestured to my neck. Do you ride on me or anything? Piggyback? Lady, I don't do piggyback on anyone. Okay, then. We opened the door and stepped onto the porch. Garrick Young stood at the other end, a slow smile spreading across his face. I glanced at Cordelia. Was Garrick here for her? That wasn't possible, was it? Cordelia was dating Axel. Why was Garrick here? Everything okay? I said. He tipped his hat. Pepper, Cordelia. But his eyes remained on Amelia. Amelia, unconcerned, waved. Hey, Garrick. Then, before I had a chance to blink, Garrick strode over, wrapped Amelia in his arms, swung her around, and planted a huge kiss on her mouth. Baby, are you a sight for sore eyes? Amelia, shocked, stared at Garrick, her fingers on her lips. Cordelia's mouth dropped to the wooden planks that covered the porch, while I stood, wondering what other screwy thing this world could throw at us. I mean, we'd already seen quite a lot. You ready for our date? Garrick said. Amelia wiggled from his arms. No. Wait, date? Yeah, Ratchet said. The two of you have a date, remember? Why is it the raccoon has to keep up with everyone's social calendar? I don't have time for this. I've got my own life to work on. But no, nobody knows what's going on here, and everyone needs me to help. Oh, Garrick. Amelia stepped back. So great to see you, she said nervously. But I've got to go help Betty with some stinky skinks, Ratchet offered. She snapped her fingers. Stinky skinks, that's right. Pesky little creatures. Apparently I've got to. She searched Ratchet for an answer. He complied. Get rid of them by shooting anti-skink pellets into the bushes around the ceremony. Right. She pointed at the raccoon. That. I've got to do that. Garrick ran his fingers down her arms. You sure you don't have time for me? Your love bug? Give me a break, Cordelia whispered. Who is that guy? Did he get hit on the head? Yeah, by love, Ratchet said. That's what happened after you broke up with him. She rolled her eyes. I knew Cordelia was fuming inside. like seriously fuming about Garrick and Amelia. Part of me wanted to laugh, and not in a way that suggested all of this was humorous, more in a maniacal, I can't believe this sort of way. My laugh would sound like the sort you hear a person in an insane asylum emit. Yes, I stood on a cliff and was about to plummet right on over. Amelia kindly told Garrick she had other things to do. His face dropped into a sad, puppy dog expression. I'll miss you, love bug, but I'll see you at dinner. Save me a seat. He went in for one more kiss, and Amelia dodged it. She placed her hands on his arms and said loudly, "Not in public. You know how I feel about public displays of affection." Garrick pouted. You usually love them. Amelia looked at an invisible watch on her wrist. Oh, look at the time. Gotta go. She raced around him and scampered down the stairs, leaving Garrick standing on the porch, a confused expression gracing his face. I waved goodbye to Garrick, and we joined Amelia on the sidewalk. Dear Lord, that was crazy, Amelia muttered. Welcome to Crazy Town, Ratchet said. A place made of your own wishes. Don't remind us, Amelia said. Here's the thing. I didn't wish to date Garrick. Happened after Cordelia broke up with him, Ratchet explained. The poor guy was heartbroken. Amelia was there for him. What about Sherman? She said. Sherman Oaks? Ratchet asked. The wizard from the Head Witch Order? That's the one. He shook his head. Nothing happened. We passed the park alongside Bubbling Cauldron. A bush shook and trembled. I threw out my hand, ready to attack whatever lay inside, but a moment later, a head of curly hair popped out. Betty jumped from the bushes. She wore camouflage from head to toe. She'd smeared black shoe polish on her cheeks and had crowned her head in twigs and leaves. I nearly died laughing. Don't you make fun of me, she snapped. It's because of you I'm going after those skinks. Her gaze landed on Amelia. And I thought you were coming to help already dressed. Considering I don't even know what to do, I'd say I'm doing good just showing up. Betty cocked a hand behind her ear. Huh? I couldn't hear you. Amelia shook her head. Never mind. What do you need me to do? First, put on camouflage, and then jump in these bushes with me. And I really wanted this more than a job at the vault, she asked the heavens. How is that even possible? The vault? Betty cackled. You got fired from the vault, remember? No one will hire you except for me. Amelia's chin dropped to her chest. Of course they won't, she sighed. Okay. Show me what I need to do. I waved at Amelia. We'll catch up with you later. I followed Cordelia and Ratchet down the street. I wondered why Cordelia and Amelia had been so reluctant to share with me what they'd learned. That idea sprinkled my thoughts when an awfully familiar Land Rover came to a halt beside us. My heart drummed against my ribs, sweat flooded my brow, and I could practically hear the blood rushing in my ears. The vehicle stopped, and the door opened. Out stepped Axel, looking every bit as handsome as he was when I saw him only 2 days ago. He wore a collared, short-sleeved cotton shirt that hugged his biceps and blue jeans that accentuated his thighs. He'd shorn his hair. It was longer on top and clipped on the sides. His piercing blue eyes stole my breath. And he stole my heart when he strode right past me and embraced Cordelia. She returned the hug awkwardly, as she should have, but that didn't stop Axel from planting a kiss on her forehead. "Ah, here we go," Ratchet murmured. I rolled my eyes. "Hey, Axel." I wasn't going to stand by and let my real fiancé not talk to me. I couldn't have that. His blue eyes darted to mine. Behind them I saw hesitation and a thick, hard wall. "Hey, he said coolly, which meant he was still hurt. As much as I hated to think it, I was relieved. If Axel had completely moved on, I would have been crushed. Seriously crushed. Like, to the point where I would question our entire relationship. It would kill me to think that Axel had moved right on along to be with my cousin, which was basically exactly what I had done to him. Yes, I realized that, but it wasn't as if I'd lived through it. I sat on the tail end of this storm and was doing the best I could to hold on tight. "Big night tonight," Axel said. I nodded. "Yep, sure is." We stared at each other before he dragged his gaze to Cordelia and kissed the top of her head. "Can't wait. I'll pick you up at 7, okay?" "Okay," she murmured. And before she had a chance to say anything else, he pulled her into a kiss. A deep, hot kiss that made my blood turn to fire, my toes curl, and my hands fist to stones. I nearly shot a stream of magic at Axel and hurled him out of Magnolia Cove. He strode away, climbed into his SUV, and motored down the road. "Well, that's the way to make an entrance," Ratchet murmured. I glared at him. "One more word, and I'll put a mute spell on you." The raccoon raised his hands. "Don't mind me. Come on, let's get to the store." Chapter 7. I was still steaming when we entered Southern Wishes. I sucked in a breath as soon as we entered. Whoa, this place is different. The antiques and prisms had been replaced with large vases full of flowers, potted plants, and scrolling iron-backed chairs. The place smelled of sandalwood and citrus. The scents made me want to curl into a ball and take a nap. "It looks like you're about to have a tea party," I said. "Apparently this is my touch," Cordelia said. "We sit with clients and discuss their wishes with them. Let me see if my dad is here. Have a seat." I sat in the chair while Ratchet paced. "You going to sit?" "Oh, thanks," he said tersely. "I don't like all this frou-frou stuff. I'm good, right where I am." I'd been waiting a few minutes when Cordelia and her father Morgan entered. Morgan, tall and fit, smiled widely. Lines molded into his forehead, and his cheeks were hollow underneath. This Morgan was thinner than his counterpart in our world, but even though his face was gaunt, his eyes glittered with intelligence. He motioned for Cordelia to sit, and he pulled up another chair. Morgan unfolded the cloth from the engraved sandstone. "You'll have to forgive my daughter for not telling you exactly what is going on," Morgan started. I frowned, confused. "What do you mean?" "I asked her and Amelia to bring you here. It is a complicated issue to explain, so I thought it best to tell you myself." I started to feel as if there was some secret mission going on behind my back. Cordelia telling me her dad needed to do research, and now Morgan saying that he'd asked Cordelia to bring me here, made my hackles rise. As if the entire charade wasn't confusing enough, time to add on one more element, I thought bitterly. Morgan patted my hand. "There is a lot here, a lot that has to be explained, gently." And what was I, a 3-year-old who couldn't understand simple American? I could understand, thank you very much. I scowled. "Then start explaining. It doesn't have to be gently, not to me, but I have to know what is going on, what exactly we have to do to return to our world, for lack of a better way of putting it." Morgan nodded in understanding. He magicked up an iced tea service and poured a glass for each of us. Ugh, I really wished right about now that I had jelly beans. I mean, seriously, I wanted jelly beans more than anything. Why the heck would I have been foolish enough to give up sugar before my wedding? That was when I needed sugar the most, obviously. Morgan handed me my tea. "Yours is unsweetened, right?" What? Did the entire town know my business? This Magnolia Cove was way too close for my comfort. "No, I'll take it with sugar, thank you." He nodded and tapped the glass, which I assumed meant he'd added a healthy dose of sweetener to it. I sipped my tea, which was barely sweet enough, and settled the glass down. What I wouldn't give for jelly beans. Now, I hooked my hands around one knee. "Tell me the finer details of this wish." Morgan cleared his throat. His gaze darted to the stone in unease. That was not a good sign, y'all. Not at all. He picked up the stone and suspended it between two fingers. "The magical wishing stone you have, as you've guessed, listened to your wishes and placed you here, in this reality, which from what your cousins have told me is completely different from your own." My foot bobbed up and down. "Yes, we've gone over this part. Can we just get to the good stuff?" "Yes, this place is completely different. We're all dating different people, have different jobs. I have a completely different familiar. One that's better," Ratchet said. My gaze cut to him, and the raccoon winked at me. I directed the conversation back to Morgan. "How do we get back?" "That depends," he said slowly. Not the answer I was looking for. "On what?" "On you." I studied him. "If it depends on me, then I want to go back now, to my life." Morgan's head slowly ticked to one side.
"It's not that simple."
"Of course it isn't," I grumbled. "You got that right," Ratchet added. My uncle smiled kindly.
"The stone granted your wish, and now you get a chance to experience your desire. From the stone's perspective, it gave you what you wanted, and in return it expects certain things."
I almost didn't even want to ask. "What sort of things?"
"For you to appreciate what you've been given, for one. For you to live as this other self for a few days, at the least."
"So I need to be grateful that it granted me the wish?"
"Right. You said you wanted something else. Now's your chance to experience it. If you live within the wish and fully embrace it, you should be back in your own world in no time. Because you've given this life a chance, but still, in your heart, ache for the other."
I slowly digested what he was saying. Morgan was simply telling me to roll with it, basically. Roll with the good and bad of this reality. "Okay," I finally answered. "I've lived in this life, and I ache for my real one." I slapped my thighs. "I'm ready to return now." He smiled.
"You'll be here close to a week, at my guess."
Panic clamored up my throat. "I'm supposed to be married by then. Not in my world, but in this one. I'm supposed to be married." I stared at the simple stone. Does this wishing stone want me to marry someone else? To do that? Morgan hiked a shoulder to his ear.
"I can't answer that, but I can tell you this. The stone put you here for a reason. If at the end of your journey your heart is still not in this place, you will be returned to your own life. But you have to at least try this one."
I rubbed the heels of my hands into my eyes. This is so bad. I can't get married. That would mean I officially cheated on my fiancé back in our world. My gaze darted to the stone. "What do you want from me? From any of us?" Cordelia squeezed my shoulder. "It wants us to try. We asked for something else, and the stone wants us to try to our fullest, to accept what we've been given." Why fight? Why throw punches if it wasn't going to do any good? I slid my hands down my thighs. "Okay, I'll try. I'll embrace this life for 1 week. See what my life could have been. But I know where my heart is. I directed at the stone. You're not going to change my mind about that.
Aren't we forgetting something?
Ratchet said. The three of us turned to him. What? I said. He pointed to Cordelia.
This is all fine for your cousins, but you've got wedding ceremony stuff to deal with. A ceremony that, I might remind you, will bring you closer to your soon-to-be husband.
Morgan winced.
That's the other thing.
Oh, great, I groaned. There's a catch, isn't there? It's not nearly as simple as I thought. It really isn't just hang out with Rufus for a week and you'll be back in Axel's arms in no time. There's more to it than that, right?
I'm afraid so.
I clapped my hands. You might as well go ahead and tell me. I can take it. Morgan licked his lips like he was biding time. Beside me, Cordelia stiffened, and I started to realize that the entire situation was worse than bad. This could be cataclysmic. No need to stall. Morgan steepled his fingers and rested them on the tip of his nose.
There is a catch with a wishing stone such as this one.
He paused. Why was he milking this conversation? I wanted to know the bad stuff. This was like the debate between ripping off the Band-Aid and getting the pain over with, or slowly peeling it back. Rip the sucker off, I say. What's the catch? I asked.
If you find the life you're living is better than the one you came from, you'll stay.
My heart pounded against my ribs. I'll stay? I won't return? I'll end up trapped here forever? He nodded slightly.
That's only if you completely accept where you are.
I paused, considering the odds that a situation like that would ever happen. Deciding it was impossible, I waved away his concern. I think we're fine there, Uncle. There's no way I'd accept this life and want to stay. I mean, I have a great setup at home. It's awesome. Here, so many things are different and not in a good way. I shook my head, deciding unequivocally that at the end of the week I would be returning home. Absolutely.
Aren't you forgetting something again?
Ratchet said. No, I snapped.
The pre-wedding stuff? The thing I was trying to remind you of?
I shook my head. You mean the stuff that's supposed to bring Rufus and me together?
Bingo. We have a winner.
I stared at Ratchet, while a world of information collided in my brain. The wave of realization crashed down, and I nearly spilled from my chair. Cordelia grabbed my shoulders. Hold on, Pepper. Breathe.
This is a lot for her,
Morgan said. My cousin and uncle steadied me back onto the seat. I took a few deep gulps of air and closed my eyes, wishing this nightmare was over. Each night, I have to perform part of a ceremony that will eventually bond me entirely to Rufus.
Therein lies the problem,
Ratchet remarked.
You go through with every single ritual, and by the end of the week, you'll be so in love with him you won't want to leave, which, I have to tell you, isn't so bad for me since I like having you around.
You mean the other me? I pointed out.
Ratchet shrugged, as if we were one and the same, but we weren't, were we? I mean, weren't we just in some other dimension, where I still existed, but it was a different version? But what if that wasn't the case, and Ratchet knew that? What if this wasn't reality, and when I left and returned to my world, all of this disappeared? What would happen to the raccoon? I hadn't even thought about how my leaving would affect him. Where had he come from? And where would he go? But first,
I had to wrap my head around the logistics of the wish and the following week. Okay, I said to Morgan, what if I just don't go through with the rituals? He shook his head.
Remember, you've been put here in this place in order to learn something. Not doing the rituals could prolong your time here.
I clicked my tongue in thought. What if she bungles the rituals? Cordelia squeezed my arm. Pepper, we could just not quite do them. That would mean you went along with what the wish wanted, sort of, but you wouldn't fall in love with Rufus. I rose and paced. So let me get this straight. There's no breaking up with Rufus, no throwing myself at Axel and fixing this that way, and I have to go along with a set of rituals that will make me fall more and more in love with Rufus, and if I want to stay in this world, that's what the wish will give me. It will give me the choice to stay, or it'll keep me here for the rest of my life. I threw my hands into the air. What sort of wish is this?
If it wasn't for the ritual, this would be a regular wish,
Morgan pointed out.
This just happens to complicate things.
I raked my fingers through my hair.
It sure does.
I fisted my hands. I'd faced worse challenges than this. Witches and wizards who would kill me, and I'd come through okay. In comparison to that, this was simple. What was required of me was easy. In theory, go with the flow and do my best not to want to stay in this life. One good thing, Ratchet pointed out, the rituals don't start out intense. They're simple at first, and you might not notice a big change until the night before the wedding. That's the most intense ceremony. I nodded. When we get to that, we'll deal with it then. But until that point, we'll have to take this one day at a time. I gritted my teeth and stuffed all my fear down deep in my pockets. I met the gaze of everyone in the room. Okay, I'll play the game. I'll accept everything this week has to throw at me. I declared it, and it would be so. The only thing I prayed was that I didn't forget who I was and what I wanted in the process. Chapter 8. The sun burned hot down the horizon. A cool wind crept up, tickling the hair along the back of my neck. I stood in a tent set up in front of the potion ponds, gazing in the mirror at the midnight blue dress I wore. It fit me better than a glove. The dress was nearly skin-tight. Red piping ran down the ribs of the corset and to the floor, reminding me of tentacles. And this is the dress I picked? Betty hoisted the shotgun over her shoulder. The colors are traditional for the first night of the Unity ceremony. I fisted a handful of dress and let it float back down. Figures. Betty glared at me. What's up with you, kid? You've been acting like your panties are bunched way up your butt. That's because they are. I shoved a pair of dangling black earrings in my lobes. Tell me what happens tonight. Her eyes took on a faraway expression. My grandmother's mouth dipped into a loopy smile. This is the first part of the bonding. You drink each other's blood from a chalice. My stomach roiled. Are you kidding? Each other's blood? Have we been tested for, I don't know, blood issues? Would you rather drink your own pee? My nose wrinkled. Ew, why would you even suggest that? She rolled her eyes. The blood has spices in it, and it doesn't quite taste like blood. Trust me, this is the easiest ceremony. The others get longer and more complicated as the week wears on. I sat on a stool. The tight corset made it impossible to be comfortable. I moved one way and I couldn't get a full breath. I adjusted to the other side, but that was even worse. I rose. Well, the rest of the week? Betty touched my forehead. You sure you're feeling okay? I swatted her away. Yes, I just want a little reminding, that's all. Well, the rest of the week is pretty similar. You stand in front of a crowd, a grand wizard says a chant, and then you feel the bonding tighten. Tonight is the drinking of the blood. What happens for the next 5 nights builds on that. Tomorrow, it'll be the joining of the hands. You'll feel each other's strength. After the hands is the joining of your minds. Then next will be the joining of the heart. Then you take a night off before the joining of the soul. I stared at her. The soul? She nodded. Yep, that's the big one. Then after that, you're ready to marry the next day. Tears wet her eyes. I'm so happy for you, Pepper. Are you ready to make this day be the start of all your dreams? I smiled brightly, trying to put a little bit of happiness in my eyes. Absolutely. I'm ready. Amelia burst into the tent. She took one look at Betty and fisted a hand to her hip. So, you're in here. Just figures. I'm out there trying to keep these skinks away and not doing all that great about it, by the way, and you're in here chatting. Amelia pointed outside. Now, you'd better get out there and help me, because I'm doing my best, but this isn't easy. Those skinks are fast, and boy, she fanned her nose. You can't get too close or they squirt their stink on you. I leaned away from her. Have you been squirted? No, thank heavens, but I came this close. She parted her thumb and index finger a hair's breadth. This close. Betty sighed. All right, let's get back out there and start shooting our skink shot into the bushes. Finally, Amelia said, exasperated. But you go on out. I'm just going to rest for a second. As soon as Betty left, Amelia dropped her shotgun and charged toward me. How are you doing? Are you okay? Truthfully, I felt nauseous as heck, but what could I do about that? I'll be okay. I'll be fine. You talked to Morgan today? It wasn't a statement. You know that. You left us to scare skinks. She plopped down on the same stool I couldn't sit on comfortably. I pressed my hands to my ribs. How was I supposed to even eat in this dress? Mission impossible, that's what that was. Amelia walked her fingers over the trunk that had housed my dress. I was thinking maybe we could swap the blood out. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. There's no way. Morgan said I have to go through with all of this. The wish put all 3 of us here in this moment for a reason. I'm supposed to do it. Of course, I never said I didn't want to be married to Axel, I grumbled, but whatever. I have to do what I'm supposed to. She shrugged. It was just a thought. Amelia rose. She gave me a sympathetic smile before wrapping me in her arms. It'll be okay. All of this will be fine. Cordelia entered the tent. She wore a dark gown, too. Are you ready? Why are you dressed like that? I said. She folded her arms and sighed. Oh, apparently I'm your helper this week, so I'm here to help. You ready? The sun is setting and the High Wizard is all set up. I nodded. The sun flared in my eyes when we stepped outside. I glanced around at the crowd that stood with their backs to me, their faces pointed toward the Grand Wizard. I gasped. So swift. Cordelia smiled. I guess we never released a magic eater in this timeline. Does that mean Sylvia's Spirits is here too? Cordelia nodded into the crowd. A tall redhead wearing a large pointy purple hat threw back her head and laughed. She's here. Remind me to stay away from her, I said. Noted. Salt Swift saw me. He raised a bullhorn to his lips and blew. The crowd immediately quieted and sat. I gazed at the crowd. Though I could mainly only see the backs of their heads, I easily found Axel. Then my eyes kept dancing and wandered up to Rufus, who stood on a platform wearing what looked like a leather superhero uniform with a cape that billowed in the breeze. I had to admit he looked mighty handsome. I swallowed a knot in the back of my throat. "Time to walk," Cordelia whispered. I nodded. "Okay." Amelia slinked off around us and headed toward the bushes. Apparently the skinks would not rest. I walked slowly toward the platform, my heart pounding. My mind raced. I focused on the people I recognized. I saw Sherman Oaks and noticed that no woman sat beside him. I watched as his gaze followed the disappearing Amelia. And then I wondered something. Even though the wishing stone had planted us here, were we still bound to other people? Could love, true love, still find a way no matter what? If Sherman still had the hots for Amelia, did that mean that there was a possibility that they would end up together? Morgan said, "Don't screw with the present we'd been given," but what if some things were essentially inevitable? Like me and Axel. By the time my thoughts stopped, I found myself in front of Rufus. His lips parted into a warm smile, and I smiled back. Salts raised his hands to quiet the already silent crowd.
"We have come to witness the first night of the union between Rufus Mays and Pepper Dunn."
"Hear, hear," came a voice from behind me. I glanced over to see Ratchet holding an open bottle of wine in one hand. How much of that had he drunk? I had a feeling the raccoon wasn't taking this whole alternative reality thing very well at all. I needed to have a talk with him, sooner rather than later. Rufus took my hands and stroked his thumbs over my knuckles.
"You look beautiful."
"And you look very handsome."
"What, this old thing?" he choked. "Pulled it from the closet a few days ago."
Then I laughed. I couldn't help it. And I understood what this Pepper saw in him. Why she'd decided that Rufus made her life complete. Salts cleared his throat as if to say there would be no funny business on his shift. I pulled my face into a more sober expression. Rufus cocked his eyebrow coyly.
"On this first night of the union," Salts continued, "we share the blood. This is a night of feasts, a night of revelry, and night of the most sacred."
He lifted a long, curved knife high in the air.
"With this most sacred dagger, I will continue a tradition that is centuries old. I will unite the two who are to be married in blood. This is the beginning of their journey, the beginning of what it will mean to be connected mind, body, and soul."
His words were so pretty I wasn't quite expecting the next thing he said.
"May I have your hands?"
Which meant we were about to be cut.
"Don't worry,"
Rufus murmured.
"This won't hurt."
I fired off a look to him that suggested I didn't buy that.
"It won't. The blade's steel is meant to numb."
Not that that made me feel any better, but it did sort of help. Salts placed the knife down and raised an onyx chalice. Why was everything in this ceremony black? I mean, seriously.
"This is the cup that will hold the union."
Salts smiled at the crowd.
"Within this bowl the blood of the two shall mix, becoming one. It is part of the union, and all who behold it shall bear witness to this. Will all of you here agree to witness?"
The crowd gave an emphatic yes. My gaze darted to Axel. He watched the ceremony from behind sunglasses. There was no way to read his expression. My heart cracked for him. I wanted to reach out to tell him it was all okay, that I truly loved him, that he was my love and no one else, but there was no way. A rustle in the trees caught my attention. Amelia's head appeared and just as quickly disappeared. No one paid attention to her. No one but Sherman Oaks, that was. His head whipped immediately in her direction. A spark lived within him. It intrigued me. But there wasn't time to focus on it because Salts grabbed my attention.
Your hands.
I extended my arm, doing my best not to wince at the pain I knew was coming.
It's okay,
Rufus murmured. Salts lifted the blade, turned my palm so that the blood would run into the chalice, and sliced. Rufus had been right. It didn't hurt. But it wasn't exactly easy to watch heavy drops of blood fall into a cup. My stomach turned and I looked away. Salts wrapped my hand.
The witch is done. Now for the wizard.
Rufus offered his palm and Salts sliced into it. Rufus's jaw clenched and I knew the sight of blood wasn't for him either. Or maybe it was the iron smell. Red dropped into the cup as iron filled my nose. It was enough to make me sick. Salts wrapped his hand.
I wrap the couple in the bonds of love. It is our way. We do not heal these wounds as they are a reminder of the ceremony, of the unity we have made.
Salts opened his arms wide.
Now it is time for the final part of the ceremony, the actual drinking of the blood.
He stirred the mixture with a rod and lifted the chalice.
The magic in this cup shall begin the unity. You will feel closer than you have before, and as the week progresses, you will be joined. This is a special occasion. Not every couple decides to take on our sacred ceremony. Rufus and Pepper, you are special.
Rufus smiled at me.
It is time to drink,
Salts declared. A low rustle started in the bushes. I distinctly heard Betty snap at Amelia. "Get that skink away from there!" I had a bad feeling about this, but no one seemed to be paying attention. Their gazes were fixed hard on Rufus and me.
Son of the fold,
he said to Rufus,
it is your time to accept the blood of the woman you would marry.
Salts tipped the cup to Rufus's lips, and Rufus drank. Salts pulled the cup away and wiped the mouth. "I said to get that skink," Betty shouted. Now people turned. I still couldn't see my grandmother or cousin, but they weren't far away. The bushes rustled. "He's getting away," Amelia yelled. Ignoring them, Salts presented the glass to me.
Daughter of the fold,
he said to me,
it is your time to accept the blood of the man you would marry.
The chalice slowly approached me. It was a strange moment. A moment I knew would change my life, and I wasn't sure I was ready for it. At all. But according to Morgan, I had to go along with the wishing stone. So I buttoned my courage to my spine and parted my lips. "It went through there!" Amelia shouted. Suddenly she burst through the bushes, shotgun in hand. Scampering in front of her was a Gila monster-sized skink with a blue racing tail. The lizard ran under seats. Witches screamed. Wizards jumped out of the way as Amelia darted straight toward it. "Nobody move," she said. "If you scare it, the lizard will spray." "Aren't you scaring it?" someone yelled. She ignored the remark. The skink darted straight toward the podium where the three of us stood. "Don't move!" Amelia shouted to us. "I've got him!" The skink stopped under an empty chair and cocked its head at us. "Oh, no," I said. "Don't even think about it." Just as I was saying it, the skink turned around, and a cloud of gray stink shot out. "Duck!" Amelia said. "Don't let the cloud hit you." Rufus grabbed me and pulled me out of the way. Amelia lifted her gun. At the same time, Betty darted out from behind another bush on the opposite side. She lifted her gun as well. "No, Betty!" Amelia dashed forward. "I've got this." That was when Betty's wad of skink-repellent buckshot fired from the shotgun muzzle. The spray, reminding me more of a swarm of bees than ammunition, hit Amelia squarely in the chest. My jaw dropped. I lunged forward, my arms flailing. My fingers hit something. I had the sense that they hit the chalice, but I couldn't be sure. I dived from the podium to Amelia. I wasn't fast enough. She fell backward, but not before another set of arms caught her. I glanced up to see that Sherman Oakes had caught an unconscious Amelia in his arms. Chapter 9. Amelia awoke a few minutes later. We'd moved her to my tent, and Betty had magicked up a cot for her. Cordelia and I huddled around her. "Do you think she'll be okay?" I whispered. Cordelia draped her long golden hair over one shoulder. "Yeah, skink shot will just make her a little nauseous, at least according to Betty." "Well, that's lucky." Cordelia poked me. "What about that Sherman catching her? He has the hots for her. It's so totally obvious." "I know." She clicked her tongue as her gaze darted around the room. "He has the same feelings for her in this world as he does in ours, which makes sense, of course. It's just that I wonder—" "What?" A spark flared in her eyes. "It's almost as if this life is just a charade of the other. If we start peeling back the layers like an onion, would we discover that the reality here is really no different than at home?" I considered it. Cordelia made an excellent point, but to what end? "We might, but according to your father, that's not why we're here." "That's true." Amelia's eyes fluttered. She groaned and blinked, rubbing her chest. I feel awful, like I'm about to vomit." Cordelia rushed over and pressed Amelia's shoulders back to the bed. "You're okay. It's just an after effect of the buckshot." Amelia's hazy gaze focused sharply. "I'm going to kill Betty." She pinned her attention on me, her eyes widening in horror. "Oh, Pepper, we ruined your union ceremony. I know I thought about doing that, but I didn't really want it to happen." When my hand hit something, I hadn't looked back until Amelia had been tucked safely into Sherman's arms. I glanced back in time to watch the chalice's contents spill out onto the ground. The ceremony had been ruined, and I had been saved the agony of drinking blood. I mean, it was sort of win-win. A knock on the tent flap stole our attention. "Maybe it's Garrick," I said. "We sent a message letting him know what happened." "Come in," Cordelia called. But it wasn't Garrick. Sherman entered awkwardly, shifting his weight and running his fingers through his hair.
Well, I came by to see if Amelia was feeling better."
Not once did he make eye contact with her. My mouth split into a grin. Some things simply don't change. Sherman was as awkward now around Amelia as he had been when they first met in Magnolia Cove. "Sherman!" Amelia sat up and instantly clutched her head. "Uh-oh." Sherman rushed over and sat by her side.
"It's okay. Take it slow. I just wanted to make sure you were okay."
I didn't know if it was the buckshot or simply the fact that Amelia felt deeply for Sherman, but she grasped his hand and placed it against her heart. "Thank you for catching me. My family told me what you did, and I can't thank you enough. You stopped me from having a head wound." Sherman's face practically glowed red with embarrassment.
"I just did what any man would have done."
Amelia batted her lashes at him. "But no other man did." Whoa. Was it getting hot in here or what? Cordelia said by way of butting in. "Thanks, Sherman." Sherman and Amelia stared at one another. Thanks?" Cordelia said louder.
"Oh, right. You're welcome."
Sherman pulled his hand from Amelia and smiled at Cordelia.
"Well, I just wanted to make sure the patient is okay."
"Will you come back?" Amelia said, "to make sure I'm okay later?" Cordelia kicked the cot. "Don't you want to make sure that someone else knows you're okay?" Amelia stared at her blankly. "Who?"
"Eric Gay, that's who."
"Who?" Amelia said. The tent flap whisked open, and there stood Garrick, a look of anguish on his face.
"How's my little lady?"
Amelia stifled a yawn. "I'm okay." Garrick extended his hand to Sherman.
"I sure do thank you for saving my girl there."
Cordelia's face flamed red. She was so mad. But Garrick didn't notice. He just kept right on talking to Sherman.
"You should stop by and have supper at the Craples' house tonight,"
Garrick said.
"I told Betty I'd cook, and I'm sure Amelia would love to have you there."
"I would," Amelia nearly shouted. Garrick looked at me and Cordelia.
"I think your gentlemen are already attending,"
Garrick said.
"It was supposed to be an after-the-ceremony event."
"I thought there was dinner here," I said. Cordelia folded her arms. "The whole skink debacle changed that. We're doing dinner at Betty's now." I stared at Cordelia. "And everyone is going to be at Betty's?" By everyone I meant Axel, and Axel. Cordelia nodded. "I guess so." I shoved away my discomfort and reached for Sherman's hand. "You'll come, won't you? It'll be fun." Sherman glanced bashfully to Amelia, who nodded vigorously at him. Garrick either didn't notice or didn't care, which made me question even more the inner desires of the folks in this town.
"If y'all will have me,"
Sherman finally said,
"I'd be glad to come."
"Then it's a date," Amelia said, quickly adding, "sort of." Garrick clapped his hands.
"All right, y'all. I'll take this from here."
He moved to Amelia.
"I'll make sure she gets home safe and sound."
Which meant we were dismissed. Sherman, Cordelia, and I exited the tent together. Cordelia shot the tent one last look of longing after the flap closed behind us.
"Are y'all sure it's okay if I come?"
Sherman said.
"I hate to impose."
I linked my hand through his arm. "Are you kidding? Amelia really wants you there, doesn't she?" He shrugged. "Sherman, did you meet Amelia when the head witch order came?" Cordelia blatantly rolled her eyes at me.
"I did."
"Was she dating Garrick then?" I flicked my wrist as if short-term memory loss was a thing for me, which in this case it was. "I can't seem to remember." He nodded.
"I think they may have just started. He was around a lot, and we spoke a few times, Amelia and I, but nothing serious, nothing substantial."
Sherman rubbed the back of his head.
"Thing is, he was so into Amelia that there seemed something a bit odd about it, like he was showing her all this affection for display."
He gestured with his hands like he wanted to erase the comment.
"Don't get me wrong, I definitely think he cares about her."
"But there was a spark between the two of you," I murmured. "Was that it?" His gaze shifted from the ground in front of us to me.
"Yeah, I guess that was it. She seemed really genuine with me, and I could be honest with her, tell her stuff. At least I felt like I could. Not that we had more than 10 minutes or so to talk, and I like Garrick," he quickly added. "He seems like a good guy. It's just—"
"Maybe he's not the guy for her," Cordelia said quietly.
"Yeah,"
Sherman agreed.
"that's the feeling I got."
"Maybe your feeling isn't entirely wrong." I clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Maybe you'll get the chance to talk to her a little more tonight."
"But he'll be there,"
Sherman argued. "Oh, I said, a small smile playing on my face. "We'll think of something." The grass crunched beneath our feet. We passed another tent, black, with silver swirls on it. I stopped in front of it. "Is this Rufus's?" Cordelia nodded. "He'll be waiting for you." I waved to them. "I'll see y'all at the house. I need to speak to him." I tapped on the flap.
"Come in."
I entered to see Rufus in the middle of undressing. His shirt was off, and his leather pants hugged his hips. The word "skin tight" didn't do the picture justice.
"Darling,"
he said, wrapping me in an embrace. His skin reminded me of butter, supple and smooth. My heart lifted at the thought that I'd ruined the potion. If I'd drunk even a drop, I knew that Rufus would be impossible to resist.
"How's Amelia?"
"She's fine, feeling better. I think she'll be up for dinner at Betty's." He squeezed my shoulders and glanced at me, his eyes searching for something.
"Are you sure you're okay?"
"Yes, it was just the whole thing scared me, and then I ruined the unity potion." A smile quirked his lips.
"Not quite."
"What do you mean?" Rufus raked a slash of dark hair from his face and smiled proudly.
"I, your husband-to-be, happened to save enough of it for you to take a drink. The ceremony is over, but you don't need Swift's words to make the spell work."
Rufus magicked the chalice from thin air. He grasped the stem and presented it to me with a flourish and a bow.
"My lady, here is your chalice."
My stomach quivered. The one thing I thought I'd gotten out of had followed me. I could almost hear Ratchet snickering in the distance. And it wasn't as if I'd gone against the wishing stone's trajectory for my life on purpose. After all, I hadn't intentionally meant to hurl the cup into the air and spill the blood. But I hadn't been disappointed when I had. But in keeping with the sacredness of the ceremony, and the fact that I had willingly wanted to do it, I extended my hand for the cup and smiled. "I'm so glad you saved some." I stared down at the inky liquid. Surrounded by onyx, the blood looked black.
"There are anticoagulants in it to keep the liquid from clotting," Rufus explained, "as well as other magical ingredients."
"Rufus," I cooed, "do you really think we need this ceremony? Aren't we already close enough as it is?" Rufus tisked.
"Darling, you're the one who wanted it."
My heart stilled. I wanted it. I had asked for this. Why? The obvious reason was because I wasn't over my feelings for Axel. As if that could ever happen. But how did Axel feel about me? I shoved the thought away. I wasn't going to arrive in this world and ruin the happiest week of Rufus's life. Besides, that was against the rules. But Amelia had practically jumped into Sherman's arms. What Amelia did was what Amelia did. I could only control Pepper. I raised the chalice. To us. I tilted my head back, brought the rim of the glass to my mouth, and held my breath as the blood trickled over my tongue and down my throat. Contrary to what I'd been told, it did taste a bit like iron, but also cloves and sage. It wasn't completely unpleasant, but it was surprising. I swallowed and didn't gag, which I counted as a win. I handed the chalice back to Rufus. With a snap of his fingers, Rufus vanished the cup. He extended his arms.
"Now, to seal it with a kiss."
To seal it, then Rufus's lips were on mine. This was not the kiss in the lodge, the meek touch of a man nervous to be spending a night with his bride-to-be. This was the kiss of a lover who knew what he was doing. The blood made me heady. The potion made my heart open like a blooming rose, and I kissed Rufus back, letting all the reserve I'd had unfurl and disappear. 1,000 thoughts invaded my head. My nerve endings lit with fire as Rufus stroked my back. I moaned with pleasure. The potion softened me to him, and when the kiss was over, there was no doubt in my mind. I wanted to marry Rufus Mays. It was inevitable. Chapter 10. My head was light and foggy after drinking the blood. I'd had that initial overwhelming feeling of love for Rufus, and it hadn't evaporated completely, but it did dull some. But not enough that I didn't want to be around him. As he escorted me back to Betty's, I enjoyed the feel of holding his hand and the closeness of him. The initial jitters I'd experienced, where I wasn't so sure about him, had vanished. I felt more comfortable in my skin, so to speak, though in the back of my mind I still knew where my true love lay, with Axel. It was just that it wasn't so hard to allow Rufus to be the fiancé that he wanted, and I supposed it wasn't so hard to be the fiancé that he needed, either. Things were coming more naturally, you could say. "Is this how I'll feel all week?" I said. Rufus squeezed my hand.
How do you feel?
"Oh, I don't know. Sort of giddy."
And that's why I love you.
He stopped and turned to me. Rufus cupped my face and kissed my eyelids. He sprinkled kisses on my cheeks with each word. "That is why I'm marrying you, Pepper Dunn." He stepped back and gazed deeply into my eyes.
You have stolen my heart and hidden it somewhere I'll never rescue it from. Not that I want to.
"Well, I mean, if you've lost something, you should find it," I joked.
He shook his head. No, I don't ever want to find this. I'm hopelessly lost to you.
"And I to you." I'll admit the words came out a little forced, but there was some honesty there. He stared at me for a moment.
If it were up to me, I'd run away now and marry you. Forget about all this other stuff. We can marry anywhere.
I cocked my head. "Why would you want to leave?"
Because I can barely stand being away from you. The fact that we have to do it here in front of the wolf, well, it bothers me.
I frowned. "Why would that bother you?" Frustration flared in his eyes.
You know why. Don't pretend you don't.
Oh, crap. An impossible situation. Sure. Okay, I understand. But I didn't. Had to figure that part out. I slid my hand through Rufus's. "Come on, let's get to the house. A little bit of cooking always makes things better." He nodded.
You're right. Lead the way.
When we reached the house, everyone was already there. Axel stood by the fireplace, quietly talking to Betty. Cordelia and Amelia were setting the table. Sherman looked completely out of place as he played checkers with Ratchet, and Garrick was nowhere to be seen, but the smell of charcoal drifted in from the backyard, so I assumed he was out back getting the grill going. Betty flashed Axel a quick look of warning and beamed at us. "Well, isn't it the happy couple on the first night of the Unity ceremony? Welcome, kids." She gave us big hugs. Axel extended his hand to Rufus.
Congratulations. Thank you,
Rufus said pleasantly. Axel turned, and my breath hitched. He held his hand out to me, and I slowly slid my palm over it. Fire snaked up my arm, and the closeness I'd felt with Rufus immediately vanished. Axel's gaze burned like a line of fire straight to my soul.
Congratulations.
"Thank you," I murmured. My gaze darted from his, and I couldn't get away from him fast enough. I turned to Rufus. I'm going upstairs to change out of this, because I still wore that hideous black dress that I could barely breathe in. He rubbed my back.
Don't be long.
I made it upstairs, but as soon as I got up there, I realized I couldn't unhook the dress by myself. I reached for the zipper and managed to get it down, but the hooks at the very top I couldn't grasp. Great! I kicked the skirt of the dress in frustration. How am I supposed to get this off now? A knock came from the door. Thank goodness. Maybe it was Cordelia coming to get away from Axel. I could only hope. But the one and only time I'd witnessed them together, Axel looked pretty comfortable with her. Traitor. Who was I kidding? I was the real traitor. I opened the door. My gaze dropped until I found Ratchet standing in front of me, arms crossed. Need some help getting out of that dress? Yes, oh my gosh, come in. I shut the door behind him. How do you know I needed help? Because you always do. He hopped onto the bed and twirled his finger. Turn around, and I'll get you out of it. I did as he said and pulled my hair from the nape of my neck. I take it you do this a lot? All the time. It's practically my second job, behind finding hard-to-locate artifacts for you, like an eagle feather. His nimble fingers unhooked the dress, and I exhaled a full breath. Oh, that feels so good. To be able to breathe. Thank you so much. He clicked his tongue. My pleasure. Ratchet walked toward the door. Ratchet? Yeah? I motioned toward the bed. Do you have a minute? He glanced at his watch. I guess so. Garrick said dinner wouldn't be for about 10 more minutes. That's if he doesn't burn it. I can't stand a burnt burger. But, if I had to guess, he might burn just one, so he can slip it in Cordelia's bun. I moved to the closet and shut the door enough where Ratchet couldn't see me change my clothes. So I guess Garrick still has his shoes? In case you hadn't noticed, most of the folks downstairs do. Not wanting to bait him, but definitely wanting to know what he meant, I said, Oh, really? I hadn't noticed. You didn't notice the way Axel looked at you? I can promise you that Rufus did, and he can't wait to marry you so that the three of us can leave Magnolia Cove. I slipped a t-shirt over my head and wiggled into a pair of jeans. And how do you feel about that? I don't know. Great, I guess. That's if you really exist and I really exist, and when you leave, the real Pepper comes back and I remain where I am. I exited the closet and found Ratchet sitting on my bed, his legs dangling off. Can you tell me how we met? Oh, sure. You found me in an alley, going through a box of Krispy Kreme donuts like there was no tomorrow. I sat beside him. We don't have Krispy Kreme in Magnolia Cove. I know. He scratched his head. I'd swiped them from a town and brought them here to eat in peace. I'd never been a familiar before, but I knew that I was different somehow. I could always find things that I needed, like the donuts. Though you convinced me all that sugar wasn't good for me. And it was love at first sight between us? No, I tried to scratch your eyes out. Oh, I reeled back. That doesn't exactly sound pleasant. It wasn't, not for you. But Axel was there, and he calmed me down. He wanted to give up on me, but you convinced him that I was worth it. That you could see a diamond in the rough, as you called me. I nudged his shoulder. And I guess you're pretty loyal to me. Let's just put it this way. When you were crying about your love life, whose shoulder was it that got soaking wet? Yours? That's right. It was me who put it all in perspective for you, helped you to see the truth that you needed at the time. You and Rufus have something special. So do you and Axel, but for some reason you chose Rufus over him. My stomach nodded. I'm not going to say it was easy. And it sure as heck wasn't easy on Axel. He went a little werewolf after you dumped him.
Thought you'd be together forever. I guess we all did."
Ratchet's gaze filled with sadness.
"But in the end, I think you made the right choice. I mean, you made the choice that was right for you."
"And the unity ceremony, I understand it was my idea?"
"Of course it was,"
he said. "But why?" Ratchet cocked a brow. He shook his head in disbelief.
"You've got to be kidding me. You can't even figure out why you would bond yourself to Rufus?"
"No, other than the fact that I love him."
"Don't you get it?"
I shook my head.
Ratchet scoffed. He dropped to the floor and paced. "You really don't see it, and I thought I could be dense sometimes."
"Thank you. That's not exactly a compliment."
"Don't look to me to blow sunshine up anyone's butt."
"Good to know," I murmured.
Ratchet eyed me. "You know, when we met, I fought you hard. I didn't want to go with you, and I sure as heck didn't want to stop eating those doughnuts. Axel didn't like me, but he trusted you, your sixth sense. You used to trust yourself, too, but after the head witch order arrived and Rufus confessed his feelings, all that changed."
He scratched his chin.
"Something about that guy messed with you. It was like you saw all the possibilities of life, and you were freaking out about mating with Axel. Not that you had."
"Still," he said bitterly, as if that had been an arduous process, which I suppose in hindsight it had been, as it had taken me forever to finally accept the whole mating will change things between us scenario.
"When Rufus told you how he felt, you finally admitted feelings that you'd been carrying. I knew you had them, it was obvious. But it was also like Rufus gave you the okay to be with him."
Ratchet paused. The weight of his words had started to crash on me, adding a certain heaviness that made my chest constrict. I felt like I had that stupid corset on again.
"You stopped trusting yourself, which bothered me. It was almost as if you used Rufus as an excuse to leave Axel, leave what you were so afraid of, which I never understood. But anyway, you turned to Rufus with open arms, and of course he was glad to have you, elated. It killed Axel, and he's dealing with things as best he can, given the circumstances. But it was when Rufus asked you to marry him that you said you wanted the ceremony."
I scoffed. "Well, that was a long-winded way to get back to the beginning of the conversation." Ratchet nodded.
"Yes, it was. Gave you some time to get to know me, too. You wanted the unity ceremony, I think, because you never told me this, but I know you just about better than anyone. You wanted it because you don't trust that you're supposed to be with Rufus. Not 100%. I know this because I believe..."
He had me on pins and needles. "You believe what?" His eyes filled with sorrow.
"I believe that you're still in love with Axel, and you're afraid that if you wind up with Rufus, that you won't truly love him. So you're doing all that you can to make sure that doesn't happen, that your feelings for Axel don't get in the way."
Well, that was a shock. I sat for a minute digesting what Ratchet had told me. He clapped his hands.
"Now, you ready to go downstairs and grab some grub? I'm starving."
Chapter 11. I sat beside Rufus at dinner. Across from me sat Cordelia, and on her left, Axel. Sherman sat by Amelia, while Betty and Garrick each sat at the head and foot of the table. An uncomfortable silence filled the room, and I prayed someone would break it soon. "Great steaks, Garrick," Betty said. "They're even better than when I cook them in the cauldron and add liquid smoke."
"Thank you,"
he said. "I think Sherman here can cook, too," Amelia said. Sherman dropped his knife. It hit the table. He grasped for it and managed to knock over his water glass. "Oh!" Garrick pointed to the glass and righted it with magic before any of the liquid spilled out.
So, you can cook, huh? What sort of things?
There was no mistaking the tightness in his voice. Garrick glared at Sherman, and in response Sherman's cheeks reddened.
Oh, I don't know. I can cook fish, ramen, that sort of stuff. So, no grilling,
Garrick said in an accusatory voice.
No,
Sherman meekly admitted. Cordelia loves grilled food, Amelia said. My jaw dropped. What was she doing? Seriously? This wasn't the plan. The plan was for everyone to stick to their own lane. Stay in your lane, Amelia, I wanted to shout. Garrick shot Amelia a tight smile.
I seem to remember that she does.
Amelia dropped her chin to her palm. Don't any of y'all think it's weird that we all just sort of swapped boyfriends? The room became eerily silent, except for Ratchet. Here we go.
I don't think it's strange, Cordelia said quietly. Sometimes things like this happen. It's no big deal.
Amelia broke her cornbread in two and slathered butter on it. I think it's strange. Take Garrick, for instance. Garrick's expression fell.
Take me? How?
Well, Amelia said, before you and Cordelia broke up, you never even looked at me. Garrick laughed as if that was the best joke he'd ever heard.
I don't know what you're talking about. I noticed you before, but I was already committed to Cordelia.
Nope. Amelia popped a wedge of cornbread in her mouth and chewed. That's not true. When the two of y'all first met, it was pretty much love at first sight. I'd say, she twirled her fork around in thought, that once she ended things, you saw me as sort of a substitute Cordelia. Garrick shook his head emphatically.
No way. That's not true.
Betty glared at Amelia. What's this all about, kid? Amelia shrugged. I'm just noticing some things is all, and that's one of them. Betty pointed her knife at Amelia. Keep it civil.
Yeah, Cordelia added. You don't want to shake things up. Not things that aren't supposed to be shaken, that is.
Amelia sucked her teeth. I'm not so sure some things aren't supposed to be shaken. She pinned her gaze on me. And let's take Pepper. No, I warned her, let's not take Pepper. But Amelia didn't stop. You're about to get married to a man who once tried to kill you. Kill you. Or, if not kill you, suck your powers away and use them for himself. I would say that's a huge change of heart. Wouldn't you? Instinctively, I grabbed Rufus's hand and squeezed. I wouldn't let Amelia mess things up for me. I still wanted to return home. I would play this game. I would do everything I was supposed to. But I knew that part of me would always be Axel's, and no matter what, even if I was under the influence of seriously powerful magic, that wouldn't change. And the Pepper I'd replaced knew that. That was why she'd made sure that the ritual occurred. There was no other explanation for it. I love Rufus, I said, even though it broke my heart to say it in front of Axel. Plus, it looks like everything has turned out well. Axel and Cordelia are in love.
Yes, we are.
Axel took her hand and kissed the inside of her palm.
Very much in love.
Amelia zeroed in on our cousin. Is that right, Cordelia? Every eye turned to Cordelia. Crimson tinged her cheeks. She opened her mouth to speak, but Garrick cut her off.
Why don't you just tell us all what's really on your mind, Amelia?
Why don't you not and say you did? Betty said. Amelia shrugged. All I'm pointing out is that there's a lot of weird stuff going on. That's all. I mean, I love all of y'all, but it seems like we're all forcing things a bit. Don't you think? I'm not forcing anything, Ratchet said. The only thing I'm forcing is a great meal down my throat. Betty raised a glass of sweet tea. Here, here. Let's all enjoy our meal and She shot Amelia a pointed look. "Let the rest of it go." The table settled into quiet until Sherman spoke up.
"Pepper, are you excited about going to work for the High Witch Council?"
I cleared my throat. "Oh, I guess so. I'm not exactly sure what I'll be doing, and I'm a little nervous about giving up my store."
"It'll be fine,"
Rufus whispered.
"She'll be ready,"
he directed to Sherman.
"Why don't you let her speak for herself?"
Axel said quietly. Everyone stared at Axel. My real fiancé hiked a shoulder to his ear.
"It just seems that if Pepper wants to say it's fine, she'll say it's fine."
Rufus's jaw tightened.
"Of course she will. It's just that the two of us have had this conversation a lot, and we'd both decided this would work out for the best. Then why not let her say it?"
Axel prodded. I could feel Rufus tense. "Of course it will be fine. It's just a lot to get used to, that's all."
"See?"
Axel said.
"Was it so hard to let Pepper speak for herself?"
Rufus kicked back his chair and rose.
"Is there something you'd like to discuss with me, Wolf? Something private? Maybe something we should take outside?"
"Boys," Betty warned, "not here. Not tonight. Choices have been made, destinies set. Fighting won't make a difference."
"No,"
Axel said.
"there isn't anything I want to talk to you about. I just want to make sure Pepper has her own voice. I mean, obviously she does, or else she wouldn't have dumped me for you. But I hate to see that voice be swallowed by someone else."
Rufus sneered.
"For your information, I'm not swallowing anything." "Good to know."
Axel lifted his fork.
"Now, why don't we all get back to enjoying this delicious meal?"
Rufus stared at Axel for another beat before glancing down at me and letting the tension melt away. He righted his chair and sat. My gaze darted to Cordelia, who cocked an eyebrow as if to say, "We'll never have another one of these get-togethers again." I couldn't agree more. This evening hinted at disaster. I only hoped it didn't get worse. That's when Amelia spoke again. "All I'm saying is, what if there was an alternate universe? One where, I don't know, Sherman and I were dating, and maybe Garrick and Cordelia were still together, and maybe Pepper and Axel never broke up. In fact, what if it was Pepper and Axel's wedding we were about to celebrate, and not the one to Rufus?" Betty's face became bright as a beet. "But that's not what we're celebrating. We're celebrating Pepper and Rufus." Amelia hitched a shoulder. "I know. I'm just saying there are other possibilities out there." Garrick wiped his mouth and tossed his napkin onto the table.
"That would never happen."
Now Garrick had the ball in his court. He shook his head.
"Cordelia isn't ready to get serious about anybody. It didn't matter who it was. I don't mean anything bad, Axel. All I'm saying is that we disagreed on some of the major issues of our relationship. Things that couldn't be resolved with space and time. Things that meant we could go no farther."
"You pushed me when you shouldn't have pushed me," Cordelia said. "If you'd only been patient, things might have been different." Anger flared in Garrick's eyes.
"We dated plenty long enough to be committed to each other. You just didn't want to do it because you had reservations about me."
She shook her head. "I never had any reservations about you. I was only afraid because the idea of moving any faster scared me."
"And I was ready,"
he argued. "And I wasn't," she shouted. Cordelia glanced around the table with an embarrassed expression on her face. She clutched her silverware and took another slice from her steak. "It doesn't matter. What's done is done. You can't change the past. All you can do is move to the future. Besides," she murmured, "I've decided my issues aren't anything anymore. That if the right person was asking, I'd be willing to go the extra mile for them." Thank goodness for that, Ratchet said sarcastically. I thought we'd never make it out of Fantasyland in this meal. Garrick threaded his fingers together and propped his elbows on the table. He stared at Cordelia, and then glanced at Amelia, who was whispering something to Sherman. Garrick picked up his plate and rose. I'm done. Anyone want dessert? I believe Betty made a cobbler. No one said anything, and it didn't seem to matter. The energy in the room had soured. Garrick disappeared into the kitchen. Cordelia glared at Amelia. Aren't you going to talk to him? Amelia looked confused. Why? I wasn't the one who got into an argument with him about our past relationship. Cordelia looked horrified. She quickly glanced at Axel, whose expression was unreadable. Well, somebody better get in there and talk to him, Betty snapped. Axel dropped his napkin on his plate. I'll do it, man to man. He winked at Cordelia. That'll help. When Axel disappeared into the kitchen, Rufus chuckled uncomfortably. I would say I'd help, but I'm afraid the wolf and I might end up breaking dishes. No one expects you to run in there, I said. It's okay. Betty's gaze landed on Cordelia, Amelia, and I in turn. Is everyone finished with dinner? They should be out soon with the cobbler. We nodded, and she magicked our plates away. Pepper, how do you feel after partaking in the blood part of the union? I squirmed. Well, it felt good. I sensed Rufus's gaze on me. It felt great, actually. I grabbed his arm and braced it against my chest. Perfect. Like this was always meant to be. Ratchet coughed as if to call bullcrap on my statement. I fired off a look of warning to him. Cordelia clapped her hands. So, who's ready for dessert? Can't wait to taste it. A moment later, Garrick and Axel entered with dessert plates piled high with peach cobbler and ice cream. Betty spooned a heaping serving toward her mouth. Can't have cobbler without ice cream, I always say. I dug into my food, too, happy for the distraction from an otherwise fully loaded meal. When it was over, I walked Rufus onto the porch. He raked his fingers through my hair and kissed my forehead. Only a few more days until we're married, and we can leave all this drama behind. I took his hands in mine and smiled up at him. Yep, it'll be so soon. The Unity Potion was working again, tugging on my emotions and making me forget all about anything but Rufus. He pulled me into an embrace. The next ceremony tomorrow will join us even more. I can't wait. Me neither, he murmured in my hair. After several seconds, he sighed and released me. Until then. I smiled and looked up at him. Until then. He walked down the steps and, with a flourish of magic, vanished. I stood for a moment, leaning against a post and petting Jenny, the guard vine. The voice that came from the side of the porch, the part drenched in darkness, surprised me. Interesting conversation tonight. I turned and smiled at Axel. Yes, it sure was. He took a step forward and landed in the middle of a moonbeam. Light illuminated his face, making his flesh appear milky. Do you have a minute? He asked. I'd like to speak to you. My heart drummed as I replied, For you? I sure do. Chapter 12. What did you think about that? What Amelia said? Axel took another step forward and rested his forearm against the column beside me. He stared at the night sky as if he was speculating on the greater questions of the universe, instead of asking me what I thought about our relationship. Which was what he was asking, wasn't it? His musky scent wafted up my nose and I inhaled. Oh, how I wanted to wrap myself in it, in him, and inhale deeply. But the thought warred with my feelings for Rufus, which were blooming inside me like a rose. "Which part that she said?" I asked, trying to bide time.
"The part about how in another place we might all have ended up with different partners."
I shied from the conversation. "Why did we break up, you and I?" He scoffed.
"You want to go through that again?"
I folded my arms, warding off a chill that swept over the porch. "Did I give you any warnings, I mean? Anything that suggested I wasn't happy?" He looked at me then. For the first time since I'd arrived, I felt the full weight of his animal stare. The primal beast inside Axel wanted to leap from him and take over. I felt it with every bone in my body.
"You were like you always are, wishy-washy. I thought you'd come around."
He paused, and I felt the weight of the pain in his voice.
"But you didn't."
I didn't know what to say. "I'm sorry that my decision came out of left field for you." He said nothing. I wanted to scream that in my real life we were engaged. We were getting married.
"Something's off,"
he remarked. Every inch of me froze. "I don't know what you mean."
"About you. About your cousins."
I licked my lips, trying to use the moment as a way to figure out a perfect lie. "Nothing's off. Maybe your sense of animal smell is broken."
"I didn't say anything about smell."
And there he had me. I'd just assumed that he could smell a difference in me, same as Ratchet. Oh no. I'd tipped my hand and hadn't even meant to. He pivoted toward me and relaxed his arm onto the column.
"How was that ceremony? Did Rufus give you blood?"
"He did." I swallowed. My throat suddenly felt like a desert, like I needed an ocean of water to quench it. I felt Axel's body heat from his position. It was like a blanket of warmth floating onto me.
"And how did that make you feel? More connected to him?"
I nodded. His brows hiked up.
"Then it did its job. But I wonder—"
"What?" He inched forward.
"If it can really compare."
"Compare to what?" I said quietly. Axel took one more step, evaporating the distance between us. He stood mere inches away. I watched the rise and fall of his chest, afraid to look into his eyes. He sensed my fear, and in response hooked a finger under my chin and lifted it until my gaze pinned on his. I sucked air. "What would Cordelia say? You're out here with me and she's inside." Axel ignored my question.
"There was something about what Amelia said that makes me think Cordelia might be wondering a whole bunch of things."
I shook my head, trying to pull from his grasp, but Axel wouldn't let me. He held my chin tight. And to be honest, I didn't want him to stop touching me. I'd yearned for that since the first moment I'd stepped into this world. Wow, I was such a mess. My brain said Rufus, but my body said Axel, and my heart, with the help of the potion, it screamed Rufus. But that's how this was supposed to go, wasn't it? "I need to get inside," I said. Axel studied me. He must have seen something in my eyes because he dropped his hand.
"Go."
My heart broke in two as I crossed back in. Garrick was leaving as I entered. With Sherman, I noticed. And Cordelia and Amelia had both vanished somewhere. As soon as everyone was gone, Betty, from her position in the rocking chair, yelled, "Girls, why don't y'all come in here for a moment?" Cordelia and Amelia shuffled out from the kitchen, and I sat on the couch waiting for who knew what. I knew we'd be in trouble for the conversation Amelia had started at the dinner table, but I didn't know what else we were in store for. Amelia and Cordelia squeezed beside me. "Move over," Amelia said. I did move over. Cordelia snapped. "Pepper isn't giving me enough room. I'm all the way to the edge," I growled. "Can it, right now," Betty snapped. Our spines straightened and our lips zipped shut. Betty pressed a finger to her nostril. A line of magic uncoiled, shimmering until it tightened into an object that Betty plucked from the air and directed at us. "Whoa!" I yelled. "What are you doing?" Betty aimed a shotgun at the three of us. "Who in the Sam Hill are y'all? Because you sure as heck aren't my granddaughters." "Yes, we are," Amelia argued. "No, y'all aren't," Betty snapped. "What did you do with them?" Cordelia shook her head. "We are them." "Ratchet," Betty yelled, "get down here and tie these three up. They're imposters, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to find out the truth, to discover where my true kin have gone." Ratchet strode down the stairs. "What's all this racket?" Betty threw him a line of rope that she magicked from thin air. "Tie up those imposters. We're going to put hot coals to their feet and make them admit who they are." Ratchet took one look at the shotgun and then gazed at us. The raccoon burst into laughter. "Oh, this is good. Betty, those are your granddaughters." "No, they ain't." Ratchet looped the rope into a knot. "I didn't believe it at first, but they're from a place called Fantasy Island." "Wow, did he get that wrong or what?" I said to Cordelia. "We're not from Fantasy Island," she argued. "We made a wish, all three of us, and now we're stuck here in a different reality from our own." Betty cocked her chin. "Likely story." "It's true," Amelia said defensively. "We're not from here. In our real life, everything is different. Pepper's about to marry Axel, not Rufus." Betty stared at us, her eyes glittering with mistrust. I sighed. "Put the gun down and we'll explain everything." "How about y'all explain it with the gun on you?" Did we really have a choice? Betty was calling all the shots on this one. "Yes, ma'am," I said slowly, "but promise you won't shoot." "I'm not promising anything, kid. Start talking." After about 30 minutes of explaining, pleading, and begging, Betty finally started to believe us. "So, y'all are in a real pickle, huh?" She spat into the fireplace. "You're supposed to see what your lives could have been like, and they're so different all you want to do is leave, but you can't. You're supposed to go with it." "That's right," Amelia said. "Then why," she said sharply to Amelia, "are you trying to muss it all up? What was with all that gibberish about swapping partners like this was a flea market or something?" Amelia's shoulders sank. "I guess I think it's silly for us to go along with something we don't like. I mean, in It's a Wonderful Life, Jimmy Stewart asked for his old life back, and he got it. I want my old life back. I don't like shooting stinky skinks. Tomorrow we're going hunting for demonic snipes." Amelia threw her arms in the air. "See? That makes no sense. I asked for a less dangerous job. But here I am getting shot by you and stuck with a boyfriend who doesn't want to be with me. He says he does, but he really doesn't, so I don't buy any of this. I don't think my uncle is right about the wishing stone." Betty extended her hand. "Let me see it." Cordelia slowly took it from her purse and handed it over. "Please don't break it." "Maybe the stupid thing needs to be broken." Ratchet chided. "Don't do that. There's no telling what will happen to me." Betty quirked an eyebrow, and Ratchet explained that he wasn't my familiar in my other life. Betty turned the disc this way and that, glancing at it in the firelight. "So what's real? Are we the real players with different motivations? Or Are we figments, fragments of something? And when you return to your world, will we disappear?" "That's what I'm afraid of," Ratchet said quietly. "You say you're supposed to go along with this life. That's what Morgan said." We nodded. "But what if you're not?" Betty theorized. "What if you're supposed to rebel?" "With all due respect," Cordelia said, "my father knows a lot about that stone. He's the one who brought it to Southern Wishes." Mischief glinted in Betty's eyes. "What if he's supposed to tell you that?" "Why would he do that?" Amelia said. "This stone reminds me of one I saw a long time ago, when I was very young." "You were young?" Amelia scoffed. "I don't believe it." Betty closed her hand around it, sealing it from view. "The stone I remember had complicated power, but the main crux of it was similar. It would give you what you wanted, but it was up to you to decide which way to go about it." "And," I said, "if you returned to the way you wanted things to be, then all the world would go back to normal. But if you accepted the reality, you stayed there." Cordelia shook her head. "That's the exact opposite of what my dad said." "Because it's a puzzle wish," Betty explained. "Your father can't just give you the answer. He can't tell you to change everything you've been given. It's up to you to figure that out." "But you just told us," I said. "But Amelia started thinking it first," she countered. "So technically the idea came from one of y'all, which sort of leaves me out of it." We sat silently, mulling it over. "You're saying we should be trying to screw this up," Cordelia confirmed. "We've arrived and realized this isn't the right world, so the way to get back, instead of screaming through the streets like in a movie, is simply to change things to the way we want them." Betty nodded sharply. "Otherwise, you'll get stuck here." "This is not what we were told," I murmured. "Think about it, Pepper." Betty pulled her pipe from her pocket, lit it with a flame that shot up from her finger, and started puffing. "If you accepted what you were given, why would you ever leave? Wouldn't it make sense that you'd be trapped here forever?" I considered it. Betty studied my expression and kept talking. "If you loved being here, the wish would think you wouldn't want anything different, so it would keep you smack out of your reality, wouldn't it?" "But if we changed things, why would it send us back?" I argued. "We would have changed things back to the way we know them, and the wish would think we were happy then, too." That made sense to me as well. Darned if you do, and darned if you don't, so to speak. "Plus," I said, "if we change things, then we're in our own reality, aren't we? Minus a lot of differences." "I'm with Betty," Amelia said. "I don't like it here. I don't want to shoot skinks or demonic snipes. This isn't what I signed up for. And first thing tomorrow, I'm going to start making this world work for me." With that, Amelia rose from the couch and marched upstairs. I wished her luck, I really did, but if I was going to believe anyone, it was my genie uncle. He knew the stone and everything about it. I was here for a reason, and I was going to stick to the plan. If that meant I stayed right up until Saturday, when I was supposed to marry Rufus, then so be it. Chapter 13. "Where are you off to today?" I spooned a glob of grits onto my plate and eyed Amelia smoothly. After she'd abruptly left the living room last night, all full of pea and vinegar, she'd stomped to her room and slammed the door. She wore a silk blouse and a skirt. Her soft curls were smoothed down, and she'd even dabbed on a bit of makeup. My cousin looked fit for a job interview. I'm going to see Erasmus Everlasting about working at the vault. It might be dangerous, but I'd rather do that than deal with bushes and getting shot by Betty." I fired off a concerned look to Cordelia, whose forehead wrinkled in worry. Cordelia glanced at me and shrugged. "Okay." "That's my girl," Betty said, settling a tray of biscuits on the table. "We'll see who wins this contest." "It isn't a contest," I argued. "So you say." I shook my head. "So you're really going through with this?" I asked Amelia. "Yep." She shoved a biscuit in her mouth and chewed. "I sure am. I'll let y'all know how it goes." I rose. "Well, I'm off to work." Ratchet appeared on the stairs. "Work?" I nodded. "Yes, work. What's so strange about that?" He and Betty exchanged a look. "You haven't been to work in months. You don't even go into the familiar store anymore." I frowned. "Then who works it?" "You hired an employee." I scoffed. "Do they have experience in familiar matching?" Ratchet scratched his head. "Not exactly." "Well, I'm going there." I grabbed my purse and shouldered it. "You coming?" He nodded. "Sure thing. I gotta see this." Ratchet grabbed a biscuit, slathered it with butter, and walked with me to the store. "I'm not really sure I like this Pepper," I remarked. "Well, I love her. If it wasn't for you, her, I would still be homeless." My gaze darted to the raccoon. He didn't seem upset, just matter of fact. My heart pinged at the idea that the Pepper I was impersonating seemed to care so little about all the things that I cared about. Except for Rufus. I cared about him. But my feelings for Rufus were getting all knotted up. I couldn't remember how I felt about him in my other life. The potion made all my emotions for him so strong that I couldn't wait to see him, couldn't wait to touch him. The confusion from last night had vanished, and Rufus was just about all I could think of. Except, of course, my animals. I stopped outside Familiar Place and exhaled a deep shot of air. "You sure you want to go in?" Ratchet asked. I frowned. "It's my store. Why wouldn't I want to go in?" "You'll see. But don't say I didn't warn you." I yanked open the door. A flock of macaws flew at me. They cawed, talons extended like they wanted to rip my hair from the shaft. I gasped and slammed the door before they could exit. My breath came in ragged gasps. What was that? "See?" Ratchet folded his arms. "I told you that you wouldn't want to go in." I slowly pivoted toward him. A jolt of fear coursed all the way to my toes. My mouth opened and shut like a fish. I couldn't form words. But why? Why were they trying to attack me? "Because they aren't tame. They're crazy. It's been that way ever since you took control of the place. You never really accepted that you have the ability to communicate with animals the way your uncle did. You never tried with them. And so they run loose." "But how?" Where are my words? I shook my head and forced words into my brain. "But how do I make money? How does anyone work in there?"
"Morning, Miss Dunn."
And then C.J. Hicks strode right on past me wearing what looked like a beekeeper's uniform, complete with the head cover.
"You coming in today?"
C.J. said. My face contorted in confusion. "C.J., what are you doing here?"
"Miss Dunn,"
he said with a hint of bite in it.
"I know you're joking. I work here, full time."
"But what about real estate?" C.J. shook his head.
"I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't mind, if you're not here to be part of the solution, then you're part of the problem. Excuse me while I go to work."
C.J. blew right on past me into the store and the cawing birds. They converged on him. My jaw dropped. "No! He'll be clawed alive!" Ratchet grabbed me. "Why do you think he wears the suit?" I watched in horror as the birds bit at CJ's arms and legs, attacking the poor man with a fervor that made my stomach tighten. After a couple of minutes, they stopped. This is horrible. I raked my fingers down my face. What has happened? CJ isn't nice like he's supposed to be, and he's a realtor, not my employee. Not anymore. CJ lost a girlfriend and started drinking. He couldn't sell houses anymore, so you took him in, gave him a job, and got rid of this headache of a store of yours. I stood outside, baffled and honestly a little terrified of what I was watching. And clients? I said, shocked that anyone would want to have anything to do with Familiar Place with the state it was in. CJ catches an animal and brings it out one at a time. I clawed my fingers down my face. What a disaster. Pepper Dunn, it's about time you showed up. Theodora, a wonderfully friendly woman who owned Cast and Iron along with her husband Harry, stormed up to me. Only this Theodora didn't look happy. She looked ticked as heck. Those rats of yours have been breaking into my shop and chewing on the iron skillets, she fumed. I expect you to pay for the damages. Oh, I'm so sorry, I gushed. She threw her hands skyward. Sorry. You're sorry. When is Pepper Dunn ever sorry about the horrible things her animals do? You don't even come into your store. She jabbed a finger in my face. How can you say you're sorry? I grimaced. I am. I'll fix it. It'll stop now. Theodora's face twisted in anger. You better, or I'll make sure I get your shop condemned, and you won't be able to sell it to anyone. Flustered, I didn't know what to say. Sorry seemed pointless. Okay, I mumbled weakly. Harry stepped onto the sidewalk.
What are you doing over there, woman? I thought I told you to stay away from Pepper Dunn.
She waved him away. I'm coming. Just telling her to mind her animals. Theodora shot me a look that could have burned the hair off my head, which this time she says she will. I'll believe it when I see it. Theodora stomped off, and I stood, heart pounding. Yeah, Ratchet said. You don't exactly have friends here. I've always gotten along with Theodora and Harry. Well, you don't anymore. The raccoon pointed to the shop, and that's the reason why. I pushed up my sleeves and made a serious decision. This madness with Familiar Place being run by the animals had to end, and it had to end now. I couldn't believe I'd allowed this store to stay out of control like this. I must have been out of my mind. I threw back my shoulders, inhaled a deep breath, and said, I'm going in. Ratchet's eyebrows arched to the sky. You're kidding. I'm not. I'm going in there, and I'm going to take control of the situation. Right now. Ratchet threw himself in my path. You can't. I gently pushed him aside. Watch me. I moved quickly so he didn't have a chance to stop me. In one swift movement, I threw open the door and stepped inside. The squawking increased. The birds took one look and flew straight toward me. Mice and rats scurried at my feet, and puppies lunged for my legs. I flared out my arms as C.J. Hicks started wailing nonsense. Magic buoyed from me, halting the animals in their tracks. Power haloed around me, burning bright and golden. This ends now, I commanded. All the creatures froze. My magic pinned them in place. They couldn't move even if they wanted to. You will no longer act this way, I said. You will not attack anyone, and you will go into your cages and perch on your stands. This madness stops. A macaw with blue feathers on his head spoke in my head first. Why should we listen to you? You've never cared for us before. You never wanted anything to do with us. You made us wild, Pepper. You made us this way. How?
You never liked us. You didn't stay. You didn't care.
I raked my fingers through my hair. I will stay. I will work, and we will all figure out how to do this together. Can y'all accept that?
No.
I rubbed my lips together. It was foolish of me to think that I could walk in and undo a year of hostility and anger, but I had to try. Okay, I said sternly. If you don't want to work with me, I will keep all of you frozen. Forever, I added ominously.
You wouldn't dare.
I glared at the macaw. Try me. The macaw, who naturally spoke for every other animal in my store for some reason that I didn't understand and didn't care about, blinked.
Fine, but you will have to work with us, not abandon us like you did before.
My heart broke for these creatures. I'd left them to their own devices, and in the end they become wild, savage, well, animals. You have my word. I clapped my hands and the force field faded. Now, all of you, to your places. We will have order around here, and we will start a new day. Even though most of them sulked, the creatures slithered and crawled to their respective places in the store. I clapped my hands and stared at the mess. Ripped newspaper lay everywhere. Cedar shavings littered the floor. Popcorn-sized bits of paper covered nearly every surface, and worse, the place stank of fur and waste. C.J. Hicks slowly pulled the helmet from his head.
Wow. How'd you do that, Miss Dunn?
I shrugged. I did it the only way I know how. To ask. I clapped my hands. Now, to get this place in order. I opened the front door to let in fresh air and magicked up a broom, mop, and a bucket full of water. CJ, let's get to work. Within an hour, the place sparkled and smelled of lemon. I created a sidewalk clapboard, chalked a welcome sign onto it, and placed it out front. Then I started waving folks down. Y'all come into Familiar Place. Looking for a new familiar? I've got just the creature for you. Come in and shop here. That grabbed some attention. Within minutes, the store had several customers. I successfully matched a teenage girl to a rabbit and a retired wizard to a turtle. Business was looking good. But that wasn't all of it. By the end of the day, with C.J. Hicks beside me, we'd easily sold 20 familiars. By the time I locked the doors, my feet throbbed, my legs ached, and my mind was exhausted.
Wow, Miss Dunn. Where'd you learn to sell familiars like that? And why haven't you done that before?
C.J. accused.
I could have used your help ages ago.
I winced. Sorry, C.J., but better late than never. I glanced at the macaw who hadn't been matched yet. My goal for you tomorrow is to find your witch or wizard. How does that sound? The bird's feathers trembled with excitement.
I would love that. And Pepper, thank you. Thanks from all of us to you. You've made our lives rich again. Gave us something to hope for.
I stroked his head. The bird leaned into me. You're welcome. I'm sorry I'd been neglecting you. I hope you can forgive me. The bird bobbed up and down.
Forgiven.
Let's go home, CJ. Come on, Ratchet. I locked up the store and said to the raccoon, I'm exhausted. I can't wait to get home, kick my feet up, and relax.
Aren't you forgetting something?
I frowned. I don't think so.
It's the second night of the Unity ceremony. Have you forgotten?
I dropped my head onto the glass pane of the front door. I did. Great. What are we joining again?
The hands. It's the joining of the hands.
I glanced down at my dirt-streaked clothing. Is there time to go home?
Ratchet shook his head. Nope. We've got to head on over. Right now.
Chapter 14. The joining of the hands went well, to say the least. Better than the day before with the skinks, though Betty still perused the bushes for the so-called demonic snipes. I still wasn't convinced that those existed, but whatever, it was Betty's world. I just lived in it. Salt, swift, chanted words filled with magic. The air sizzled with power, and this time the intensity was electric. I'd experienced a change when I drank the blood, but nothing like this. Magic wove all the way to my bones, making them pop and fizz with power. Rufus and I touched our palms to one another. Magic flared like fire, and I felt myself falling into Rufus, falling toward him and forgetting about any and all others. It was strange, as if a veil had been placed in my mind, like I'd lost a bit of myself, a part of my memory that held something important, but I didn't know what it was. All I knew was that Rufus and I were meant to be. After the ceremony, Rufus was all smiles. He handed me a glass of wine and slid his hand around my waist. "I'm the luckiest man alive," he said, toasting me. The wine trickled down my throat and warmed my belly. I smiled widely. "I'm lucky too, remember?" "Ah, but not like me," he said. Rufus kissed my cheek. "I love you." "I love you." And I meant it. Something tugged at me as if I wasn't supposed to say that, like I was supposed to have feelings for someone else. But nothing else was there. I'd slipped effortlessly into the unity ceremony, and I'd forgotten about anyone and everyone but Rufus. He was all I wanted. Amelia bounded up to me. Sherman Oaks walked beside her. He nearly drooled as he followed my cousin. "Well, I got my job back at the vault," she said proudly. I hugged her. "That's great. So wonderful. I knew you could do it." Amelia smiled. "Yep, Sherman here helped me." She patted his shoulder. "It was good having the leader of the Head Witch Order there. It helped solidify my devotion to the vault." She clapped her hands and smiled. "So glad." Amelia stared at Sherman, and he grinned widely. "Where's Garrick?" I asked. "Oh," Amelia grimaced. "I think he's going to be laying low for a while." "Why's that?" "Well, we sort of," she sliced a hand across her throat, "ended things. I don't know how happy he'll be to see me around."
"That's a shame,"
Rufus said. She shrugged. Amelia coiled a hand around Sherman's arm. "Care to grab a glass of wine?" Sherman smiled.
"I'll lead the way."
Which I was surprised that Sherman would lead, because it appeared that Amelia was leading everything when it came to them. I just hoped the whole breaking up with Garrick thing didn't come back to bite her in the butt. A decent-sized crowd had attended the ceremony. Plenty of folks I recognized, and some I didn't. My gaze drifted across the knot of people until it landed on Betty. She stood off to the side, on one corner of the lot, talking to Axel. A serious expression was chiseled on his face. Betty waved her arms, and Axel glanced up at me. Our gazes locked, and a shiver ran down my spine. "What's that all about?" I murmured. Rufus touched his hand to mine.
"What's that?"
Not wanting to cause him any worry, I waved off my concern. It was nothing. Rufus nudged my arm.
"Ah, it looks like one of the High Witch Council has decided to grace our ceremony."
I glanced around. "Why?" Rufus pointed.
"There."
A gentleman that was easily in his 70s, with a shock of white hair and an emerald pinky ring on his finger, slowly approached with the help of a cane. "Argus amulet?" I whispered. It couldn't be. I'd met Argus ages ago at the first witch home. He'd been living there, a retired sorcerer. Betty and I had begged for his help after Rufus had spelled me so that whenever I used my power, he was able to drink it up. Not long after saying he'd help me, Argus had been murdered. He was a good man, at least he seemed to be, but he was dead in my Magnolia Cove, yet he lived here.
"Ah, Pepper Dunn,"
He said warmly, extending his free hand. I took it, still shocked that I was really looking at a dead man. Of course, it was no different than Salt Swift being alive either, or Sylvia Spirits not having committed a murder. I was beginning to think I was the real problem, that I was such a different person in this Magnolia Cove, that I was the reason some people had been murdered. In the case of the Magic Eater, the creature never would have been unleashed if it hadn't been for me and my cousins. But in the case of Argus, his killer had been a psycho nurse who liked to play God. That had nothing to do with me. But now, Argus was part of the High Witch Council? He wasn't even living in the retirement home. Wow, how fate had certainly changed things. I took his hand, still in disbelief. Argus, thank you for coming. Argus shook Rufus's hand, but directed his comment to me.
"Of course I came. I couldn't resist. We have high hopes for you, Pepper Dunn. The High Witch Council does not appoint witches we do not believe in."
Argus's eyes sparkled.
"If I may borrow your bride-to-be, Rufus, there are things we must discuss."
Rufus kissed my cheek.
"Of course, Pepper. I won't be far."
Argus extended his wrinkled and splotched hand. I took it and allowed him to guide me through the throng of people.
"It does an old man's heart good to be on the arm of such a beautiful woman,"
he said. "I'm glad you're here," I murmured. He grunted, as if satisfied with that answer.
"Pepper, we do look forward to your arrival at the council. We've been waiting for a witch as powerful and intelligent as you to take the reins of our organization. Since you're so willing and ready to give yourself over, I wanted to see how ready you are."
I hiked a shoulder to my ear. "Well, I'm selling Familiar Place, you know that." He nodded.
"Yes, we know. You're marrying a powerful sorcerer in Rufus Mays. If he decides to join the council as well, you'll make a nearly indestructible team."
I wasn't sure how to respond to that.
"I must say,"
Argus continued,
"after our last little chat, things have turned out beautifully."
"Our last little chat?" I asked. Argus stopped. We stood on the outskirts of the crowd. He turned so we faced them, and he stared into the throng.
"The werewolf was never right for you,"
he murmured.
"I'm so glad you came to realize that. Defeating the Head Witch Order helped you, of course. We helped you. But you've made the right choice in Rufus. I'm so glad we were able to assist you in seeing that."
My mind spun. Was Argus' amulet saying what I thought he was saying? But I defeated the Order on my own. Argus tisked.
"Oh, Pepper, do I really have to remind you that if it hadn't been for the potion I slipped you, you never would have had the power to defeat Lacey? And of course it helped that you did defeat her, didn't it? That made our little push so much easier."
Argus stiffened.
"We can't have a witch in the council who's married to a half-breed,"
he said, meaning Axel.
"I'm so glad your willingness to excel in your career came before pesky things such as love."
My stomach dropped. Shut the front door. Argus was telling me that here I hadn't defeated Lacey on my own. The High Council had given me the tools to defeat her, and in return for that power I broke up with Axel, chose Rufus, and was going to work for the council. I raked my fingers through my hair. No, this couldn't be real. I couldn't have done those horrible things. But I had, and I knew that. I'd made a decision, and now my fate was sealed. So was my heart. As I stared out into the sea of people who'd attended the evening's part of the unity ceremony, my gaze landed on Axel. I'd felt something for him. I had. But now, all my heart belonged to Rufus. There was nothing I could do about that. Absolutely nothing.
So I hope,
Argus said, slicing through my thought,
that if the council needs your help again before you come to work for us, that you'll answer the call.
I dragged my gaze from Axel to Argus. This high witch council reeked of corruption and injustice. Wow. Maybe Argus should have been murdered in this Magnolia Cove. Just kidding. Sort of. What sort of thing would you need me to do? Argus hiked a shoulder to his ear.
I don't know. It's not as if I can see the future any better than you can. But if certain elements become unsavory, I'd like to know we can count on you.
My gaze snagged on Rufus. He raised a glass of wine to me. My heart leaped in my chest. I'd do anything for him, absolutely anything. This was our life, wasn't it? What we'd planned, hoped, and dreamed. We'd leave Magnolia Cove and be together. Forever. I plastered a smile on my face. Of course, Argus. Whatever you need. I'll heed the call. He patted my hand.
That's a good girl.
My mind flickered back to the wishing stone, to the entire reason I'd arrived in Magnolia Cove in the first place. Amelia was fighting what the stone wanted, but I didn't see the point. We were supposed to go along with it, weren't we? Live the life the stone had placed before us. The wish had given me Rufus, and I wanted to keep him. We were joined in blood, and soon we'd be joined by the soul. It would all happen soon. Oh, so soon we would be together forever. A slow smile spread across my face. When I'd first arrived, I couldn't wait to leave. Now I wanted to stay. If Amelia didn't like it here, that was her problem. Even though some things were different and perhaps a bit unsavory, I'd made certain choices for a reason. I'd done everything to be better. I'd made an arrangement with the High Council to save not only me, but my town. That decision had placed me directly within Rufus's trajectory. I'd said goodbye to Axel and embraced Rufus, the man I was joined to. Soon, we would be one. That slow smile continued to curve on my face.
Is something amusing, my dear?
Argus asked. I steered us back toward the crowd. No, nothing is wrong. Absolutely nothing. Everything is perfect, just as it should be. Argus delivered me back to Rufus's waiting arms. I embraced him and kissed Rufus gently on the mouth. I can't wait to be Mrs. Mays, I murmured. It can't get here fast enough. Chapter 15.
What did Argus have to say?
Betty and I sat in front of the fireplace back at home. Cordelia and Amelia were still out and hadn't returned from the ceremony. I assumed both were out on dates. Well, I stared at the fire, unsure how much I was supposed to tell Betty and unsure how much Betty knew about my involvement with the council.
Probably just doing one of his last-minute pokings and proddings,
Ratchet answered for me.
You know how it goes. You get a new council member, want to make sure they're still in line with everything.
I shot Ratchet a grateful look. That was exactly it. Argus just needed to make sure we were still on, and that I was excited about joining him.
"How was familiar place today?"
Betty asked. I sighed and wedged my back farther into the chair. An absolute mess. But, I added proudly, I fixed it. By tomorrow, you won't recognize the place. Betty shoved a lit pipe between her teeth.
"Is that so?"
Yep. The animals are all happy now. CJ shouldn't have to enter wearing one of those bee suits. Right, Ratchet? Ratchet scratched the back of his head.
"That's right. It even shocked me. But Pepper did it. She reined in the animals. If you'd asked me a week ago if that was possible, I would have said, no, absolutely not. But she managed it."
Mischief alighted in Betty's eyes. The expression gave me goosebumps. I wasn't sure what Betty was thinking, but she had me worried. What is it?
"The old Pepper never would have done that."
I shrugged. The old Pepper did a lot of things I wouldn't have done, except marry Rufus. I let my arms rise, and I slid down the chair. That's one thing we both agree on.
"Is that right?"
Betty said. Before I could answer, the door swung open. Amelia stormed in, muttering to herself.
"I don't understand why it's so hard to just give me one little kiss. Is that too much to ask?"
She pegged her purse on the wall and whirled around. Anger filled her eyes, and her fingers were clenched tight.
"I mean, is it?"
My happy place evaporated. What are you talking about? She nabbed an apple from a bowl on the coffee table and spoke between mouthfuls.
"I'm talking about Sherman. He won't kiss me. We talked half the day and spent most of the evening together, but when it came right down to it, he wouldn't pucker up."
Betty rolled her eyes.
"Might have something to do with the fact that you just dumped one guy."
"Maybe he thinks you have cooties," I offered. Amelia glared at me.
"I don't have cooties, and you know it. And that," she pointed to Betty, "is what he said. Sherman Oaks declared he didn't feel comfortable kissing me when I'd just dumped Garrick. Sherman thinks he's a rebound." She kicked her feet onto the table and chewed vigorously. "He's not a rebound. How do I convince him?" I shrugged. "No idea. You know, some of us are actually playing by the rules on this. I don't like the rules, and some rules were meant to be broken, like a stupid wishing stone rule where we have to accept what we're given. No thanks. That's not for me. So," she dropped her finished apple in the trash, "how do I convince Sherman to kiss me?" I sighed. "Why don't you let it happen naturally?" "Because I don't want to be stuck here my whole life. I want to return to our Magnolia Cove." Her gaze darted to Betty and Ratchet. "No offense."
"None taken,"
Betty said.
"If you want to kiss Sherman, we'll have to increase the romance, up the pressure, so to speak."
Amelia perked up.
"How?"
"We'll have to get the two of you in a situation that reeks of romance. Something that forces Sherman's hand."
"I like it."
Amelia rubbed her hands.
"How do we do that?"
Betty stroked her chin in thought.
"We've got another ceremony tomorrow night. It's not supposed to be filled with romance, but I wonder if I could pull some strings, get a band to play, maybe a little dancing. Do you think that would help?"
Amelia nodded vigorously.
"Do I think it would help? Yes. Put the two of us pressed together with fairy lights and really awesome slow music. I'd bet I could get Sherman to kiss me. He would want to. I'd even wear dark, smudgy eyeshadow so that he'd find me irresistible."
"Good luck with that," I said. "He's either going to kiss you or he isn't. Manipulating him won't help." Amelia scoffed.
"I'm not manipulating him."
I shot her a pointed look.
"Okay, so maybe I am a teensy bit, but I have no other choice. I want out of here. And if you were smart, you'd be hurling yourself at Axel."
I hiked a shoulder to my ear. Why? I love Rufus. This life isn't so bad. Amelia's jaw fell. She shot Betty a panicked look.
Forget about me. We need to be working on Pepper. She's forgotten who she is.
No, I haven't. But we're supposed to go along with it. I'm going along with it. Amelia tapped a fist to her knee.
That stupid unity ceremony.
She shook her head.
This is bad. This is horrible.
I rose and stretched. It's not so bad.
Pepper, Amelia said gently.
One of us is wrong about the wishing stone, and one of us is right. I'm revolting, and if I get out of here but you end up trapped, then you'll be stuck here, married to Rufus.
I crossed to her and placed a hand on my cousin's cheek. Now, would that be so bad, Amelia? I don't think so. I smiled at her and Betty. Well, I'm off to bed. See y'all in the morning. Amelia murmured flatly as I headed up the stairs.
Yep. See you then.
I headed to Familiar Place first thing the next morning after a hearty Betty Craples-style breakfast filled with grits, buttered biscuits, sausage gravy, and soft, fluffy eggs. Needless to say, I was stuffed by the time I arrived, though much of that stuffing was due to the fact that Amelia and Cordelia barely spoke to me. I guess Amelia mentioned my feelings for Rufus, and neither of them approved. Oh well. I called CJ on the way and told him not to bother coming in. After all he'd been through dealing with screeching and attacking animals, he deserved a break, a paid break at that. I unlocked the door and greeted the animals, watching them intently to make sure we weren't back to ground zero with them. They behaved nicely, greeting me as if I was one of their own. "Good morning," the macaw said after a yawn. I opened the front door and took out the clapboard, announcing we were ready for business. I'd only been there for about 10 minutes when the first footsteps sounded on the floor. I was in back, digging out more pet food. "I'll be right out," I called. I grabbed a 10-pound sack of chow and headed into the main shop. I dropped it on the floor, dusted my hands, and turned, smiling at my new customer. "Good morning. What can I get for you?" Axel stood in the middle of the shop. A breeze slid through his hair, rustling at atop his head. His blue eyes blazed with an intensity that stole my breath. "Oh," I said. "I didn't realize it was you." "It's me." I cleared my throat nervously. "What can I do for you? What sort of familiar are you thinking of buying?" "I'm not here to buy a familiar." He took a step forward. "I'm here to talk to you." "About what?" I said coolly. "Betty told me who you are." Silence blanketed the room. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Stop it, Pepper. I knew there was something different about you. Not only is your scent different, but you're different. Rufus didn't notice, did he?" I said nothing. That seemed to answer his question. "Of course he didn't. How could he notice when he doesn't see you as I do? When he's not connected to you like I am? I mean, it's not as if you had time to ever really figure out a way to keep me from losing myself as the beast." "Yes, I did." I didn't know where it came from to admit such a truth to him, but the words flying from my mouth took me by surprise. I sucked air. Axel's eyes narrowed. His fingers twitched. "You did?" I shook my head fiercely. "No, I don't know what made me say that. Of course, I never figured out how to reach you." Total lie. I had figured it out, with the thanks of some magic. I could reach Axel and keep him still, keep him from turning into a complete savage whenever he was in werewolf form. But this Pepper hadn't figured that out. What did that mean? Could I still reach him? Keep him sane and level-headed when he turned? I doubted it. He reached for me. I shrank back. Axel sighed.
So, he's got you good, doesn't he, in the unity stuff? You've gone completely Rufus, haven't you?
I stiffened. That's the point of the ceremony. Look, I don't know why you're here. I don't know what you want, but if you've come to try to ruin things for me, you can forget it. He jerked his chin.
I'm not trying to ruin anything. I'm not here for that.
Then what are you here for?
You.
A chill swept down my spine. It fissured to the ends of my fingers, where a tingling sensation took over. What are you talking about? I murmured. You and I had our chance, but now it's over. It's done. I've made my choice and you've made yours.
You don't really believe that, do you?
Axel edged forward. I took a step back. Yes, of course I believe it.
For so long I didn't understand why you broke things off. I just didn't get it. But then I saw you with Argus, and I knew.
I couldn't keep the tremble from my voice. Knew what?
They hate me, you know? Hate my kind. They barely tolerate werewolves. And a half-breed? Well, you can forget about it.
Axel extended his arm, and the macaw flew to him and alighted there. Axel stroked the bird's head.
But you're joining them. And that's really what happened, wasn't it? That's what brought us here.
He shook his head.
Not that it matters, because it wasn't you who made the decision. It was your doppelganger, I suppose. The Pepper who lives here and who broke my heart. Yes, it was awful when that happened. I changed into the wolf without meaning to and destroyed a lot of things, hurt a lot of people. But now there's a chance to change that.
Axel's gaze met mine and I sucked air. The intensity that burned in his eyes made my heart pound.
This can change. You're not meant to join the High Witch Council. You're not meant to marry Rufus. This isn't your life.
My head pounded. I was so confused. My reality and this one had merged, making everything melt together into one big soup. That Axel would arrive at my store and demand that I'd change things, that I'd do something different when I'd already warred so much within myself, made me angry. I was on the right path, I knew that. Nothing Axel did would change any of it. I think you should leave. You've said some interesting things, but you're way out of line. The theory you've proposed is wrong. Betty must be off her meds again. I appreciate you stopping by, but what happened between us? Well, it's over. I'm marrying Rufus, and there's nothing you can do about it.
We'll see about that.
Axel lifted his arm, and the macaw flew back to its perch. The wizard, moving like quicksilver, moved to my side, and before I could argue or fight, he wrapped his arms around my waist and kissed me. Chapter 16. Axel's lips branded mine. It was like I'd forgotten how to kiss. That's how it felt when his mouth pressed against me. Heat flared in my gut and trickled up and down my body, igniting me. I'd started to push him away, but found myself clutching him. I curled my fingers into his shirt sleeves, willing him to kiss me harder, which was when my mind snapped. I wasn't supposed to be here, kissing Axel. I pushed him away. We stared at each other. Axel panted. So did I. I fisted my hands. It's time for you to leave.
And it's time for you to change the course of things. I know that's what you're supposed to do. Don't you feel it too?
I cocked my chin in defiance. I don't feel anything. Footsteps sounded behind Axel. Neither of us turned to see who it was, though it became abundantly clear when Rufus's voice rang out.
What are you doing here, Wolf? Come to see what you'll never have? Deciding to torture yourself?
Rufus, stop, I said. Axel's jaw twitched.
It's okay. I'm used to his taunting.
Darkness washed over his features. Pain flared in his eyes.
I only came to wish you a successful ceremony tonight. Tonight is the joining of the mind, isn't it?
I glanced at Rufus because, to be honest, I couldn't keep them all straight.
Tonight is the mind, and tomorrow is the heart,
Rufus remarked. Axel gave a quick nod.
See you there,
he said, his gaze never leaving mine. I moved to greet Rufus, and it was only then that Axel tore his gaze from me. I hugged Rufus, and Axel moved toward the door.
Enjoy the rest of your day,
he directed at Rufus, before disappearing from the shop out into the street. Rufus hugged me to him.
What was that all about?
I shrugged. I don't know, just a strange, out-of-the-blue visit. I hugged Rufus tightly around the waist and tipped my head back to gaze up at him. Axel doesn't matter. All that matters is us. Rufus smiled.
Yes, it does.
Now, I said after a kiss, did you bring me some lunch? Because I'm starving. During lunch with Rufus, I was able to shove away my encounter with Axel. His kiss had left me shaky and frail, but I pushed past my feelings for him and tried to forget about it. After all, I had a job to do, and that job was to stay the course. Rufus left after a little while, and I busied myself by cleaning the surfaces and organizing some of the food shelves.
Well, I declare, I'd heard the store had gotten a makeover. I stopped by earlier and was going to come in, but you looked pretty busy with a certain werewolf.
I glanced up to see I Declare Hawker peering into the puppy bin. I folded my arms. I declare, so great to see you. When I first arrived in Magnolia Cove, my cousins informed me that I Declare was really short for I Declare Your Business, because not only was Idie a gossip, but she was also a blabbing gossip. Idie scoffed.
Don't try to pretend that you and I are friends, Pepper.
Here we go again. This Pepper and her enemies. How could I keep up? Okay, I said slowly. I won't. How's that? She shoved her hand onto her hip.
Don't act like you don't remember how you snubbed me when you first arrived here.
She slapped her thigh.
Of course you don't. Why wouldn't you remember that? Right after you came here, I tried to be your friend and cut your hair for free, and you told your cousins that I gave you the worst haircut ever. Amelia, that moron, couldn't keep it to herself, so she told everyone.
Which was why I had never ever gotten my hair did by I Declare. I knew something bad would come of it. My instincts had been correct. Something horrible had come of it. I'd received a bad cut, and now Idie and I were no longer on speaking terms. Worse than that, we appeared to be downright enemies. Great. I hiked a shoulder to my ear. Listen, Idie, I'm really sorry that all that happened. Really I am. I never should have told my cousins, and I'm sorry that Amelia blabbed about it. Idie folded her arms. Malice glittered in her eyes.
I would have accepted that apology months ago, but now it's too late.
Okay, I said slowly. It's too late. Why's that?
I saw what happened in here.
I rubbed my lips together, my mind whirling, while I tried to figure out if there was going to be a way out of this. What do you mean? I asked coyly. She scoffed.
Don't play innocent with me. I watched you with him.
Idy took a threatening step forward. "You just about ruined me. And now I'm going to ruin you. I'm going to tell everyone what happened, that I saw you kissing Axel Reign the week of your wedding." "No one will believe you," I snapped. It was a weak defense, but the only one I had. Idy's mouth split into a devilish smile. She retrieved her phone from her purse and brandished it like a trophy. "You're right. They normally wouldn't, but I recorded it." She smirked. "Don't bother trying to destroy it because I've already made copies. By tonight, everyone in town will know exactly what you are, a liar and harlot, one that's not to be trusted. And your precious job on the High Witch Council, well, you can kiss it goodbye." I would not be intimidated by a hairdresser. There was no way. I also didn't believe that anyone would really think I was capable of cheating on Rufus. But now that I thought about it, this Pepper hadn't even bothered to make her store something special. But still, Idy wasn't about to win. She couldn't march into my shop and wave around a phone and say she was going to ruin my life. I wasn't having that, which was why I gritted my teeth and said, "Bring it on." By the time I got back to the house, I was emotionally beat, but I was still ticked at Betty for telling Axel the truth about me. "What the heck made you tell Axel that?" I said, fuming. I tossed my purse on the couch and glared at Betty, who stood over the cauldron gently stirring what smelled like turnip greens. I wondered if she had the cornbread already made. My anger had made me hungry. "Tell him what?" Cordelia said. I pointed at our grandmother. "About me, about us. She told him who I was." "Ah," Cordelia said. "No wonder." I dragged my gaze from Betty to my cousin. "No wonder what?" She plopped onto the couch. "No wonder he broke up with me." "See what you've done?" I said to Betty. "You're messing everything up." Betty shrugged. "I think it'll all turn out for the best." Turn out for the best? Axel kissed me in my store. I declare, took a picture or video of it, and she's going to plaster it around town. How is that for the best? Betty stroked her chin. "Everything happens for a reason." "I'll say." Ratchet hopped down the stairs. "I hope there's cornbread to go with those turnip greens." "There is," Betty said. "Great, 'cause I'm starving." I stared at everyone. Does no one care that Betty is single-handedly screwing things up? Ratchet climbed into the recliner. "Why should we care, when you haven't even considered what could happen to me if you leave? We don't really know what this place is, do we? Is it a dream? Is it your life just with the players in different parts? Where am I in all this? Because I'm not in your life, in your world. But I'm here. I'm solid. I know you. I've been your friend. I held your hair when you were sick, so you wouldn't vomit on it." "Thanks," I murmured. "But nobody cares about Ratchet. I'm just some trash that was found in an alley. I shouldn't even be here. Isn't that right, Pepper?" His words stung me. I took a deep gulp. "No, that's wrong. You're supposed to be here. You're supposed to be exactly where you are." "But I'm not," he said. "You're only thinking about me now because I've forced you to. The Pepper Dunn I know isn't perfect. At times she only thinks about herself, and no, she never cared about her shop, but she always cared about me. Always gave a rat's behind. No, her choices haven't been perfect. She made a dirty deal with the council so that Magnolia Cove could be saved. She's marrying a man that she loves," I finished. Cordelia gasped. "Oh no, the ceremony." I nodded. It is the magic of the ceremony, but I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not angry, and I'm not unhappy. I am unhappy that Betty is trying to ruin my happiness. I pointed a finger at her. I've got something special, and you're trying to throw a monkey wrench in it, and I declare is going to ruin me too. But it's fake, Cordelia said quietly. What you're feeling, it isn't real. It feels real, I argued. Cordelia shot Betty a dark look. What should we do? Betty tapped the wooden spoon on the side of the cauldron and hung it on a hook. What can we do? This is Pepper's life, and her choices. If her love for Axel is strong enough, then I don't think that even all the unity ceremonies in the world will change that. I understand your concern, Ratchet, Betty continued. I don't know what place this is. Are we real? I feel real. Has everyone been rewritten because in this life Pepper made different choices, as did Cordelia and Amelia? Hard to say. Hard to know. All we can do for now is to move with the current. She pinned her glittering eyes on me. I told Axel because I felt that was the right decision to make. He still loves you. You're with him in another life. Does that mean you should be here too? I think so. I think there are many paths we can take, but who we are on the inside remains the same no matter what dimension you are in. She crossed to me and tapped my chest with her fingers. You are a caring person who wants to do what's right. I know that. I feel it. Doing right to you means all the world. My grandmother cupped my face in her hand. I sighed into her warm skin, relishing the comfort she offered. You want to do what's right? Then do it. The world is just waiting for you to do what you're supposed to. I grasped her hand gently. Thank you. I pulled her away and smiled. I know what I'm supposed to do. Thank goodness, Cordelia said. I don't know if it'll get us out of here, but I know I miss the old Pepper. I smiled sadly at her. You didn't let me finish. I know what's right, and I'm going to do it, which means that for the next few days, I thought about Idie Claire and her ruining things. I thought about Axel and how it felt to press my lips against his, to feel the fire that burned in me. I considered Rufus and the love I held deep in my heart for him. For the next few days, I repeated, I'm going to do what I feel is best. If I'm here when the wedding takes place, I will marry Rufus Mays. Just so that all of you know, I'm not going to change my mind. Betty and Cordelia stared at me with sadness in their eyes. I gritted my teeth. Come on, Ratchet. Let's go get me ready for tonight's ceremony. Chapter 17.
If Sherman doesn't kiss me soon, I don't know what I'll do.
Amelia and I stood outside. The third ceremony had just been completed. I was a jumble of nerves, an absolute mess. I hadn't had a chance to talk to Rufus about my kiss with Axel, but I knew I needed to as soon as possible. Otherwise things could go sour quickly. After all, there was no telling when Idie Claire would make her move. I'm sure Sherman will kiss you soon, I murmured. Amelia shot me a questioning look.
Are you okay? You don't seem normal.
I quirked a shoulder. I'm fine, really. She pointed to Cordelia and Betty, who stood on the other side of the clearing. It looked like they were trying to stay as far away from me as possible.
Is that why Betty and Cordelia are treating you like you have the plague?
I frowned. I don't have the plague.
Right.
Amelia spotted Sherman striding up to us. She squeezed my shoulder.
Wish me luck.
Great. Now I was alone. I glanced around looking for Rufus, but he hadn't come out of his tent yet. I also looked around for Ida Claire, but I didn't see her either. I did, however, see Axel talking to Betty. He'd snuck up, apparently. I had only just noticed him. Our gazes locked, and he gave me a slight nod. I shivered. Time to find Rufus.
So, are you going to tell him? Ratchet said, catching up to me as I crossed the lawn. About what happened?
What choice do I have?
Oh, you have choices. It just depends on what outcome you want. Whether you want this thing to turn ugly, or keep it civil.
I stopped, pivoting to face him. What do you mean?
What do you think Rufus is going to do if he discovers what happened?
My stomach nodded. I don't know. Think that it was all a big misunderstanding?
Ratchet folded his arms. Do you really believe that?
No, I squeaked.
Let me tell you what he's going to do. As soon as you tell him, he will sick every last wizard on Axel. What do you think will happen then?
I shrugged. I don't know. Axel will run?
Wrong. You really aren't very good at this game. Axel will be attacked and probably killed.
My eyelids flared in shock. For doing what he did? I didn't want to say kissing out loud.
Yep, for doing that.
I laughed. You're joking, right? That's not going to happen. Ratchet shook his head.
I'm not kidding. You spoke to Argus. Do you think that man is joking about anything?
I cringed. No, I guess not.
What Axel did was wrong. You tell Rufus, and you'll be putting him in danger.
Frustration peaked inside me. Then what am I supposed to do?
Ratchet studied me. Do I really have to spoon-feed you everything?
Yes.
First, you don't tell him. Second, you strike a deal with Ida.
What sort of deal?
The sort that makes both of you happy. How's that sound?
Desperate.
Let me tell you something, kid. Ratchet pointed to the tent. You go in there and do what you're about to do, and you'll bring a lot of misery to a lot of people. You don't do it, and instead pay off the only other person who knows, and you've got a better situation. Now, which will it be?
Neither one sounds perfect, I said.
Sometimes you gotta take what you're given,
he said. And what would you do in this situation? Ratchet rubbed the back of his neck. He glanced at the ground, and then he lifted his gaze to mine.
I've always believed keeping a low profile is in the best interest of everyone.
You used to steal donuts and eat them in alleys.
See? Low profile.
I cocked my head and shot him a guilty look. Come on. I know that I don't really know you and you don't really know me, but I could use some help.
You just think you don't know me, but I'm betting somewhere you do. Listen, Pepper, if you hadn't saved me, I'd be an overweight raccoon who ended up out of breath at every turn. I'd be eating a donut with every meal. Truth is, I used to look in the windows of familiar place, 'cause all I wanted was to be loved. Corny, huh?
I patted his head. No, it's not corny. Everyone wants to be loved.
Well, I used to want that more than anything. I'd steal some food and go watch the animals. I would have given the world to switch places with one of them, even for a night."
He dropped his hands to his thighs.
"Now look at me. I've got a great witch who I'm a familiar to, but I don't know what the future holds. I might vanish without a trace, or I might just keep right on plodding along."
He laughed bitterly.
"I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens."
Without thinking, I scooped Ratchet into my arms, which really wasn't as easy as it seemed because he was solid. It was like trying to pick up a stone statue. Not that Ratchet resisted, but I got the feeling hugs weren't his thing. "Whatever happens, I'll find you. I'll get you to a witch or wizard who needs a raccoon just like you. I promise."
"If you say so,"
he muttered in disbelief. "I'm not lying. I'll do whatever I can, whatever it takes, to help. Understand?"
He nodded. "Now let me down before anyone sees us."
I laughed and placed him gently on the ground. I brushed my hands and glanced around at the crowd. "Okay. Well, I guess you helped me make up my mind on this one."
"Oh? How's that?"
I fisted my hands to my hips and said sternly, "I don't want anyone to be hurt." "So." Ratchet smiled mischievously.
"So, we're going to find Heidi?"
I clicked my tongue. "We sure are." "Okay, Heidi. You've won. I've come to offer whatever you want." I stood in the middle of Heidi Claire's hair salon. The place looked normal enough, except for the animated shears that zipped around the room, snipping at things. Seriously, a pair of silver scissors seemed intent on taking the world by storm, one haircut at a time. Are they what cut my hair? If that was the case, no wonder I complained to my cousins that I'd received a bad haircut. Those shears looked pretty manic, as if they would slice up anything just to have something to do. I shuddered. Heidi dusted off a chair. She plumped her hair, which was teased practically to the ceiling, and blew a pink bubble from the gum cracking in her mouth. "Oh, you've seen things my way? What makes you think I want anything other than to ruin you?" I slowly stepped across the tile floor. My heels clacked on the stone. Heidi's gaze zipped to my feet and then back to me. "Well," I slowly started as if I'd really been thinking about it, "if you'd wanted to ruin me, you would have been at the ceremony tonight." She sniffed. "I had a client." "You could have put them off, done their hair another day." "I'm booked, solid. Someone's big wedding is screwing up everything in this town. I'm busy all week, up until an hour before the ceremony." I nodded. "So, even though I ruined you, you're still busy." Heidi stumbled over her words. "Yes, you destroyed my reputation." I glanced around the salon, which was neatly decorated with over-the-top velvet drapes and cushions. Lots of rich jewel tones and dark wood made the place look more like the inside of a mansion than a salon. "Looks like business has been good."
"Well, it hasn't,"
she snapped.
"and that's why I'm still going to ruin you, first chance I get."
"Tell you what, Heidi, why don't we forget all about what happened and settle on some sort of agreement? I would like that. Would you?" She glanced around nervously.
"I don't know what you're talking about. You even think of setting one of your council dogs on me, and I'll squeal. I promise."
I laughed. "I'm not talking about that. I don't want to hurt or intimidate you. That's not what I'm after." Heidi grabbed a broom and swept hair out from under a chair.
"Then what do you want? I'm tired.
and I'd like to go home."
"Fair enough." I brushed my fingers over the glossy surface of a cutting station, letting a pregnant silence hang heavy in the room.
"Well," Addie screeched, "what do you want?"
Her eyes bugged from her head, and her grip on the broom neared strangulation mode. Addie was frazzled. She thought she had me. She figured I'd be a bundle of frayed nerves at this point. Oh, how wrong she was. The shears whizzed by me, and I plucked them from the air. I stared at their silvery surface and admired how they reflected the light. "Is this how you cut all your heads?" Addie nodded stiffly.
"Yes, I use the magical shears. That's how I've always cut hair." "What?"
"It just seems to me that you're limiting yourself." Addie's eyes narrowed.
"What do you mean?"
I went back over the script Ratchet and I had come up with. I couldn't woo Heidi Claire by simply walking in and demanding that she not release information about me that she desperately wanted to. She wanted to ruin me. I had to make her want to lift me up. The only way to do that was to give Heidi what she wanted, her reputation back. I inspected the shears. "I mean, if you're cutting people's hair like this, instead of using your witch-given gift of hair cutting, using your own 2 hands, then I'd say you're limiting yourself."
"And I suppose you have a solution?"
She rolled her eyes.
"Right."
"I do." She shook her head in disgust.
"I don't want to hear it."
"What if I said you could cut my hair again, but this time without using some silly magic trick? If you do, I'll make sure everyone at the wedding knows it was you. I'll even let you style my hair for the ceremony." Heidi's eye twitched. She was interested. I knew she would be. "Imagine this." I splayed my hands to set the scene. "You style my hair however you want. Everyone there knows it. People of influence, visitors, folks who could really affect things for you, change you, put your store on the witch hairstyling map. Our town is already famous. Why not make it infamous?" Heidi licked her lips. I could practically see the want in her eyes. This was big for her. Heidi could start charging whatever she wanted, possibly get her hairstyles in fashion magazines, be more than she ever imagined. All you have to do is forget about that picture, what you saw. That's all I need. I sighed and dropped into a styling chair. I kicked my feet up on the station's ledge that held styling instruments, brushes, a hand mirror. I threaded my fingers behind my head and fixed my gaze on Heidi Claire. "What do you think? Do you want it? Can you forget what you think you saw and accept your potential?" I waved my hands. "This salon's potential. Do you want it badly enough, Heidi? Or," I said, my voice deepening, "will you let a little rift between us screw up fame and wealth beyond your wildest dreams?" Maybe I could bring her wealth and fame beyond her wildest dreams. At least I could help launch her in the right direction. The rest would be up to Heidi. She licked her lips again. Her gaze darted to the shears, which I'd settled on the ledge. "What will it be?" I asked. Heidi took a deep breath. She yanked a cape from a rack and flipped it out. Then she slowly crossed to me and draped the covering over my body, securing it at my neck. She pumped the chair.
"So, what would you like me to do? Figure out your style for the wedding? Or give you a trim?"
I beamed. How about we figure out the style? She grabbed a brush and a spray bottle filled with water. Coming right up. Chapter 18. Ida and I decided on a style that not only showed off my thick tresses, but also showed off her talents. It's gorgeous, I said after she finished. It was swept up, teased, and sprayed in all the right places. I love it. I inhaled deeply and smiled at her. Now, doesn't that feel better? She nodded. It does. I'm glad we were able to come to an agreement and put our bad blood to rest. Me too. Ida whipped the cape off me, and I thanked her before leaving. I have to admit I was feeling good. Feeling awesome in this Pepper's life. I was rocking this whole new Pepper thing. Heck, I'd cleaned up familiar place, was getting married to a man I loved, and had stopped a woman from ruining my life. Things were pretty freaking awesome. My mind flitted to the darkness, though, to when Axel had kissed me. Emotions I didn't want to deal with threatened to surface. I shoved them back down, far, far away. I met up with Ratchet down the street. He dropped from the side of an open dumpster. How'd it go? What are you doing? He smoothed down his fur. Just preparing for when you leave. I rolled my eyes. It went great. I wish you'd be more optimistic. For your information, optimism isn't what's kept me alive this long. It's cold, hard pessimism and an iron will to survive. Not sure if that's good or bad. It is what it is. The strong scent of garbage wafted up my nose. I know one thing for sure. You need a bath before you can enter the house. He grinned. Care to do the honors? What are you talking about? With me. Ratchet palmed his chest. You know, you haven't used me as a familiar once since you've arrived. Don't you want to see what it's like? Live the Ratchet experience? I nearly burst out laughing, but I managed to hold it in. Sure, let's do that. I closed my eyes and called my magic, focusing on Ratchet and cleaning him up. If you open your eyes, you can see better. I smirked. Fine. When I parted my lids, I saw the most beautiful thing. Ratchet sparkled like a diamond from the inside out. I saw him, really saw him, like his soul. He shimmered like a beacon of light that shot out into the world, and stretching from his back were angelic wings, translucent yet fueled by magic. Whoa, I whispered. Whoa is right. Now, do your thing. Power stretched within me. The sensation was like being underwater and holding your breath. The pressure built up, but I wasn't scared. The magic was an intense wave that bubbled and ballooned until it zipped out of me and into him. Swoosh! Then it disappeared. Ratchet was cleaned up, and I nearly collapsed to the ground, my knees weak from the intensity. Holy cow, I mumbled. That's the way it goes, kid, he said, practically sparkling with magic. How do I smell now? I inhaled. Like roses. I would have preferred musk, but oh well, can't have everything. Ratchet sniffed his armpit. It'll do. Come on, let's get home. I'm starving. When we reached the house, I heard giggling coming from the porch. I shot Ratchet a confused look. The raccoon shrugged.
It's probably Amelia. Maybe she's finally getting kissed by Sherman.
But it wasn't her. Cordelia sat on the porch swing, her fingers entangled in Garrick's. "Hey," I said, unsure how I felt about this new development. "How's it going?" "Great," Cordelia said. "Just super." "Hey, Garrick," I said. Garrick tipped his hat.
Pepper? Ratchet?
I patted Jenny the guard vine. "Well, we'll just be inside if you need anything." "Okay, thanks," Cordelia said, and then turned back to whispering and giggling with Garrick. Garrick had his arm draped around her back, and he was lightly stroking her shirt. Well, I guess they were back on, 100%. I entered the house and pegged my purse by the door. "Betty, I'm home."
There you are.
Rufus stepped away from the hearth. He crossed to me, a look of worry etched in his face.
I've been worried sick.
He wrapped me in a hug and crushed me to his chest.
You left after the ceremony. No one knew where you'd gone.
He pulled away and ran his thumbs over my cheeks.
Pepper, I was so worried I was about to have Garrick send out a search party. Now, where were you?
Oh, crap. I couldn't exactly tell Rufus what had happened. "Oh, I went for a walk with Ratchet. I looked for you, but you weren't around. You may have been changing." Rufus smiled tightly.
That's okay. But next time tell someone. I don't want to have to worry about you, do I?
"You don't have to worry about me. I'm a grown woman. A witch. It's not as if I can't take care of myself."
It's not you I worry about.
"Then what is it?" Rufus shook his head.
It's nothing.
He glanced down.
Don't worry about it.
The smile returned, and this time it was warm.
Now that I've seen your home, there's nothing to worry about.
I shook my head. "You don't get off that easy. What are you worried about? Who would harm me?"
No one, darling.
He glanced at Ratchet.
I assume you'll see her upstairs?
I jerked my hand from Rufus's hold. "No. Seriously, tell me what you're worried about." Rufus's lips pinched.
It's nothing we haven't discussed before.
"But what is it?"
There may be those who don't want us to marry, who will do whatever they can to stop the ceremony.
I stepped back. "You mean someone who would go so far as to kidnap me?" His jaw clenched. Rufus balled his fists until his knuckles whitened.
It's possible. Not something I like to think about. Your safety is of the utmost importance.
He smoothed his palm over my cheek.
That's all I want, to make sure you're okay.
He kissed me and I melted. The tie that connected us strengthened. He would keep me safe. Rufus only had the best intentions for me. We parted and I smiled. "Okay. I'll let you know if I have to go anywhere."
At least until the ceremony. I'd hate it if that wolf got a hold of you.
Fear spiked down my spine. "You mean Axel? That's what this is about?" He averted his gaze again.
You know this,
He whispered.
we can't trust him. Until we're married, there's no telling what he might do to stop the wedding. But once we're united by the ceremony, he'll be powerless.
"Because I'll be completely tied to you?" I wanted to ask, but I didn't have to. I knew that's what he meant. I didn't care. I loved him. All Rufus wanted to do was protect me. I threw my arms around his neck and kissed him hard. His breath hitched and his fingers curled at my waist. "What are we waiting for?" I whispered in a hushed tone. Why don't we get married, like you suggested before? Now, tonight. We'll go to Witch Vegas. No one will be able to stop us then. We'll be married, and then we can start our lives together." Want filled his eyes. I curled my fingers into his waist. "You know we can. We can do it." He gave a half-hearted laugh and pulled away. "There's nothing more I want. But not tonight, not now. We only have a few days left, that's all. Then we'll pack up and leave Magnolia Cove. We can be together forever." I closed my eyes. Only a few more days and we'd be wed, and all this messiness that was Magnolia Cove would be over. I'd be somewhere, wherever the stone wanted me to be. My heart cracked at the thought of leaving Rufus, broke at the idea that I might not get to stay. The more I learned about this Pepper, and the more I fixed the things she had broken, the more I wanted this to be my life, the more I needed it so badly. Ratchet cleared his throat behind me.
If y'all don't mind, I'm going upstairs. I've seen enough of a public display of affection to last me a lifetime."
We said our good nights, and I gave Rufus my most pouty smile. "Are you sure we can't leave?" He kissed my hands.
"My darling, all I want is to be together, but I want it done right."
I nodded and let him hold me for another minute.
"Well, I suppose it's about time for me to be going," he said. "I only wanted to make sure you were okay."
It occurred to me that my grandmother was nowhere in sight. "Where's Betty?"
"Upstairs. I said I'd wait for you. She had some things to do."
"Here I come,"
griped Betty. I smiled. Of course she couldn't be away from her hearth and the everlasting fire for too long. There was no way. "I'm here," I said. "I understand Rufus was worried." Red dotted his cheeks.
"You could say that."
Betty slowly padded down the stairs with her pipe secured in her mouth. Smoke haloed her head, and the scent of apple tobacco filled the room.
"Glad you decided to join us,"
she said gruffly. "You're welcome," I joked. She shot me a scathing look.
"I wasn't worried one bit about you."
"Well, that's great to hear." I was about to say something else when the door flew open and Amelia floated into the room. She threw her arms into the air, a look of sheer bliss on her face. "It happened. It finally happened." "What's that?" I said. "Sherman kissed me." She wrapped me in a hug. "He kissed me. It didn't take nearly as long as I thought." Rufus tapped my shoulder.
"I think it's best if I go."
I kissed his cheek and said good night. While he was exiting, Cordelia was entering. "What's going on? What's all the excitement?" Amelia took her by the hands and swung her around. "Sherman finally kissed me. Now I can leave and return to our real Magnolia Cove. I can't wait." She gave a baffled-looking Cordelia one last spin and tossed her hands to the sky. "I'm ready. You can beam me up now. Or beam me away. Or just beam me however you need to. I've done my part. The rest of y'all are on y'all's own," she said to me and Cordelia. "Not that I'm trying to be mean or anything, it's just that you are. I've done all I can to help. I want y'all to leave too, but I've put in the work." Cordelia scoffed. "I'm back with Garrick, so I should be leaving too." Amelia rolled her eyes. "You wouldn't be leaving if I hadn't told you how to get out of here." I pointed to the ceiling. "Might I point out that you're still here? No one has beamed you anywhere yet." Betty slapped Amelia's back.
Let's all just take a breather, huh? It's been a long day. Let's get to bed."
Amelia shot a hopeless look to the ceiling.
I was so sure I'd be gone by now. Why am I still here?
Maybe it just takes some time, I said gently.
But it shouldn't, she whimpered. It didn't take any time at all for us to arrive. We should zip away just as quickly.
Maybe there's something you missed, Cordelia added. Something we need to go back and fix? Amelia's face scrunched up in thought.
I don't think so. I did everything right. I'm sure of it.
I patted her back. Let's go to bed. We can analyze it in the morning when we're fresh. How's that sound?
I guess so,
Amelia said limply. But she was wrecked, and I knew it. So sad that her plan hadn't worked. I knew I was right. We had to stay the course, like I had. That's all Amelia had to do, and she'd be home in no time. We went to our respective bedrooms. I slipped into my nightgown and slid under the sheets. Ratchet slept in a small cot at the foot of my bed. "Good night," I said.
"Sleep tight,"
he murmured. I snapped off the light and quickly dozed off. I woke the next morning, blurry-eyed and tired. It had been a long week, and I needed more rest than I'd been getting. I showered, dressed, and headed downstairs to have breakfast with my family. "How is everyone this morning?" I said, bounding up. Fleeting memories of Amelia and her botched attempt to leave came back to me. When I sat at the table, Cordelia and Betty gave me funny looks. Funny, as if they knew a secret I didn't. I poured a glass of orange juice. "What is it?" "Where's Amelia? Not up yet?" "Oh, she's up," Cordelia said. "Then where is she?"
"Amelia,"
Betty called.
"quit dawdling in that kitchen and get out here."
Okay,
she called. The swinging door opened and Amelia appeared. I choked on my juice, started coughing. Betty tapped her nose and a line of magic zipped into my mouth and calmed my coughs. I gasped and stared at Amelia. The hair she'd been growing out had grown out. It gently caressed her shoulders. Amelia slid her fingers through her hair, and a gigantic diamond ring flashed on her hand. I shot Cordelia and Betty confused looks. What's going on here? Betty pulled apart her biscuit and dredged it through a lagoon of gravy.
Seems Amelia's plan worked. She returned. Pepper, meet your other cousin, Amelia.
Chapter 19. "You're kidding," I said in disbelief. "Nope," Cordelia said. "Watch." "Amelia?" Amelia sank onto her chair and started piling her plate with food.
Yes?
"Tell Pepper here she's got a bad memory. Who gave you that ring?" Amelia scoffed.
That's just silly, Cordelia. Why do I have to tell Pepper that Sherman Oaks and I are engaged? She was there when I told y'all last night that he proposed.
Cordelia quirked a brow. "Oh, she was right. I forgot. And tell her about me, too." Amelia rolled her eyes.
Why should I have to tell Pepper that you and Garrick will probably be getting engaged any day now? Of course, most people would wait until after Rufus and Pepper get married.
"So exciting," she said to me, smiling.
So it'll happen. Sorry it occurred so fast with Sherman. It's just, we were meant to be."
I stared open-mouthed while she spoke. My gaze darted to Cordelia and Betty, who both sported smug smiles.
"And so that's how it is," Amelia concluded. "Oh, looks like I'm going to be late for work."
"Erasmus get on to you when you're late," I said. Amelia eyed me suspiciously.
Are you feeling okay, Pepper?
Yeah, why? She hooked a stylish leather purse over her arm.
It's just that you know Erasmus is watching the vaults up north, right? I was promoted ages ago. I run the vault here.
She gulped down a few mouthfuls of coffee.
Gotta go. It's hard being the boss.
Amelia left in a whirlwind of hair and happiness. As soon as the door shut behind her, I turned to Betty and Cordelia. So, I said. Cordelia folded her cloth napkin and tossed it on her empty plate. So she did it. Amelia's gone, and the entire timeline has changed. Well, not the entire timeline, just hers. She's back where she's supposed to be, and we're stuck here. Cordelia exhaled a shot of air in frustration. When do we get to leave? Betty clapped her hands, and Cordelia's empty dish disappeared. I'm guessing Garrick hasn't kissed you yet? Cordelia shook her head. Nope, but it looks like I'm going to have to make that happen, and pronto. So I guess this is how it's supposed to be. We are supposed to go against the hand of fate we've been dealt here, Pepper. She studied me, her eyes narrowing. My stomach pretzeled. My gaze darted to my plate. I like where I am. I love Rufus. I want to be with him. Cordelia scoffed. But what about our lives? What about Axel? What about everything you've left behind? You see what happened to Amelia? She got out. That's what you wanted. I didn't say anything. At least that's what you wanted when we first arrived, she added. Apparently you've changed. Ugh, that stupid ceremony. Amelia was right to try to botch it. Cordelia grabbed my arms. Amelia has left us, and I'm not far behind. Tears filled her eyes. I can't leave you here. Not in this world that's so different. It's not the place you're supposed to be. You're not supposed to be selling your store and going to work for the High Witch Council. I know you're not. Her voice broke. Please, Pepper. A single tear trickled down her cheek. I brushed it away with my thumb. Cordelia, what happens if I go? What happens to Ratchet? What happens to this place? I have a chance here to help people, to do what's right. Cordelia's mouth clamped into a line. You have a choice to do what needs to be done for yourself, too, you know? I glanced away. I am doing this for myself. Betty rose and clapped Cordelia on the shoulder. She's an adult. Let her do what she wants. Cordelia rose. I lifted my gaze to hers. Anguish covered her face. You know, Pepper, I don't know who you are anymore. That stupid unity ceremony has really done a number on you. This isn't you. This isn't who you are. I fisted my hands. I didn't know what to say. This was who I was. I'd made every choice in this week from myself, and I'd done some good work. I'd done what I was supposed to in the hope of returning to my life. But still, it wasn't enough for Cordelia. And so what? I'd fallen for Rufus in the process. We were connected. The last part of the ceremony would connect our souls, and I knew that once that was completed, I would always want to be with him. There would be no turning back. This is me, Cordelia, I finally said. I'm sorry you can't accept who I am. Her gaze cut to the floor. She shook her head sadly and sniffled. I can't accept it. She inhaled and looked at me. I just wonder if you can. With that, Cordelia grabbed her purse and left the house, slamming the door behind her. The door opened back up and Ratchet entered.
What was that all about? Cordelia looked like she'd been in a fight.
I hiked my shoulders to my ears. We sort of had been, I guess. Ratchet climbed onto a chair and started building a plate.
Well, I hope that whatever it is, the two of you get over it.
My gaze slashed to Betty. She gave me a wide smile.
You do what you have to, Pepper. Don't worry about anyone else. You're not here living their life. You're living your own.
I wiped a line of snot from my nose and nodded. I know. It's just, I don't want to cause others pain in the process.
Ah, all life is pain,
Ratchet grumbled.
It's just varying degrees of it, is all.
Thank you, wise one, I joked.
He shrugged. Say what you will, but not every decision you make will make others happy. You don't want to always tick them off, but you sure as heck don't want them to hate you either.
I exhaled a deep shot of air. I'd lost my appetite. I picked up my plate of half-eaten food and walked toward the kitchen to deposit it. Ratchet's words lingered in my head. I didn't want anyone to hate me, but I had the feeling that Cordelia and Amelia would never forgive me for embracing this existence. But it wasn't their forgiveness I really had to worry about, was it? I'd left Axel. Left him in another place. Would he forgive me? And an even better question was, could I forgive myself? Chapter 20. The night of the union of the souls had arrived. Cordelia was still hanging around, though she had been pretty sulky lately. I couldn't blame her. The new Amelia was pretty different. Much more girly girl, and also more assertive toward Cordelia. As in, she didn't take any of Cord's crap. It would have been amusing if it wasn't so frustrating to watch Cordelia be so darned annoyed by the entire situation. Gosh, I hope this is my last night here, Cordelia complained as she yanked on the straps of my corset, cinching me into the pretty much unbreathable contraption of evil. I hope so too, because I'm tired of hearing you complain about it. She yanked the straps hard. Ouch! It's a full moon tonight, Cordelia said. That's good for the union of the souls. As soon as this is over, you'll forget all about everything else. You might as well not even bother getting married tomorrow, because this is the deepest work in the ceremony. I smiled. I know. I can't wait. She huffed, annoyed at me. There, you're all set. Cordelia walked around front and gasped. What? Is something wrong? She shook her head. No, you look absolutely stunning. So beautiful. My cousin snapped her fingers and a full-length mirror appeared. See? The deep violet-colored dress stuck to me like a second skin. It had a full skirt, a deeply cut bosom, and sleeves that flared dramatically at the shoulders. I looked like a Disney villain. Cordelia laughed. Spoken like a true witch. A bell sounded outside. Come on, it's time to go. I followed her from the tent. Salt, Swift, and Rufus both stood on a platform. Darkness engulfed the town, while stars winked from the sky. Insects chirped and buzzed in the darkness, their chorus of sound setting me at ease. Rufus took one look at me and feigned fainting. I smiled widely and slowly walked up the steps to join him. Salts opened his arms widely.
On this night, the last of the Unity ceremony, I welcome all of you who have come to witness the most important of all the rituals, the joining of the souls. This is the event that will bond these two until death. The loyalty they will experience cannot be duplicated or broken. Once this ceremony is complete, they will be bonded to each other forever and joined in a manner that few have ever experienced. They will no longer be Pepper Dunn and Rufus Mays. They will be one, bound in blood, hands, heart, mind, and souls.
He took a deep breath.
For those of you who have not experienced this, the joining of the souls experience was once explained to me like this. Imagine you are a lone piece of metal, gold if you will. Throughout the week, you've been fired on, melted, molded, and restructured, becoming the best of who you are, becoming strong and shiny. Finally, in the end, another piece of metal, just as shiny and strong, is melded to you. That other piece becomes you and is part of you. You are separate, but together, joined to where you become one, but still retain your separate bodies. Nothing can break that bond, nothing man-made. This is the sort of bond I speak of tonight, the sort of bond that changes people and makes them the best of who they are and who they will be.
I was so ready for this. The culmination of the entire week had landed here at my feet. My gaze swept out into the crowd briefly. The trees at the edge of the clearing swayed. I blinked, staring at them for a moment. They seemed to stop moving. That was strange. Those were the only trees that had moved, and they did so strangely, as if someone stood behind them and was physically parting the boughs. I shrugged off my discomfort and turned back to Rufus, who smiled widely. He gripped my hand, smoothing his fingers over my knuckles.
These moments in our lives are not to be taken for granted,
Salts droned. A part of me wished he'd just get to the good part. Say the words for the joining of the souls. I was ready. But Salts liked having a platform and speaking, and he had a captive audience, so it seemed to work out pretty good for him. The trees rustled again. I glanced over once more, wondering why this one cluster of trees was the only one that was moving. It couldn't be the wind. The area was much too confined. What was it? Rufus cleared his throat. I dragged my gaze from the trees back to him.
Watch me,
he chided. Right. I was supposed to be paying attention to my soon-to-be husband, not some trees swaying in the breeze. I pinned my gaze on Rufus and smiled. Sorry, I whispered.
Now for the words, Salts announced. The script that will bind these two, the step right before the legal arrangement that will make them a married couple. These are the words that will sew them together.
He threaded his fingers and cracked his knuckles dramatically.
Let me begin.
A scream rang out from the crowd. What could it be now? More skinks. Had Betty even brought her shotgun to deal with a threat like that? Salt stopped talking before he even started, and we gazed toward the audience. At the end of the chairs right before the clearing stood a large black werewolf. I gasped. Axel! My gaze darted to the sky. The full moon was upon us. Someone had let him out. Either that, or someone had made sure Axel never made it into captivity. Betty. Axel growled and snapped. Women screamed. Wizards threw their cloaks back and readied for attack. Axel stood on the grass, his mouth open, his dark eyes glittering as they trained on the platform. I knew what he wanted, to stop this, to make it so Rufus and I weren't joined. This was his plan. I obviously couldn't let him. The ceremony had to go on, no matter what. I moved to leave. Rufus grasped my hand.
What are you doing?
Stopping him. Rufus scowled.
Are you mad? You're what he wants. He'll go out there, and there's no telling what will happen. He'll attack you, hurt you.
I shook my head. He won't hurt me.
He's in his beast form,
Rufus argued.
His right mind is gone, lost to us.
No, I said. He's still in there. I can reach him. Rufus's eyes sharpened on me.
What? You told me that you couldn't reach him when Axel was like this. Have you lied to me?
Rufus's sharp tone took me by surprise. His sudden anger shocked me, sending a jolt of surprise straight to my spine. No, of course I haven't lied to you. But I can. Look, it's hard to explain. Just let me talk to him. I can help. Axel stood on the lawn, patiently waiting for something to happen, waiting for me to come to him. I had to help, had to stop this. Rufus, please, I pleaded. If I go, I can end this. He scowled, staring at me as if I'd mortally wounded him.
No, you stay here.
His gaze cut to Saunts.
Make sure of it.
Rufus dropped my hand and descended the platform. No, I cried. It's me he wants. Rufus ignored me as he strode through the crowd of people. They were off their chairs now, staring at the beast and waiting for whatever was to come. Rufus stormed across the lawn, his arms spread wide.
What do you want, Wolf? You want to destroy my life? Take my bride away before our souls can be joined? Is that it? No, not this time.
Rufus stopped and stared at Axel. Axel calmly glanced back at him.
For too long we've put up with your anger about this entire situation,
Rufus continued.
She didn't choose you, Wolf. She chose me. Me. Yet you're standing there waiting. For what? Her to come down and join you? Well, you're too late. Our bond is too strong for that. She won't join you. Not today. Not ever.
Axel still stared at Rufus. Not one growl or snarl emanated from him. That seemed to make Rufus more angry. He spat on the ground.
Is this what you're going to do? Stand here and wait for me to attack you? Is that what you want?
Call him off. The words sliced straight through me. My fingers shook, my lips trembled. My gaze snapped to Axel's. The inky eyes stared at me, cutting right to my heart.
Tell him to stop or I will tear Rufus apart. I've come for you, and only you. I don't want to hurt anyone else.
The tether that bound us tightened. Axel was inside my head, invading my thoughts, permeating my body like a warm bath of water. I fisted my hands. I cannot.
Do it. He's about to throw magic. I will hurt him. I won't mean to, but I have to defend myself. Come with me. Stop this before it happens.
No. The wolf blinked and turned his focus to Rufus.
Oh, now you want to play, Wolf,
Rufus said. He curled his hands and brought them to his chest. A ball of magic shot from Rufus and slammed into Axel's chest. The wolf flinched, but held his ground.
What? Was that not enough for you?
Rufus snarled.
Then let's try this.
Magic swirled around Rufus's hands. It grew larger and larger. Lights blinked inside the mist as if Rufus held a mini galaxy in his grasp. He raised it high. "That will hurt," I said to Axel.
"Not if you stop this." "Well, Wolf,"
Rufus yelled.
"are you going to just stand here and let me destroy you?"
I rushed down the steps. I heard Salts yell something behind me, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't let this continue. I had to end this fight before it started. "Rufus, stop! He'll attack! Stop!" I reached Rufus and tugged on his arm. "Fighting won't do any good."
"Get out of here, Pepper,"
Rufus snapped. He kept his gaze steady on Axel. "I can't. You can't hurt each other. I won't let you." Rufus's jaw clenched. He slowly turned to me. Anger burned bright in his eyes.
"Are you telling me this is okay? It's okay that this werewolf just shows up to ruin our ceremony? To stop what you want?"
I shook my head. "No, of course not."
"Because that's how it sounds. It sounds like you're saying it's okay for Axel to ruin this for us, to ruin this chance we have."
I shook my head. The blood drained from my body. "That's not what I'm saying."
"Then let me do what needs to be done."
While I spoke to Rufus, I became aware that a growing number of men were coming out of the forest, circling Axel. They must have sneaked away from the crowd and decided to take him by surprise. Fear jacked up my spine. I didn't want Axel harmed. No way. I couldn't live with it if he was hurt. I didn't love him the way I loved Rufus, but that didn't mean I wanted him hurt. One of the men raised his hand, ready to throw magic on Axel. "No!" I yelled. Then everything happened slowly. Axel jerked around. I lunged forward. Rufus reached for me, but he'd forgotten about the magic he wielded. His hand full of power touched my arm. The blast felt like an explosion. A shock wave hit me, and I flew into the air, catapulted toward the trees. Axel lunged for Rufus and grabbed him in his jaws. The wolf shook Rufus like a rag doll before dropping him and running after me. I landed on a mound of earth. The air flew from my lungs and I gasped for more. The werewolf reached me and I held up my hand. "Don't come any closer. You came here and have ruined this ceremony. If you take one more step toward me, I will shoot every bit of magic I have into you." The wolf watched me in silence and then dropped his head and disappeared into the forest. I rose, brushed myself off, and ran back to Rufus. He lay unconscious. His cheek had been sliced open, and a gash on his chest looked bad, but it wasn't deadly. People milled around him. "We have to heal him," someone said. Salt shoved people out of his way.
"Get him somewhere safe in case that wolf comes back. I'll whisk him to the school."
Salt shot me a dark look.
"And you should come too, Miss Dunn."
I nodded numbly. This was my fault. All my fault. I should have slapped Axel or something when he kissed me, something that would have deterred him from doing anything like this. But as it was, Rufus was in bad shape. The soul bonding ceremony was ruined, and I was to blame. I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear and nodded at Salts. "I'm right behind you." Chapter 21. I sat in a parlor at the School of Magic. A cup of now-cold tea sat on a table beside me. Waiting to hear how Rufus was doing had become absolute agony. Salts had spoken to me before he whisked Rufus into a room and shut the door.
"I have to make sure his injuries aren't severe. If they are, there's more work that I'll have to do. You must wait here. Being inside with me and worried about him won't help the situation."
I understood, but I was still miserable. Miserable as I listened to a clock tick the seconds, and miserable while I picked at my cuticles, knowing I was ruining the magical manicure that I declare had thrown in along with the hairstyle. I sighed. What an absolute mess. I stared at the walls of the school, wishing that they held answers for me. Suddenly the pocket doors of the room opened. Salt strode out wearing crisp black scrubs.
"Pepper?"
I rose and rushed to him, nearly collapsing onto the wizard. Foolish, I know. He couldn't hold me up. Salts wasn't supposed to. I had to lift up myself. "How is he?" He took my hands and pointed to a divan.
"Let's sit."
My stomach knotted. That didn't sound good. I clutched on to him for dear life. "Well?"
"He's stable,"
Salts finally said. I exhaled a deep rush of air. Thank the Lord.
"But,"
he added,
"Rufus had a lot of damage to his neck, his bones and tendons. When the wolf picked him up, he did a lot of hurt."
My back bowed, my shoulders sinking. Oh, no. Salt squeezed my hand.
"I was able to heal the damage, but I wanted to let you know Rufus should be okay, but there is a chance that there may be a few lingering side effects. Nothing major, just possible pain when he turns his neck, that sort of thing. Magic can heal a lot, but it isn't guaranteed."
"You've done the best you can." Salts nodded.
"I have, and Rufus is a strong sorcerer. When he awakens, he may be able to fix what I couldn't."
"Can I see him?" The urge to look into Rufus's eyes tugged at me. "I want to see him." Salts patted my shoulder.
"All in good time. For now, he needs to rest to get better. The sedative spell should wear off in a few hours. If he's up to having visitors, then I'll allow it. But for now, he needs sleep, and you need rest, too."
A thought niggled at me. And the wedding? The soul ceremony?
"I'm afraid that will have to be delayed. I don't see how Rufus will be able to move forward with either ceremony tomorrow. I think we're asking too much of him."
"Thank you, Wizard Swift. Thank you for everything you've done." He smiled sadly.
"I just hope it's enough."
He palmed his thigh and rose.
"Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll need to look in on the patient. Your grandmother will want to know how Rufus is doing. You'll need to contact her."
I nodded. "I will." Betty and a throng of people had left the ceremony in search of Axel. What they would do when they found him, I didn't know, but right now my thoughts were trained on Rufus and him getting well. I curled my fingers into the divan's cushion. It felt good to feel something resist the force I was pushing into it. I pressed down until my fingers pushed past the cushion and hit the wooden frame. Then I relaxed and decided that twisting my hair was a better use of my restless fingers.
"You look like you could use a job."
I jerked back, frightened by the sound of a man's voice. "Who's there?"
"Here, look up."
I glanced up to see the disembodied head of Argus Amulet staring down at me. "Argus?" was all I managed by way of greeting.
"I heard our boy was hurt. Is he okay?"
I nodded. "I think so. Salt seems to think he'll be fine, though he may suffer some permanent damage." The pain of it sliced through my gut. I folded over, the agony overtaking me. Tears threatened to rise, but I pushed them away. It took a moment for me to collect myself. "I'm sorry. It's just that it was scary, and now Rufus is hurt, and Axel is out there somewhere. People are looking for him. What did he hope to accomplish?"
I think that's fairly obvious, don't you?
I stared up at Argus, at the kind green eyes. What? To steal me away? Convince me that I belong with him? Impossible. We're too deep into the ceremony at this point.
Still, you can't fault a werewolf for trying.
Argus cleared his throat.
I'm glad Rufus will be okay, relatively, but there is a larger problem here.
What's that?
The problem with the wolf, my dear.
They're looking for him. I thought I had already explained that. They should find Axel.
And what about when they do?
Argus practically cooed.
What then?
They'll bring him in, and I'm sure he'll be arrested for attacking Rufus. Argus tipped down his chin, his eyes piercing me, asking me if I really thought that's what would happen. What did the man want? What else could there be?
And do you think that's fitting?
My gaze darted around the room as if the walls of the School of Magic could help me. The dark oak held no answers. It seemed to offer more secrets than knowledge. I suppose that's fitting. What does it matter? I sighed, tired of all this. Rufus and I will be married, and then we'll leave, be gone, out of here. The wolf, using the slang term for Axel, made me shudder. We'll be out of our lives. It won't matter any more. Argus considered this. He bobbed his head from side to side as if weighing options. After a heavy silence, he finally spoke.
And do you think that will stop him in the future?
A worried line formed between my eyes. I flattened it with my index finger. I don't think he'll pursue me in the future.
And what if he does?
I hiked a shoulder to my ear. I'll deal with it then. Argus tisked.
It isn't so simple, Pepper.
He used a tone that sounded like it was more fit for children than grown-ups. I bristled. Why is that?
Because what if Axel follows you when you're in the High Council, makes waves, causes a scene like this one?
He wouldn't do that.
I'm sure you would have said the same thing a week ago if I suggested the events of today might happen.
I frowned. I just know he wouldn't go that far. Argus smiled sadly.
I'm sorry to say there are no guarantees, are there? If what happened today occurred in the council, not only would Axel be arrested and dealt with, but you would also be to blame.
I jerked back. Me? Why me?
Because,
Argus lowered his voice,
you had ample opportunity to stop the wolf, to make sure he wouldn't act out again. But you would have failed, wouldn't you? If Axel attacked and possibly killed another council member, that would be on you, Pepper.
The weight of Argus's words hit me hard. The thought that Axel might do this again, that he would attack innocent people, made a fire rage in my belly. He would have to be stopped. They're looking for him right now. The townspeople, my grandmother, others. They're searching for Axel so that he can be arrested and punished. Argus smirked.
Do you really think that's enough?
Don't you? The sorcerer smoothed his hair. The stone in his pinky ring winked in the light.
Do you really think that as long as you're alive, as long as you are around, that Axel will stop fighting for you?
He'll have to.
But you see, I don't think our young wolf is that sort. I believe he will fight and work to claim you for his own, even if you go through with the wedding, even if your souls are linked. This wolf won't give up.
An uncomfortable feeling fissured down my spine. What exactly are you saying, Mr. Amulet? His eyes glittered.
I'm saying that it will take more than a gang of townspeople to stop the wolf.
What will it take?
You, Pepper. It will take you.
Fear surged up my throat. Or was that heartburn? I hadn't had anything to eat in hours, so it must have been fear. I don't understand.
It's quite simple, really.
Argus explained as if it was the easiest thing to understand.
You must go after him. Once found, he will use his weakness for you to stop him from ever doing anything like this again.
Argus stared at me. I stared back. He'd left a lot of wide open space in that conversation. I needed to understand exactly what he was asking. And I'll do that how?
By ending his life,
He said without missing a beat. My heart twisted. What?
You heard me. The wolf must die.
The wolf must die. His words sank in, gutting me, and making me feel like a stone sat in my stomach. But surely there's another way, I argued. The police will arrest him. Axel will learn his lesson then, I'm sure of it. An amused laugh slipped from his mouth.
Do you really think so? Do you think it will be so simple for the werewolf that he'll just go to jail willingly while he knows that you're out there in the world, ripe for the plucking?
I'm sure. Argus's smile soured.
Do you think he'll stay away when you let him lay his hands on you?
I shook my head. What? Sorry? Argus raised his hand. An image appeared, and I gasped. I stood in familiar place. So did Axel. He said something and then kissed me. My eyes widened. I thought I had resisted Axel, but in reality I'd wound my fingers through his hair, had pulled him to me as he pulled me to him. Heidi, I whispered. She'd betrayed me.
You can't be angry with her, Argus said. Not at all. She showed me this for your safety, and I have to admit, the hairdresser did the right thing.
Argus pointed to the frozen image of Axel and me, lips locked.
Tell me, Pepper, do you really think the wolf is going to let you go when you kissed him like that? And practically on the eve of your wedding?
But there was nothing to say. No excuse would save me from this. The image absolutely spoke for itself. I had allowed Axel to kiss me in broad daylight, and I'd kissed him back. Argus was right. As long as I lived, Axel would try to disrupt my life. He would think that because in my old reality we were to be married, that somewhere deep inside me I possessed feelings for him. But he was wrong. In this life, I had succumbed to the spell of the unity ceremony. The only love I held in my heart for a man belonged to Rufus. It was as simple as that. All I had to do was convince Axel that I didn't love him. Maybe it would be easy. If I went to him and told him that, he'd understand. As if Argus could read my thoughts, he said,
You know he won't listen to reason. You can try to tell him he's not the man for you, but it won't work. Not so long as he remembers the kiss you gave him whilst under the effect of the unity spell.
My lower lip trembled. Argus was about to ask the unthinkable of me. I felt it all the way to my gut. The absolute unspeakable was what he needed me to do. But I had to be sure. What are you saying? Argus smacked his lips. What I'm saying, my dear, is that in order to be rid of Axel, you will have to kill him. I fisted my hands. It has to be me? He nodded. You're the only person he'll allow to get close enough. Argus snapped his fingers, and a silver knife dropped from the ceiling and landed at my feet. It's silver, the one thing that can kill a werewolf. Use it wisely, my dear. My fingers trembled as I reached for the weapon. I picked it up and stared at Argus. The choice was mine. The silver was cold in my hand, sending a shiver snaking down my spine. I gripped it tighter, clutching the weapon to my chest. I'll do as you wish. For my future. Chapter 22.
And just where do you think we're going to find Axel? A werewolf that could be hiding anywhere?
I changed out of my ceremonial dress and into regular clothes. I turned to Ratchet, who stood on my bed, wrapping what looked like a weapons vest around his waist. What do you mean, we? I'm going to find Axel myself.
The heck you are.
Ratchet pulled the belt to make sure it was secure and then jumped off my bed.
I'm coming with you. There's no telling what the werewolf will do when it sees you. He may try to harm you. He may attack. I don't know, but I'm not letting you go alone.
I took a deep breath and said quickly, We can communicate in his wolf form. He won't attack me.
It's one thing to communicate, it's another to...
Ratchet stopped as he stared at the crumpled expression on my face.
Oh, geez, he said. You can really communicate with him, you mean? Y'all two are bonded. He won't go all feral on you. That's what you're saying?
I slowly nodded. Ratchet rubbed a hand down his face.
Oh, wow. This is more complicated than I thought. Look, okay, so you're saying if I come, I'll only screw things up, mess this whole scenario for you.
I dropped to my knees and pinned Ratchet by the shoulders. I want you to come. I really do. But I'm afraid of that. My gaze shifted to the dagger. This is something I have to do on my own. Realization crossed his face.
Kill him? Kill a man you used to love?
I said nothing. Ratchet sighed. He dropped his hands to his thighs.
I know you're different from the Pepper I know, better in a lot of ways, but even she, with all her faults, wouldn't do this. She wouldn't hurt Axel, not even for the council.
But you don't understand.
I understand. Exactly, he said sadly. You're letting an old sorcerer tell you what's right, instead of following your heart. I would come with you to help capture him, but I won't be a part of this. Not treachery like that.
He shook his head.
And to be honest, I can't believe you'd do it too, after all he's meant to you.
You don't get it. Ratchet shook his head.
Yes, I do. And I hope you don't come back. I hope the Pepper I know returns, and that you do whatever it is you have to do, and then you leave. Because I couldn't look you in the eye after this. It isn't right, and you know it.
But you were going to come with me, I argued.
To catch him, not to hurt him.
Ratchet's shoulders fell. He crossed to the door and turned around slowly.
Goodbye, Pepper.
A great longing filled me then. I rushed over to Ratchet and threw my arms around his small body. I'm sorry. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. When we parted, he looked at me, his eyes full of sadness.
I'm sorry.
but I don't think I can."
Without another word, Ratchet opened the door and left.
I raked my fingers through my hair. It was best not to think about this sort of thing too much. I had a job to do. There was no other way about it. That was the end of it. But still, my fingers twitched as I stared at the door that led to downstairs. Betty was home. So was Amelia. I didn't know about Cordelia. Deciding it was best if I found another route out, I crossed to the window and threw up the sash. Within seconds, I was down the roof and out of the house. A little magic helped in that regard. It always did. I brushed off my clothes and headed out into the night to find Axel. I'd spent a lot of time trying to figure out where he might be hiding. Betty had said that no one had found hide nor hair of him. But I was different. Axel would come for me if I was close enough and he caught a whiff of my scent. The one and only place I knew Axel was most comfortable in his werewolf form was the cobweb forest. I grabbed a rusty cast-iron skillet that I found outside a house and jumped on it. The skillet itself was wobbly, not wanting to comply with my request to actually allow me to ride it. That may or may not have been why the skillet was abandoned and had rusted, but I wasn't going to let that deter me. Too much was at stake. I finally reached the outskirts of the forest. "Okay," I commanded. "Let's go down, nice and steady." Nice and steady for the skillet obviously meant bumpy as heck. The thing bucked and jumped as if it wanted me gone. I grasped the stem tightly, my knuckles whitening, but it wasn't enough. One more solid buck and I flew off, sailing straight toward a grove of magnolias. I threw out my hands and stopped falling. I hovered spread eagle above the forest as if suspended by a string. I inhaled a deep breath and waited for my heart to slow to its normal beat. The skillet whizzed past me, and I barely stopped myself from hurling curse words and shooting it a nasty gesture. You never knew. The thing might decide to take some sort of revenge. I didn't have time for that. I slowly dropped to the forest floor. The scent of pine leaves wafted up my nose. I moved lightly, but pine needles crunched under my feet. A breeze picked up and lifted the hair from my neck. I shivered. It felt like eyes were watching me. I kept on moving. The ground rumbled. I jumped in time to watch a tree lift its roots and shuffle out of my path. I shuddered. Watching that always gave me the creeps. But still I pressed on until I could no longer deny the feeling that I was being watched. The fine hairs on my neck soldiered to attention. I froze and stared into the darkness. Trees glittered in the moonlight. There was no way to tell where Axel actually stood, but I remained still, allowing him to make the first move. Limbs rustled, and a moment later the hulking mass stepped out into a small clearing in front of me. I swallowed a knot in my throat. "Why did you come?"
"You need to stop this madness," I said. "You hurt Rufus."
"Because he hurt you," Axel yelled. "I was defending you."
I licked my lips. "I know that, I'm sorry. But the others don't understand it." The werewolf padded forward.
"Do I mean nothing to you?"
"You mean so much. Of course you do."
"You're under a spell. You realize that, don't you?"
"It's not a spell. It's part of the ceremony." He watched me quietly as if waiting for all of it to sink in, which it did. Of course it was a spell. There was ritual and blood, but ultimately I'd allowed myself to be spelled to fall in love with Rufus, which was what I thought the wishing stone wanted me to do. I'd only been doing what I thought was the right thing.
It can be broken.
I wasn't sure what to say. Even though I knew it was a spell, I still loved Rufus, desperately, with everything I had. Then my mind flashed to the dagger and why I'd come.
You and I,
Axel said in my head.
We're the ones who are united. You're here, and I'm not feral. I'm not the monster they think I am.
No, of course not. I reached for him. You're not a monster. You're far from it.
But I can see in your eyes you think I am. Change me.
I leaned away, surprised by what he'd said. Change you?
Back to my human form.
But you can't be. Not until morning.
You can do it.
The knife in my belt felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. With Axel in his human form, I would have an easier time using the knife, that much was certain. But changing him myself? I wasn't sure I could do it. But heck, he believed in me, so why not try? I threw my hands up. Okay. I focused my magic. Power bloomed in my gut, swelling, ready to flow out of me. When my magic reached its apex of power, I pinned it on Axel, on changing him from the beast back to himself. At first I didn't think it was going to work. Nothing happened. Magic curled around the wolf as he stood quietly in the forest. Then suddenly I heard the first pop and fizz of Axel's bones as they shuffled and changed, shrank and compacted back to human form. A surge of excitement shot through me. I was really doing it. I was really changing Axel, turning him back into himself from the wolf. It was hard, though. Sweat sprinkled my brows, streaming down my temples. I wiped my arm across my face, smearing perspiration across my top lip. As Axel took shape before me, I started slowing my magic, turning it off. The forest suddenly felt heavy and humid. I wiped my slick palms on my thighs and waited. Axel rose from his crouched position. I licked my lips and stared at him. I didn't know if it was the magic or simply seeing him bare in the forest, but my nerves suddenly went haywire.
You did it.
I blinked. What? You said that in my head. What?
I thought, since we could speak while I was in a wolf, that we could communicate this way when I'm human, too.
Oh, well, turns out you're right. I suddenly felt very, very chicken. I'd come here to do a task, but was unsure if I could actually go through with it. Who was I kidding? I couldn't hurt Axel. But then Argus's words filled my head. How Axel would track and stalk me until he stole me again. How he would ruin any chance I had at happiness. What do you want with me?
To break the spell.
He said it evenly, boldly, as if he held the solution to this problem that wasn't a problem. I don't want you to, I said. He gave me a warm smile, one that I knew should elicit an emotional response in me, but it didn't.
You may not want me now, but that's because of what you've been put under. When you first arrived, you wouldn't have said no. You would have wanted me to kiss you. You're not from here.
Remember? I fisted my hands in frustration. And what if I leave, and you get your Pepper back? What then? Don't you think she'll discard you, like she did before? Axel stepped forward.
I don't know, but I'm willing to find out.
I swallowed a knot the size of Kansas that had lodged itself in my throat. What if nothing happens when you kiss me? He smirked.
Then we'll be done. That's all I want. Just one kiss. If the spell doesn't break, then it doesn't break. You go on with your life. But if it does...
I folded my arms. What then?
Then we see, he said slyly. We see what happens.
If he neared me, I could pull the dagger and do the job. I winced. It would be the ultimate betrayal, the worst thing I could ever do in all the world. But I would be doing it for a purpose, for the greater good. Right? I studied Axel. He studied me with a relaxed expression. He knew I would take the bait, and he wasn't worried, because he would never consider that I hid a knife behind my back. Why would he? Emotions of guilt and righteousness warred inside me until I finally set them both aside. I threw my head back and inhaled deeply. My gaze met Axel's. Okay. You can kiss me. Chapter 23. Axel approached. I tried to ignore the fact that he was naked, but it proved nearly impossible.
I would put clothes on, but I think it'll work better this way.
I quirked a brow. What will?
This. It'll help the magic we produce.
I leaned back. What magic? He stood close enough to touch. Axel brushed a strand of hair from my face. An electric jolt zipped down my spine.
That magic,
Axel said.
You and I make our own magic. We always have when we're together.
Something about that seemed right. But everything about Axel and I seemed so fuzzy, so intangible, as if it all existed behind a smudged reality with blurred lines. I couldn't quite see it, couldn't quite touch it. But that didn't make it any less real. Axel grazed his fingers down my arms. I jerked.
I'm only going to kiss you,
he murmured. I know, I just didn't expect that. He nodded.
Close your eyes.
I hesitated. What if he saw the knife? What if he plucked it from me and turned the blade against me? I shook my head. Axel wouldn't do that. He'd waited for me. All he wanted was a kiss, and all I wanted was to betray him. I tipped my chin toward him. Go ahead. Axel chuckled.
You think I'm just going to smooch you on the lips and be done with it?
He shook his head.
Close your eyes.
I squinted. How do I know I can trust you?
How do I know I can trust you?
Point taken. He took my hands in his and squeezed them.
Now, close your eyes.
I hesitated. Frustration filled Axel's eyes.
You searched me out and found me. So, if you want to know the truth that lies in your heart, close your eyes.
I did as he said, cinching my lids shut tight. He released my hands and pressed his palm to my forehead. I gasped as magic flurried around us. Obviously, I couldn't see it, but I could feel every inch of it. My skin tingled from the flash of power.
Do you feel that?
He whispered.
That's what lies between us. That's the power we share.
His soft breath tickled my face. He smelled of the forest, pine and grass. It comforted me. Axel's fingers trailed down my temples, caressing my cheeks. My flesh ignited under his touch. My head began to swim. I felt like I was under a bubble, a wonderful, magical bubble that made me float on air. His fingers wound into my hair, and I moaned. His lips brushed my cheeks. My breath caught, and I swayed. Axel pulled me to him. His arms wrapped around my waist, and I was reminded of the dagger I had stashed in my belt. I nearly opened my eyes, but stopped. "Relax," he whispered. "Just the one kiss. Remember?" I did. That would be my moment. When his lips touched mine, that would be when I took my chance and changed all of this. Made it so that my future was locked with Rufus. As that thought faded from my head, Axel's lips touched mine. Power bloomed in my core. It was hot, a heat like nothing I'd ever felt. It rose, scorching and fast in me, as if I was on fire. I felt his lips, and I wanted to resist. I did. I remembered my job, my duty. There was no telling how long the kiss would last. I reached behind me. Axel's arm shifted to give me room. I pulled the dagger from my back. Axel drank deeper. The kiss held a world of passion and love. I held back, afraid of what would happen if I gave myself over to the moment. His shoulders tensed. "Let go," he said in my head. If I was going to truly take advantage of the situation, then Axel needed to relax. Hence, I needed to as well. So I let go. I let my mind stop working and gave myself over to Axel's mouth. The fire intensified, sweeping over my body. I felt Axel relax, felt him give himself over to the kiss. I lifted the dagger now, aiming it toward his back. I held it high with my fingers wrapped tightly around the hilt. I was poised. Then something inside me broke. I cracked down the middle. All my feelings for Rufus disappeared, eaten by the fire that consumed me and Axel. The love I held for Axel, that pearl that had been buried deep in my subconscious, broke free and consumed me. My hand opened. The dagger slipped from my palm, landing softly on a bed of pine needles. I wound my fingers into Axel's hair and let the power of our love envelop me. All the love and kindness I felt in my heart for Axel, all the passion, all the everything filled me as if I was an empty cup and he was the elixir of life. Coming to this strange Magnolia Cove had been a trippy dream. None of it had made sense at first, and then it made perfect sense, and now I knew the truth once more. I belonged to Axel, and him to me. He cupped my jaw, and I angled my head more. I never wanted this kiss to end. But it would, and there would be a mess to clean up afterward. After what felt like an eternity and, at the same time, only a fragment of a second, Our lips parted. My lids fluttered open. Axel smiled at me.
I'm so glad you decided not to kill me. That really would have ruined this.
I threw my head back and laughed. How could I have forgotten this? He closed his eyes.
There was a lot between us. You were under a spell.
But I'm not anymore. He kissed me again.
I've always loved you, and I always will.
Me too. I reached for him, reached out to touch Axel, but then the world shifted, becoming hazy. I could feel Axel, but couldn't see him. Had Argus discovered I'd ruined his plan? Was he punishing me? I reached for Axel. Where are you? His fingers brushed mine.
I'm here. Right here.
But then the cloud thickened, and I couldn't feel him anymore. I was being dragged far, far away. I screamed. I kicked. I did everything I could to reach him, but it was no use. I'd been sucked into a void. Chapter 24. The next thing I knew, I was sitting on my bed. I glanced around. Everything looked in place. Something stirred at the foot of my bed. I leaned over, the mattress squeaking, and gasped when I saw Maddie. I pulled the cat into a hug and kissed the top of her head. Maddie, you're alive, you're here.
Sugar, she said, annoyed. I don't exactly like the sound of what you're suggesting. Of course I'm here, young'un. Now let me go before you slobber all over my fur. I just gave myself a bath.
I ignored her request. Oh, Maddie, you don't know how happy I am to see you. You are a sight for these sore eyes.
I'm about to be sore all over unless you drop me right now.
One more hug, and I did as she requested. Then I jumped from my bed, ran to the door, and threw it open. I'm back. I raced down the stairs. I'm back. Betty stirred a goopy substance in the cauldron. I pulled her into a huge hug, lifting her off the floor.
Hey, be careful. You don't want to get any of this stuff on you.
I released her. What is it?
Gives you permanent wrinkles. I figure if I walk around with a vial of it, none of my enemies will be enemies. They'll think twice about it.
I kissed her cheek. How I've missed you.
She gave me one long look and smirked. Where'd you go?
I considered explaining, but let it drop. Forget it. I was just upstairs in my bed. Where's Amelia? Cordelia?
In the backyard with Hugo.
I raced into the kitchen and out the back. Sure enough, I found Amelia and Cordelia playing frisbee with my dragon. I took one step outside, posed with hands on hips like Peter Pan, and shouted, I'm back! Amelia and Cordelia turned. Their jaws dropped. Pepper! Amelia exclaimed. Cordelia ran toward me. You're here. I took one look at her and cocked a brow. Are you the real Cordelia? Amelia nodded. It's her. She arrived not long after me. Hugo trotted up and licked my face. I cringed a little bit. Slobber was slobber, no matter what sort of animal it came from. I gave him a friendly pat. I'm glad to see you too, buddy. How long have I been gone? I directed to my cousins. Only a few minutes, Amelia explained. It seems that the wishing stone dropped us back off about the same time that we left, right after your wedding gown fitting. No one noticed that any of us were missing. My gaze darted to Cordelia. And the stone? She lifted her palms in surrender. Already gave it to my dad. I didn't bother explaining what had happened, just handed it over and told him to keep it under lock and key. Cordelia took one look at me and smiled appreciatively. I'm just so glad you're back. I didn't know if you'd make it. You were under that spell way too good." I scoffed. "I know. I almost killed Axel." "What?" Amelia screeched. I waved away her concern. "But obviously I didn't, and I'm here."
Thank goodness.
Amelia pulled us all into a hug.
I'm so glad we all are. That was one ride. I knew we weren't supposed to go along with it. I felt that in my bones.
Cordelia scratched Amelia's head roughly. "I'm glad you went with your gut. It gave me the confidence to as well. And, wow, you would not have liked the Amelia who took your place. She was bossy." Amelia straightened.
I like to think I can be assertive.
"Well, she was running the vault," I said, "so she was super assertive." A whimsical expression filled Amelia's face.
She was? Life goals. That's all I've got to say.
Cordelia and I exchanged a glance, and the three of us burst into laughter. Life goals indeed. I rode Hugo over to Axel's house. We flew high over Bubbling Cauldron, but not so high that I didn't notice Rufus Mays and my cousin Carmen walking down the street hand in hand. I smiled. I'd lived a life where I'd been in love with Rufus, and I had loved him, but at the same time I knew my feelings belonged somewhere else, somewhere different. My phone buzzed as we flew. I picked it up. "Hello?" "Pepper, is that you?" "Betty?" My grandmother cleared her throat. "I should have said this when you were here, but I couldn't." "Said what?" "Listen, I'm sorry about what happened today at the boutique. I'm sorry I pushed that dress on you. It's your wedding. You do what you want." I thought about it. I'd nearly forgotten how angry I'd been about the whole dress thing. In hindsight, none of it mattered. It was only a dress. "Betty, thank you for saying that. I know you want my wedding to be spectacular. I know that. I appreciate you coming to the fitting. I really do. It wouldn't have been the same without you there. I know we're both sad that my mama isn't here to see the wedding. So if there's an opinion you have about something, I want to hear it. But I won't force anything on you," she added. "It's your day. I need to remember that." It's all of our day. It belongs to all of us. Witches, wizards, werewolves. It's an important day for all creatures magical. I thought about all the dresses I'd worn throughout the past week. Maybe we can compromise. Perhaps I won't wear a black dress, but the wedding does take place at night, and I'm pretty sure I remember seeing a blue velvet dress in Penny's shop. Betty practically salivated into the phone. "It's another traditional witch color for a wedding. It would look beautiful on you." I smiled. "I'll make a phone call and see what I can do." We hung up just as I spied Axel's house in the distance. Soon it would be our house, one we would share together. A shiver raced down my spine as Hugo landed softly in the grass. Leaves and grass clippings lifted into the air as he flapped his wings, settling gently on the ground. I hoisted one leg over his spine and slid from his back. I patted his neck. "Thanks, buddy. I'll be back in a few minutes." I sprinted up the steps and knocked. Within seconds, Axel opened the door, a questioning look on his face. "You okay, Pepper? You didn't call." I didn't let him say one more word. I threw my arms around his neck and planted my lips on his. "I'm so happy to see you," I nearly screeched. Axel pulled back and looked at me with surprise. "I just saw you yesterday. We're having dinner tonight." He cocked a brow. "Or at least we're supposed to. Is everything okay?" I took his hands and squeezed them. "Yes, everything is fine. Great. I'm just happy you're here and that we're together. and that we're getting married soon?" Axel smiled down at me. The corners of his eyes crinkled. I touched the lines, admiring the warmth that filled his gaze. I snaked my arms around his waist one more time and held tight. "Have I ever told you how much I love you?"
"I think so."
His hand slid down my back.
"But I'm not going to argue if I have to hear it again."
I giggled, sighing and relaxing against his chest. "I love you to the moon and back. I love you as big as the galaxy, and am so elated that we're going to be spending the rest of our lives together. It's a dream come true."
"And I love you to infinity,"
Axel replied softly.
"You're about to make me the happiest man alive."
"I can't imagine my life without you."
"I don't even want to try."
Axel kissed my nose. His eyes narrowed.
"Is anything wrong? Are you okay? You're acting like something bad just happened."
I debated telling him, but decided against it. Some things were best left secrets and never talked about. I'd lived a life without Axel and didn't want to experience that again. Once had been enough, thank you very much. "Nothing bad happened," I said brightly. "I just wanted to tell you how I felt is all. In another month, we'll be married, and our lives together will begin." Axel pulled me to him one more time.
"I can't wait."
We stared at each other for a moment. "Well, I just wanted to say hello and tell you that. Can't wait for our date tonight." Axel swept his hand across the threshold.
"Sure you don't want to come in? Stay a while? We can always start our date early."
I'd spent a week away from him, and the last thing I wanted was to be separated from Axel again, if even for a few minutes. I smiled. "Sure, I'd love to come in." We spent all afternoon and well into the night in each other's company. There was a lot of laughter and hand-touching, arm-linking, and kissing. I'm not ashamed to tell you. When it was time to go home, I pulled myself onto Hugo's back, then leaned down and gently kissed Axel once more. "See you tomorrow," I said. He scrubbed a hand down his jaw.
"See you then."
Hugo lifted me into the air. The street lamps that lined Bubbling Cauldron Road winked through the trees. I was about to head straight home until I thought of something. "Over there, Hugo. Land there." He landed, his wings kicking up a flurry of debris. I slid off his back and faced the alley behind Familiar Place. "Are you here?" I whispered. A body scurried across the alley and metal fell, clattering onto the street. Hugo exhaled a snort. "It's okay, boy." I slowly padded down the alley, listening for any sound. "Come here, you," a familiar voice said. I smiled. His voice came from behind a cardboard box. I slowly lifted it to find a raccoon holding a donut. Ratchet took one look at me and, startled, threw the Krispy Kreme into the air. "Ah!" He scampered behind a trash bin, out of sight. "Wait!" I called. No sound. "Ratchet!" I called. "It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. My name's Pepper, and I thought that maybe we could be friends. You can keep your Krispy Kreme donuts." At first, nothing happened, but after a few long seconds, the raccoon popped into view. "How do you know my name?" I leaned down, getting a good look at the scrappy critter. His fur was a tad matted, but it was the same Ratchet. I smiled widely. "There's a funny story about that. I don't think you'd believe me if I told you, but it's interesting."
Who did you say you were?
I extended my hand. Pepper Dunn. I own the familiar shop in town. You ever thought of being a familiar to a witch? You'd be a great one. His gaze darted from me to the shops that lined up behind me.
Familiar?
I nodded. Yep. Let's just say I have a feeling you'd make a witch or wizard very happy. He glanced down at the trash that surrounded him.
And I wouldn't have to eat trash anymore? Or live back here?
You'd probably get a bed, or at least a corner of one. Ratchet stepped out of the shadows and inspected me.
How do you know my name?
I opened my hand, and the raccoon slid his paw inside it. Would you believe it if I told you I met you in another life? He scratched his head.
I'd believe it, if there were Krispy Kremes involved.
I threw my head back and laughed. There weren't donuts, but there was plenty of food. You offered me good advice. Ratchet nodded.
I can believe that. Hey, where are we going?
I fished the key to familiar place from my pocket and slid it in the lock. We're going to get you cleaned up. How does that sound? Ratchet's eyes widened as I opened the back door. He leaned in and sniffed the place. The raccoon nodded.
I'd say it sounds all right.
I took a step in and gestured for him to do the same. Welcome to your new life, Ratchet. I think you're going to like it. He appraised the store before smiling up at me.
You know, I think I will. Can't wait to get started living it.
I grinned to myself. I can't wait either, Ratchet. I can't wait. This has been Southern Wishes, Sweet Tea Witch Mysteries, Book 14. Written by Amy Boyles. Narrated by Hollis McCarthy. Copyright 2019 by Ladybug Books, LLC. Production copyright 2025 by Ladybug Books, LLC. Edited by Sean Toole.